The Spearblade Master thought to himself. Where did these swords of ice come from? He wondered. Is it realistically possible to be controlling so many swords at once? He shouted. Damn it, he thought to himself. I have a better chance getting through those swords of ice than to fight that monster. Dozens of ice swords rained down from the ceiling. The Spearblade Master thought to himself. He probably won't be able to move while using chi sword control. He announced his technique. Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts Sword Technique. Fourth form, Ultimate Destruction Sword. He thought to himself. I knew it. They're just ice. He decided confidently. They're nothing against my best technique. Qian Yo Woon spoke coldly from behind him. Your back is vulnerable. The Spearblade Master reacted in shock. Ish how? He cried out as he was grabbed. I can't The Spearblade Master was slammed into the floor. A guard asked in disbelief. No, what? He observed the scene. Amazing. Such a skilled martial artist exists in this world? The guard thought to himself. It doesn't matter anymore who that man is. I'm just glad that this man is on our side. He wondered. Perhaps he has a chance against that monster of a woman. The guard yelled. Sir, please go down and stop the enemy. He urged. We must hurry before the treasure is taken. Qian Yo Woon remained silent. The atmosphere is off. He observed the warrior. He hasn't put his blade back, and he's still exuding bloodlust. Sir? The guard asked. What will you do? Qian Yo Woon stated. I am not your ally. The guard asked in confusion. Sorry, what do you A sudden flash of blood sprayed as Qian Yo Woon attacked the guards. The guard screamed. Sir, why are you doing this? Qian Yo Woon asked calmly. I see. Do you still believe that I am on your side? He announced. I am the master of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The guards stammered in fear. The 10,000 Great Mountains? They realized the truth. A demon cult member. Qian Yo Woon declared. And I am going to kill you all right now. The scene shifted to the Imperial Palace Guardian Hall prison. Hyobong spat in anger. Imperial Palace, my ass. He noted with rage. All their fingernails and toenails have been extracted, and they have been branded all over. He muttered. It's natural for them to die, given the severe torture they went through. Hyobong thought to himself. I have to erase the traces here. The cult member spoke weakly. I was luckily able to survive thanks to the ambush, but we were all ready to die for the cult. He continued. We're spies, after all. He urged his comrade. So please do not look so sad. They died doing their duties. Hyobong responded defensively. I wasn't sad. It's just, the cult member explained. The Darkness Sect's members live as shadows for the cult, without friends or family. He added. They were able to live their last moments with the heavenly demon, and you even saved their corpses, so I'm sure they have no regrets. Hyobong replied quietly. I know that, of course, I do. He thought to himself. The demon lord is even angrier because he knows that, too. He observed. It's been a while since I've seen him so angry. Hyobong muttered. Shit, he wondered. The demon lord went off on his own. I wonder if he's alright. He decided. I need to take care of things here and hurry to where the demon lord is. The ground shook violently. The member asked in shock. Oh, what? An earthquake? Hyobong noted the power. What? He observed. Oh, what? There's an ominous energy coming from below. He shouted. I am going to find the demon lord real quick. He commanded. Please take care of things here. The member agreed. All right. Hurry. Farther down in the Imperial Tomb, the red-clothed woman walked through a corridor. She noted dismissively. All these traps are childish. She saw the light ahead. I can see the exit. The brown-caped man observed. They stepped into a massive chamber with a bridge. The man asked in confusion. A fire in the middle of a moat? He observed the center of the room closely. No, on a closer look. It's a rock burning in the middle of the moat. He muttered. That's why it was much more humid here. A voice boomed through the chamber. Who dares to step their dirty feet on this ground? The man thought to himself. What is this monster-like voice? He wondered. Where is it coming from? He thought. I can't detect any presence because of the strange energy coming from those flames. The woman shouted. Are you the last guardian, you bitch? The man wondered. Bitch? This voice is a woman's? The guardian spoke from the shadows. What an arrogant woman. She continued. You must not know fear. She accused. You're trying to steal the Imperial Palace's treasure. The woman taunted. How long do you intend to talk away in hiding? She asked. Are you perhaps scared? She smirked. Or maybe, you're hiding because you're ugly. The man thought to himself. Is this what fights between women are like? He doubted the strategy. But no way such a simple method would work. The fire suddenly surged upward. The man noted. It worked. He wondered. But how is it that she can survive in those flames? A figure emerged from the heat. The man asked in shock. What? He thought. Impossible. She's not burning. The woman realized. She is the fire, the man asked. Is that even human? The guardian asked. I thought you were just a guardian. She noted. But you've taken the treasure. Am I right? A beautiful woman with red hair emerged from the flames. The man thought to himself. She must be only 20 or so, but she's strangely very seductive. The guardian laughed. Haha, she sneered. I was wondering how exceptional you are, but turns out you're nothing special. The man complained. She's calling us ugly. The woman smirked. Ha, you're arrogant for a gravekeeper. The guardian repeated coldly. A gravekeeper? She declared. I have been protecting this treasure for a long time as I promised the great Ming Empire's founding emperor. She hissed. I'm not somebody a disgusting thief like you can judge. The High Blade Master gasped in shock. The founding emperor? He thought to himself. That must have been more than 200 years ago. The Blood Blade Master smirked. You're telling me you've lived for more than 200 years? She asked with interest. Does the Kirin blood grant you immortality too? Ran Young observed. Your eyes are full of greed. She called out. You fools. Ran Young announced. I, Ran Young, the first supreme, will eliminate you thieves as per my promise with the founding emperor of the great Ming Empire. She warned. You will not leave this place alive. She charged forward and screamed. I'll kill you both. The High Blade Master shouted. I'll stop it. He reacted in surprise. Oh, what? My blade's on fire? He groaned. Damn it. He watched the flames consume his weapon. Ditch the fire. Ran Young asked with a smirk. Did you think it'd be easy to dodge? She explained. My flames chase enemies to the depths of hell. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. I thought I slit her throat, but she managed to move out of the way just in the nick of time. Ran Young thought to herself. She's fast. She continued her inner monologue. I was going to burn them both to death, but I'm the one having to dodge their attacks. Ran Young spoke. You're not so bad, she noted. You've managed to survive my ultimate attack. It's been 20 years since I've met such a worthy opponent. The Bloodblade Master commanded. I'll take care of that woman. You need to circulate your chi. The High Blade Master responded weakly. All right, he thought to himself. I was almost killed by the woman's flames. I doubted that there would be another woman as monstrous as the Bloodblade Master. This is shocking. He noticed something strange. Pebbles. The ceiling collapsed in a massive explosion. The High Blade Master thought to himself in terror. I can't dodge while in this state. The Bloodblade Master screamed. High Blade Master, she called out desperately. High Blade Master, are you alive? She thought to herself. That idiot. Ran Young asked in confusion. Huh? She noted. Someone's there, she observed. That outfit, Ran Young thought to herself. An embroidered uniform guard? Qian Yo Woon smiled. Glad I'm not late. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. He's hiding his chi, but he's definitely ominous and dangerous. She added to her thoughts. He's dressed as a guard, but I can tell that he's stronger than the Emperor's personal guards. Ran Young thought to herself. I thought it'd be over once they attack me together. This won't be easy, she reasoned. But if he came from above, does that mean he's already killed all of the Blade Masters? She decided. Then he must be that woman's ally. She realized. It'll be dangerous if they attack me together. Then, she shouted. I'll eliminate him first. The Bloodblade Master gasped. What? Ran Young thought to herself. What is that white blade? She wondered. Where did he get that black blade? She noted in shock. He's canceling out my flames? She continued thinking. And not just that, he's figured out the weak points of my technique. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. He's simultaneously using 2 blades and 2 separate techniques? Ran Young decided. He's dangerous. I need to use all the strength I have. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. She managed to heat up the White Dragon Saber's cold chi? He noted. This kind of heat is incomparable to what she was using just earlier. Ran Young challenged him. You, with the cold chi. Try blocking this, too. 12 eternal flames. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. Now's my chance. Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts 5th Technique. Delightful Murder Blade. The Bloodblade Master shouted. Die. What a powerful force, she observed the explosion. He must be ashes by now. I won't even need to check. She wondered to herself. But why did she attack the embroidered uniform guard? Ran Young asked. I ended up fighting with her. She questioned the Bloodblade Master. That man just now, was he not your ally? The Bloodblade Master asked in confusion. What are you talking about? I thought he was with you. Ran Young thought to herself. He wasn't her ally? Then, the Bloodblade Master wondered. Just who was that embroidered uniform guard? Then who was he? Should I have asked before killing him? She decided. There must not even be a corpse left by now. She reacted in surprise as a blade appeared through the smoke. The Bloodblade Master announced. Now I just need to get rid of you. Ran Young spoke. How arrogant, she noted. You'd only have been a match for me had you fought me along with that man. The Bloodblade Master asked. You think something like that will work on me? She decided. Who knows? I'll know once I try it out. Ran Young thought to herself in shock. Black frost? She wondered. The entire place is hot with my flames. How is the floor in that area frozen? The smoke cleared to reveal a figure standing amidst the ice. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. He's not dead? She observed. But he's injured. His armor's damaged, and there are a lot of cuts on him. Ran Young thought to herself. What? His injuries are healing? She noted in disbelief. What is with that ridiculous regeneration speed? It's much faster than my healing speed, and my healing speed is thanks to having consumed Kirin blood. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. I didn't expect two people, from the Imperial Palace Guardian and the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect, at that, to attack me simultaneously. He decided. Well, it doesn't matter. He thought to himself with a smirk. I won't be fighting alone anymore. The Bloodblade Master asked. What? She looked around. I can't sense any other presence nearby. She thought to herself. He must be lying because he's not confident he can win against us. She decided. I knew it. How could he win against? The Bloodblade Master reacted in shock as ice blades formed in the air. She thought to herself. That's Chi's sword control? Ran Young thought to herself. Why, you're telling me he's at the Mystic Realm? She noted. I have lived for over 2 centuries, but I have yet to come across a martial artist who has reached the Mystic Realm. She continued her thoughts. But even if he's in that realm, there's no way he can control all of that. She told herself. This is no time to be standing in awe. I need to be logical about this. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. Even the Chi Blade Master, who's the most skilled when it comes to energy arts, cannot control more than 7 blades using Chi sword control. Ran Young thought to herself. No matter how strong he is, there must be a limit to how much Chi he has. She reasoned. That woman is my enemy, but for my own sake, I have to hope that she lasts long against him. Qian Yo Woon commanded. Nano, we're going full force. The machine voice responded. Understood. Activating augmented reality. The system announced. Target. Activating self-targeting system for 12 swords. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. Do not let me down. Dozens of ice swords launched forward. Ran Young shouted. 12 eternal flames. She thought to herself in shock. The swords sliced through the flames. She wondered. He really can control all those blades? Ran Young decided. No matter. She thought to herself. The flame pillars made with my innate core energy cannot be destroyed even with enhanced energy. Qian Yo Woon smirked as the battle intensified. Ran Young thought to herself. The swords stopped? Simultaneously activating 3 techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sword Art and 3 techniques of the 24 Demonic Sword techniques on the 6 swords being controlled through Chi sword control. Ran Young cried out. Using sword techniques with Chi sword control? That's impossible. She shouted. I won't go down so easily. Massive explosions rocked the chamber. Ran Young thought to herself. No way. In that short span of time, he managed to. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself in terror. This technique is, she realized, impossible. He's using sword techniques while using Chi sword control. She thought to herself. It's as if I'm fighting 6 expert martial artists at once. I can't block this, she noted. Each one of these techniques are more complete than the Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts. She wondered. But why does it feel so familiar? The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. Alright, that old geezer, she recalled. One of those old geezers that stopped us, the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect, from expanding our influence further into the Jianghu. She continued her thoughts. His sword techniques are very similar to that old geezer that revealed himself as the founding cult leader of the demonic cult. She concluded. No, actually, this man's techniques are absolutely flawless compared to that old man's. She decided. Then this bastard must be of the demonic cult. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. But I heard that there is only one person who can use this technique at this point in time. She noted his features. Long hair and pale face. I'm certain. She thought to herself. His appearance is just as our spies in the demon cult described. She realized the truth. The very person responsible for ruining our plans multiple times, the head of the demonic cult. She gasped the name. Qian Yo-un. She wondered. Why is he here though? She thought to herself. According to our plans, he should have stayed in the demonic cult because of suspicions of spies from the Imperial Palace or be preparing for the Nano festival. She realized. Damn it. I need to let him know that our plans have gone awry. She thought. But I can't do anything right now. She struggled against the continuous sword attacks. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. When did he get so close? She gritted her teeth. I can't stop the flame chi because I have no choice but to block all these attacks. She noted. She's struggling, too. She worried. At this rate, we're gonna go down before he runs out of inner energy. The Blood Blade Master thought. Then not only will I fail to obtain the treasure, she looked toward the burning rock. Right, the Kirin blood must be here. She decided. I don't know if it'll be effective immediately, but the blood of a mythical creature should amplify my chi. She gritted her teeth. I'll bet on that chance. Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts 7th Technique. Flight of 8 Immortal Swords. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. There's an opening in his chi sword control because of my attack. She smirked. This is my chance. She lunged forward to strike. The Bloodblade Master screamed in agony. Kua, my arm. Qian Yo Woon spoke coldly from behind her. As if I'd let you try your little trick. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. He's a lot more dangerous than we thought. She wondered. Has he surpassed human limits? She decided. But I need to get rid of him for the sake of the cult's great cause. She thought. He's monstrously powerful, but he must have a weakness. She planned. I'll ambush him while he has his guard down. She swung her remaining arm in a surprise attack. Qian Yo Woon caught her arm effortlessly and slammed her into the ground. He asked, Did you not hear what I just said? The Bloodblade Master laughed hysterically. How silly. She shouted. You're someone who has reached the mystic realm, the pinnacle of martial arts. She asked mockingly. Are you afraid of some woman whose right arm is gone? Qian Yo Woon sighed. Oh, are you the kind to bring women into it when it's to your advantage? He stated. For someone like you to be one of the leaders of the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect, what a disappointment. The Bloodblade Master reacted with fury. Oh, what? You dare insult me? She screamed in rage. Qian Yo Woon struck her across the face. She staggered back, coughing up blood. Ah! The Bloodblade Master muttered. Damn it! Several ice swords pierced through her chest. She fell backward into the boiling moat. Qian Yo Woon observed her body disappearing into the heat. He thought to himself, she won't be able to survive this since she took a critical injury and fell into hot water. He noted, but how strange, it's boiling, but there's no evaporation happening. The system announced, there is 38% energy remaining. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. I may have reached the mystic realm, but chi sword control to this extent still consumes a lot of inner energy. He decided, looks like I only have her to fight now. He watched Ran Young battling the remaining guards. Qian Yo Woon thought, she's enduring better than the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect's Blade Master. Ran Young shouted as she fought. Hob, Qian Yo Woon observed. Her injury must be pretty deep. He noticed her wounds closing. He thought to himself, it's not as fast as Nano, but her injuries are healing very quickly. He wondered, is that how she has been holding up until now? He noted, similar to the second Great Supreme. Qian Yo Woon decided, however, I need to get this over with. He groaned in sudden pain. You, he heard a voice call out. Hyobong? The High Blade Master held a knife to Hyobong's throat. He panted heavily. Ha! Ha! Goddammit! The High Blade Master thought to himself. The ceiling just had to collapse on me while I was circulating my chi. He looked at his mangled limb. I can't use my left arm at all anymore. He thought. I jumped down because I noticed a hole in the ground, but to come across someone like him. Hyobong stammered. You the High Blade Master shouted. Shut up, he warned. I'm going to slit your throat next if you try anything. He asked, what's your relation to him? Hyobong responded. Well, you just told me to shut up, the High Blade Master asked. Are you trying to? He reacted in fear as Qian Yo Woon appeared instantly. The High Blade Master thought to himself. He's fast, he almost got me. Qian Yo Woon commanded with a terrifying gaze. Let him go, the High Blade Master shouted. As if, he threatened. I'm going to kill him if you move even one step from where you're standing. Qian Yo Woon's energy flared with intensity. The High Blade Master thought to himself. His bloodthirst is thickening. He wondered in fear. Is he not going to back off? He yelled. If you want to spare him, then bring me the Kirin's blood. He added, I'll let him go if you promise to let me go. Hyobong thought to himself. He dares to try and negotiate with the Demon Lord? Qian Yo Woon stated coldly, I'll make you a counteroffer. The High Blade Master reacted in confusion. Qian Yo Woon declared, if you let Hyobong go right now, I'll kill you as painlessly as possible. He warned, but if you don't, you will die in so much pain that you'll wish you were never born into this world. The High Blade Master asked in shock. Oh, what the hell? So he's going to kill me either way. He wondered, what's with this crazy bastard? He shouted, don't you care if your subordinate dies? The High Blade Master swung his sword to decapitate Hyobong. Blood sprayed across the room. Qian Yo Woon screamed in pure rage. Hyobong! The High Blade Master thought to himself. Shit! I instinctively slit his throat. Qian Yo Woon lunged forward with a murderous gaze. The High Blade Master reacted in shock. He screamed as he was struck. Kuib, Qianyo Woon told him coldly. Shut it. This is just the beginning, he promised. You will not be granted an easy death. The High Blade Master recoiled in terror. Dozens of ice blades repeatedly slashed into his body. The High Blade Master pleaded. Stop, he begged. Please. He screamed in agony. Please, no more. The High Blade Master groaned. Kook, he thought to himself. This bastard. Demonic piece of shit. He realized with horror. He's purposely avoiding all my vital points. Qianyo Woon slammed him down and stated. I told you were going to regret it. The High Blade Master gasped in pain. Nano announced. There is 15% energy remaining. You can no longer sustain Qi sword control. Qianyo Woon reacted. Ran Young noticed the shift. She thought to herself. The swords are disappearing. She realized. This is my chance. She charged forward with her flames. Qianyo Woon thought to himself. Damn it. I wanted to make him suffer longer, but I have no choice. The High Blade Master gasped. Oh, he cried out one last time. No, Qianyo Woon struck him down. No, the High Blade Master was silenced forever. Qianyo Woon turned his attention back to the woman. Ran Young sighed with relief. Ah, she asked, why has it taken you so long to find me? She knelt down and announced. An inferior member of the cult greets the heavens of the great heavenly demon divine cult, the Demon Lord. Qianyo Woon asked in confusion. An expert martial artist of the Imperial Palace Guardian Hall calling herself a cult member? He questioned her. What are you to do here? Ran Young explained. I understand that this situation is hard to believe and that you are doubting me. She continued. I would love to explain more in detail, but there is something more urgent at hand, isn't there? Qianyo Woon looked over at his fallen subordinate. He thought to himself. Right. I need to take a look at Hyobong first. He noted. I can still sense a bit of his qi. It's not too late. Qianyo Woon rushed to his side. Hyobong, he shouted desperately. Wake up, Hyobong. Hyobong whispered weakly. Demon, Lord. He struggled to speak. My, Demon, Lord. Qianyo Woon cried out. No, Hyobong, I won't let you die. He pressed his hand against the wound. Hold it together. Hyobong groaned. Qianyo Woon thought to himself. Nano, scan his. He sensed a presence and warned. Do not approach me. Ran Young spoke calmly. I am aware that you are wary of me. She explained. However, since the fellow cult member you brought is on the brink of death, would you please grant me permission to take a look at him? Qianyo Woon asked. What are you going to do? Ran Young stated. I need your help. Qianyo Woon asked. My help? Ran Young urged him. We need to hurry, so I'll explain once I'm ready. She pulled a small amount of liquid from the boiling moat. Qianyo Woon asked. What is this? Ran Young explained. Diluted blood of the Kirin. Qianyo Woon asked in surprise. This water is Kirin blood? Ran Young clarified. A Kirin's pure blood cannot be touched with bare hands because of how intense its flame qi is. She continued. The founding emperor of the Great Ming Empire mastered the art of 10 millennia frost in order to cool it down. She noted. Now it's at this state. Qianyo Woon asked. So what are you going to do with this? Ran Young explained. Even if it's diluted, it's greatly effective in recovering injuries. She warned. But the flame qi is still very strong, so a man will have a hard time dealing with it, she noted. I saw that you can manipulate cold qi very close to extreme yin. She asked. Could you perhaps imbue this blood with that? Qianyo Woon asked. Are you saying it's dangerous for Hyobong? Ran Young responded. That is if he were to consume a large amount. She added. Though if it's this little and you imbue it with cold qi, it's definitely possible to save him. Qianyo Woon thought to himself. It doesn't sound like she's ever tried it. He decided. But I have no other choice at the moment. He channeled his energy into the liquid. It worked. Ran Young decided. Then I'll have him drink it. She took the liquid into her own mouth and pressed her lips against Hyobong's to pass it to him. Qianyo Woon reacted in shock. He watched as the wounds began to close. Qianyo Woon thought to himself. The slit on his throat as well as my cauterization are healing. He wondered. It's this effective despite being diluted. Ran Young warned. Demon Lord, please step away from him. She explained. The flame qi within his body is going to grow more intense. I have to control it so that it doesn't harm him. Qianyo Woon thought to himself. I didn't know that Kirin blood had the power to heal injuries. He noted. How surprising. Qianyo Woon thought to himself. Was I worried for no reason? Far below the surface of the boiling moat, a figure drifted in the depths. The Blood Blade Master lay at the bottom of the water. She suddenly opened her eyes, glowing with a sinister red light. Ran Young observed Hyobong. His injuries are completely closed now. She noted. He's gotten the color in his face back, and he's breathing all right, too. She wondered. But why isn't anything happening to him? Ran Young asked herself. Is it because of the cold chi counteracting the flame chi? She thought to herself. Someone who consumes the blood of Kiran will most likely experience a rage of flame chi. She recalled. Even women have lost their sense of pain or even their lives because of it. Ran Young thought. For the last 200 years, all men except one who has consumed the Kiran blood have lost their lives, she asked herself. So why isn't he experiencing anything? She noted. On top of that, the body should rebuild itself when consuming the Kiran blood, Ran Young thought in disbelief. But I can't even see the red scales on him, which are symptomatic of the changes happening in the body. She wondered. What is this? She sensed Hyobong's power. His energy core isn't large, but I can feel something ominous within him similar to the Demon Lord, Ran Young asked herself. Has he taken another mythical creature's blood before? She realized. Then that must have been what prevented the explosion of the flame chi. She thought. That's good. Hyobong's fingers twitched. Ran Young reacted. Huh? She gasped in shock. Oh, what? My innate core energy that I linked to his energy core won't come off, as if it's stuck. Qian Woon asked. Is something wrong? He observed. She looks like she's struggling. A pillar of fire erupted from the water. Qian Woon noted. I didn't want to believe it, but she really did come back to life. He observed. Her left arm's back too. The Bloodblade Master laughed. Ha ha ha, so this is what a blessing in disguise is. She declared. I will make you pay for the shame you have given me earlier. Qian Woon responded. You've got a lot to say for someone who has just resurrected. He warned. I'll make sure you stay dead this time. Ice blades flew through the air. Qian Woon thought. I pierced her major artery, he wondered. Does she not feel pain? The Bloodblade Master lunged with her flaming fist. Qian Woon said. You would have lived if you had stayed hidden. How foolish. The Bloodblade Master spat. You think, that's enough, to kill me. She grabbed him tightly. Even if I die like this, I will make sure to take you with me, Qian Woon remarked. You're quite determined. The Bloodblade Master thought to herself. What kind of inner energy is this? She thought. My own inner energy has increased because of the Kiran blood, but I can't fight back at all. She realized in terror. The Kiran blood within me is warning me. This man is an apex predator. I will never win against him. Her instinct screamed. Run, damn it. You think I don't know that? The Bloodblade Master thought. I'll escape into the pond. I just need to recover again. Qian Woon declared. I won't let that happen again. He prepared his strike. This is your end. The Bloodblade Master screamed. Qian Yo-un, you piece of she cried out. No, the narrator explained. Meanwhile, in Wangshen of Hangzhou Zhejiang, a man covered in bandages gripped a box. Shit, the hooded man observed. The Bloodblade Master's parasite has exploded. He noted. It seems, they have failed. The hooded man muttered. Fools, he announced. Change of plans. He commanded. Call the Flame Blade and the Frenzy Blade. The hooded man ordered. Send them in as backup for the Chi Blade Master. He stated firmly. I will not accept any more failures. Qian Woon looked down at the fire moat and thought to himself. What is this noise? He wondered. Is it coming from those flames? He recalled the red-haired woman's words and thought. She said that she diluted the Kiran's flame chi with the 10 millennia frost. He felt a surge of power and thought. But why is my heavenly demonic chi acting up like this? Qian Woon thought to himself. This is the first time after that incident that it's been this uncontrollable, the narrator explains. It was when he took in the cold chi of extreme yin energy from that woman. He asked himself. Is it wanting the energy in there? He muttered to his own inner power. Aren't you being too greedy? Suddenly, the flames surged upward violently. Qian Woon reacted in shock. That's. A massive creature made of pure fire emerged from the moat. He shouted. The Kiran? Qian Woon thought to himself. So this is the Imperial Palace's hidden power. He noted. The heavenly demonic chi is acting up even more as if reacting to the manifestation of the Kiran. He decided. Well, I guess I have no choice then. He thought to himself. If both refuse to back off, then I'll slay one. Qian Woon charged forward and yelled. Hob! He struck the beast but groaned in pain. Kook! He thought to himself. I didn't expect it to be this tough. He observed the surface of the moat. The water in the pond is not wavering at all. Qian Woon realized. Then that Kiran must be a spiritual creature, he thought to himself. It's not easy to fight the flame chi with just this sword. He decided. In that case, he unleashed a wave of blue energy. Qian Woon thought to himself. It's working. The flames are weaker, he noted, but it's only temporary. I need to find the source of its power. He saw the beast gathering energy. Is it trying to exude even stronger heat? He declared. I won't let you. Qian Yo Woon shielded his eyes from the blinding light. Well, what is this light and heat? It's like the sun, he commanded. Nano, the machine voice responded, activating light vision mode. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. I can see it. He focused on a glowing orb. So this flame chi is coming from that marble. He noticed another shift. The noise is getting louder. He thought to himself. It seems to be afraid of the heavenly demonic chi. He wondered, will I be able to take this energy in? He decided, no, I have no choice anyway. Qian Yo Woon thought, if this is what the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts sect is after, then it'd be better for me to take it instead. Meanwhile, Ran Young remained kneeling by Hyobong. She reacted in shock. Oh, what? She thought to herself. My innate core energy that I linked to his energy core won't come off, as if it's stuck. Ran Young thought to herself. I have a bad feeling about this. I need to cut it off. She strained against the connection. Hube, she gasped. Oh, what? Ran Young thought to herself. This ominous energy is eating away at my flame chi. She noted in fear. My flame chi is leaving me really fast. She decided. I need to somehow threaten this energy. She reacted with wide eyes. Ran Young thought to herself. Even my flames? Hyobong suddenly sat up as a massive burst of energy erupted from him. He muttered. This is metamorphosis. Hyobong looked at his hands and thought to himself. I went through metamorphosis? He asked himself. Is this a dream? Ran Young spoke. Congratulations. Hyobong shouted in fright. Fire monster? Ran Young responded flatly. Fire monster? She noted with a frown. That's quite the rude thing to say to your savior. Hyobong pointed at her and asked. How can I believe you say that you're the one who saved me? Ran Young replied. Well, I don't care if you believe me or not. She asked. Anyway, can you try using the flames? Hyobong asked in confusion. Flames. Ran Young explained. Yes, you should be able to. She instructed. Recall the sensation of the flames enveloping your body like it did earlier. She stopped and thought to herself in surprise. Ran Young thought, he's managed to do it without even manifesting scales? She wondered, so he's safely absorbed the Kirin blood? She thought to herself, I've never seen anyone absorb it so well. Hyobong played with small fireballs in his hands. I can do this too. Ran Young watched him and thought to herself, using flame chi like that, that's kind of adorable. She spoke, I'm sure you find it cool to be able to use flame chi, but there are a lot of other things you can also. Hyobong stared toward the moat. Ah, Ran Young asked. Have you already lost interest? Hyobong stammered. Not that. Oh, over there. A massive explosion of fire and energy consumed the center of the room. Qian Yo Woon struggled in the heart of the heat. The system reported, heat above 3000 degrees C has pierced through the user's energy shield, regenerating the burn wounds. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. I get why no one has been able to take it until now. He added, if it weren't for Nano's regeneration ability and the cold chi, I wouldn't have made it, he groaned. Goddammit, Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. They're starting to fight over territory now that the flame chi is inside me. He thought, damn it, it's way over what my energy core can take. He worried. At this rate, I'll. Ran Young screamed, Demon Lord. Qian Yo Woon clutched the glowing core and screamed. It's over. Qian Yo Woon wondered. Was it something I never could have handled from the beginning? He coughed up blood as he felt his body breaking. He thought, Nano's regeneration speed can't keep up. He realized, I'm losing consciousness. He asked himself. Is it over for me? Qian Yo Woon sank into a deep red abyss. He thought, heavenly, demonic chi? He sensed a presence within the void. My heavenly demonic chi can't handle it. Wait, he noted, it's managing to avoid the flame chi. He wondered, this place is. Qian Yo Woon thought, my central energy core? Ran Young screamed, Demon Lord. She was thrown back by a sudden shockwave. She thought, is the Kirin's innate energy rejecting me? This has never happened before, she decided. I need to somehow get through the. Ran Young reacted in shock. Hyobong yelled, Demon Lord. Qian Yo Woon stood among the flames. I can feel it. The enhanced energy made by concentrating the inner energies form. Using chi sword control by connecting the formless innate core energy. I had thought that I had reached the peak of martial arts after reaching the mystic realm. But I had just reached the maximum capacity of what my lower energy core could take. The answer was in the central energy core. The heavenly demonic chi had opened up the central energy core in the midst of danger. In that moment of enlightenment, I came to realize as if by instinct. I can feel the overflowing power within the silence. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. Should I test it out? Ran Young reacted in disbelief. I am possible, Ran Young thought to herself. The Kirin blood where the black frost is remains evaporating, whereas the Kirin blood by the dark flames is only boiling. She wondered, is this power from having absorbed the Kirin's innate core? She asked herself. This is what just the remaining energy in the weapon can do. Qian Yo Woon commanded calmly. Move to the side. Ran Young responded. Yes, Demon Lord. She thought to herself. What is he trying to do? He doesn't even have a weapon in hand, Hyobong asked in confusion. Huh. A massive explosion tore through the room. Hyobong grunted. Kook. What? He thought to himself. This kind of heat would have been unbearable had I not already obtained the flame chi. He wondered. Just what is happening? The narrator explains. There is a legend that has been passed down generations amongst martial artists. The narrator continues. The undefeated swordsman, Dugu Chubai. The narrator explains. In his last years, he did not carry a sword with him. The narrator notes. When others asked for what reason, he answered with this. Dugu Chubai stated, a sword is meaningless to me now. The student asked, why do you say that? You need to have a sword in hand to be able to concentrate your chi to create enhanced sword aura. The student continued, how can a swordsman without a sword do anything against opponents who use enhanced energy? Dugu Chubai answered, I do have a sword. Dugu Chubai explained, I have surpassed chi materialization. A materialization of the formless innate core energy. He announced, this is the formless sword. Ran Young observed the destruction. Just a wave of a hand, and the entire place is destroyed. She thought to herself, this is the legendary formless sword. Hyobong shouted, the formless sword? He cheered, that's amazing. He wondered, then has the Demon Lord reached the life and death realm? Hyobong stumbled. Ooh-wah, Ran Young asked, an earthquake? She wondered, was there a trap like this set here? She realized, and no, she thought to herself, the pillar that has been holding up the place is melting, taking the ceiling down with it. Hyobong cried out, this is bad. Even a martial artist of the life and death realm wouldn't survive being buried this deep down. Ran Young pointed toward the exit. Ah, the pathway the Demon Lord had created when coming here. Hyobong shouted, the place is coming down. He urged, we need to get out of here with the Demon Lord right now. Through the hole in the ceiling, he hesitated. But, Ran Young yelled. I think it's too late. The ceiling crumbled completely. Ran Young screamed. No, she prayed. At least the Demon Lord must. The underground rooms, the ceiling. Ice suddenly spread across the falling debris. Hyobong yelled. They froze over completely. Ran Young thought to herself. I am possible. Well, this isn't something a human being should be capable of doing. She wondered. Did the three different energies within him strike a balance? Hyobong shouted. Ah, the Demon Lord. Ran Young thought to herself. I've met countless martial artists until now, she continued thinking. But I've never encountered anyone with three innate core energies. She noted. A life and death realm martial artist who can control absolute yin, absolute yang, as well as demonic energy. Ran Young thought to herself. She concluded. I'm witnessing a historical event. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. So this is what it feels like. He reasoned. I can only make two formless weapons at once because it consumes so much true energy, but I should be able to use chi sword control in this state too. He added to his thoughts. I checked that Hyobong is okay. He decided. I need to get out of here before daybreak, so I'll test these skills out later. Qian Yo Woon walked back across the water to his subordinates. Ran Young shouted excitedly. Demon Lord, congratulations on ascending to the life and death realm. Hyobong cheered. Congratulations. Qian Yo Woon nodded silently with a smile. Ran Young thought to herself. The life and death realm, she observed. The Demon Lord I had served was the era's most powerful martial artist, but he's a lot stronger. She wondered. Just what kind of person is he? The narrator explained. About 210 years ago. With the death of the last emperor, Zhongyuan was divided into 10 small nations. The narrator continued. After this, the lords and government officials of each region began appointing themselves as emperor, worsening the relations between the regions. The narrator noted. The endless greed of the lords was not restricted to their own domains, and this led to the downfall of the empire. The narrator stated. For the 10 years during which the empire was split into 10, there were endless bloodbaths in Zhongyuan and the lands became barren. The narrator added, the farmers were forced into becoming soldiers, causing a shortage in food. Zhongyuan entered a dark era. Ran Young explained, even though we say that the state and the Zhonghu ignore each other, but the Zhonghu could not avoid being affected by the state of Zhongyuan. She stated, that's when a hero appeared. The narrator explained, Chu Wansun, a king of one of the nations, had a son named Chu Wanyang. The narrator continued, unlike Chu Wansun, who had inherited the governor title of Tong County through the generations, Chu Wanyang was an undefeated general who waged war against the savages of the north. The narrator added, He was someone that even Qian Ingyang, the cult leader of the heavenly demon divine cult at the time, invited to the 10,000 Great Mountains in order to build a relationship. He was acknowledged by many great people. Qian Yo Woon asked, Chu Wanmyang? That's the name of the founding emperor. Ran Young answered, that's right. He was considered a hero by the people for having protected his nation from the barbarians of the north. Even the people of the Zhonghu respected this man. The narrator explained, he had a great sense of loyalty. After the fall of the empire, he quit his government post and wandered around without an interest in anything, befriending heroes. The narrator noted, however, the ones to suffer from the lack of his presence during the 10 years were the citizens. The narrator stated, Zhang Yuan was weak, and the barbarians of the north and the west continued to invade. The streets endlessly flowed with the blood of the innocent. The narrator continued, in the end, Chu Wanmyang inherits his father's position after his death and promises an uprising. The narrator added, even he, a great general of plenty experience, could not unite the 10 nations with just the forces of his one nation while also defeating the outside forces. The narrator explained, he knew too well that it would take a long time to grow his army, so he turned to the people of the Zhonghu for help, whom he had befriended over the span of 10 years. Chu Wanmyang spoke in a flashback. The Heavens Master asked me and several heroes to stop the bloodbath of the innocent citizens. He pleaded, please lend me a hand so that I may be able to save the people from the greedy lords and thieves. The narrator noted, heroes and a great cause. The narrator added, Chu Wanmyang, who had luck with time as well as the skills necessary, was able to bring down the surrounding nations and drive out the enemies quickly with the help of the Zhonghu. The narrator continued, and 10 years later, after having united the 10 nations, it was named the Great Ming Empire. The narrator explained, with the stabilization of the empire, the heroes who had helped the great cause were awarded land and a government position. The narrator noted, the heavenly demon divine cult and the orthodox faction had helped with the establishment of the empire. The narrator stated, but with the stabilization of the nation, they became an overwhelming presence to the founding emperor as well as the government officials. The narrator added, although it was clear that they were a threat as just one expert martial artist could take on dozens of soldiers of the empire, since they had helped the unification of Zhang Yuan, they could not ignore them. The narrator explained, the founding emperor had no choice but to write a mutual non-aggression treaty in return for giving them what they wanted. The narrator continued, the Muram Alliance leader at the time requested that the Ming Empire choose their official religion to be Taoism in order to continue their relationship with the empire despite the non-aggression treaty. Ran Young said, that's where the problem began. She explained, the demon lord at the time also wanted to request that the Ming Empire's official religion be that of the heavenly demon divine cult, but the founding emperor had already accepted the Muram Alliance leader's request. Hyobong spoke, it's a very famous historical incident. I know about it too. He added, there are talks that it was done on purpose even though the Muram Alliance and our cult had had equal influence on the establishment of the empire. Ran Young said, it's assumed that it was the doing of the government officials at the time. The demon lord of the time was displeased and made a bold request. The narrator explained, there was an old legend that a mythical creature makes an appearance before an empire is born. The narrator noted, surprisingly enough, right before the founding emperor united Zhang Yuan, a Kirin appeared and burned down 5 provinces. The narrator continued, this is when Qian Ingyang, the demon lord, took 1,000,000 expert martial artists, including his guardians and elders, and fought together for 3 days and 3 nights to defeat the Kirin. The narrator added, after the death of the Kirin, a fire that would not die burned from the corpse. The narrator explained, the founding emperor considered this the symbol of a new empire's creation, ordered for a construction of a royal tomb at the site, and that this place be the capital. Qian Ingyang spoke in a flashback. Please give me the Kirin's essence and blood. Ran Young continued. That is so, she explained. The bureaucrats, along with the Muram Alliance, concerned about the cult's rise to power, rejected him. The narrator noted, people continued to deny his request, but Qian Ingyang did not change his mind. Qian Ingyang shouted in the past, I risked my cult's people and my life to bring down that Kirin. He argued, I'm not asking for the corpse of the Kirin. I just want its essence and blood. Who are you to tell me no? The narrator explained, the bureaucrats and the Muram Alliance left the decision to the founding emperor since Qian Ingyang's request was justified, and the founding emperor, aware that he had to appease the demon lord, accepted his request in the end. Ran Young said, although there was a condition that he had to take it himself. Hyobong exclaimed, man, that's petty. Ran Young continued, but there was no way to take the boiling blood. So the demon lord made a different request instead. She explained, he asked that 12 expert martial artists of the demonic cult be allowed to protect this underground space until the blood has cooled down enough for the taking. Hyobong asked, then you've been here all along. Ran Young nodded. The conditions were that while the cult's martial artists resided here, we also had to protect the Imperial Palace and swear our loyalty to them. She opened a box and stated, "These are our plaques." The plaque read, "Demonic Dragon Palm Sect Outer Hall Master Moon Ranyang." Ranyang stated, "That is my name." Hyobong asked in shock, "What? The Demonic Dragon Palm Sect?" He stammered, Then you must be Moon Gyu's great-grandmother." "No, great-great-great-grandmother." Ranyang repeated, "Moon Gyu?" Hyobong said, "Elder Moon and Moon Gyu will be very shocked." Qianyo Woon asked, "If you have only their plaques, then where are the rest?" Ranyang answered sadly. "They passed away," she explained. "We researched ways to take the blood and the essences ordered by the Demon Lord. The palace also wanted the blood, so they helped us, but we were unsuccessful." She added, "The palace made us consume the blood as there was no other option." The narrator noted, "However, these were all men with strong yang energy, thus were unable to handle the flame chi and lost their lives." Ranyang explained, "We all began consuming the blood one by one because we did not want the emperor to take the blood from us." She continued, "They offered that I be last out of consideration, but I realized that I could not drink the blood when it came to be my turn." Qianyo Woon asked, "Because you were the only person who can protect this place?" Ranyang answered, "That's right, they wanted me to stay alive, it was a very lonely time." She noted, "My inner energy developed and I reached the evolutionary realm. But I could not stop aging. I felt that death was near." She explained, "So I decided to gamble for the last time. If a man cannot handle the flame chi because of the strong yang energy, maybe I could handle it." Ranyang stated, "I was able to successfully absorb the flame chi, and I even regained youth from metamorphosis." Qianyo Woon thought to himself, "Then the Imperial Palace must have tried to test it on women." Ranyang replied, "Yes, but I lied to them." She explained, "I said that even women would react to the flame chi if they have inner energy so that it could lead to death anyway." She continued, "The Imperial Palace gave up on testing on martial artists since they had already killed so many." She stated, "But since there were thousands of maids in the palace who have not learned martial arts and therefore had no inner energy, they trained them to become the warriors of the Imperial Palace Guardians." Qianyo Woon thought to himself, I guess I don't need to tell her," Ranyang added. "I wanted to go back to the 10,000 Great Mountains to tell everyone." She sighed, "But I was the only one remaining who could protect the Kirin's blood and essence. I also had to make sure that my lie would not be found out by the Imperial Palace." She looked at him with tears of joy. "But since I have now met you, Demon Lord, I have no more regrets even if I were to die now." Qianyo Woon thought to himself, "With this kind of power, she could have escaped easily enough, but she stayed behind for the sake of the cult." Qianyo Woon summoned his weapon. Ranyang gasped, "The Heavenly Demon Sword?" Qianyo Woon announced, "I, Qianyo Un, the second Heavenly Demon and the 24th Demon Lord of the Great Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, praise the accomplishment of our cult's hero for her utmost loyalty to the cult for such a long time." He declared with a smile, "As a reward, I shall appoint you as the Great Elder." Ranyang thought to herself tearfully, "I didn't even wish for acknowledgement like this. I just wanted to be able to see the Demon Lord before my death." She bowed deeply and cried out, "I thank you for your grace." She chanted loudly, "For the demonic way, for the demonic way, for the demonic way." Hyobong thought to himself, "It's already amazing that the Demon Lord has reached the life and death realm, but for someone as powerful as her to enter the cult in addition to the unrivaled sword," he continued thinking. "The Demon Lord is quickly increasing the forces of the cult after ending the war with the sects and clans." Hyobong thought to himself, "Demon Lord, it's as if he attracts all expert martial artists like a magnet." Qianyo Woon looked to Moon Ranyang. "Normally, I would take you right now to the cult, but there are still things we need to do." He added calmly, "We'll leave as soon as those things are taken care of. Could you guard this place for a bit longer?" Moon Ranyang reacted with shock and a blush. "Why would you ask me such a question?" she declared passionately. "Please give me any order. I will make sure to carry it out no matter what." Qianyo Woon smiled. "All right, then there is something you can do." Moon Ranyang asked, "Really?" The scene shifted to the Eastern Depot guest hall where rows of bodies lay on the ground. Li Ahm observed the carnage and muttered, "How horrible." He wondered, a fight like this broke out, and no one in the surrounding area managed to notice? Li Ahm thought to himself, could it be that the sound was blocked out? He dismissed the idea. No, that's impossible. Even the commander is incapable of such a feat. Li Ahm barked an order to the guards. "Hey, categorize the bodies." He stopped and observed the newcomers. "The eunuchs," he asked himself. "Why are they here?" Lim Changhua spoke as he walked through the blood. "I did smell blood before stepping foot in here," he noted with a smirk. "But it's worse than I expected. Many people must have died." Li Ahm thought to himself. He's trying to get on my nerves. He asked coldly. What brings you here? Lim Changhua replied. I'm sure you're well aware why I'm here. He looked at Li Ahm with a sharp gaze. From this point onwards, we will be the ones to lead the investigation. Li Ahm asked in a rage. What are you talking about? He argued. Murder that's been committed inside the Imperial Palace is supposed to be investigated by the embroidered. Lim Changhua interrupted. Where do you think you are right now? Li Ahm reacted in shock. Lim Changhua explained. The Eastern Depot may be in charge of the Eastern Hall, but we have the investigative authority when it comes to crimes. He added, dozens of maids and other people of the palace were killed. Let's not fight over territory right now. Lim Changhua smirked. Hoo, you must be mistaken. The embroidered uniform guards are involved in this crime. Li Ahm gasped. Oh, what? Lim Changhua commanded his men. Arrest all of the embroidered uniform guards for bringing in spies to the Imperial Palace. Li Ahm shouted in disbelief. Spies? What are you talking about? He demanded. Who dares to frame the embroidered uniform guards of such a horrendous crime? Lim Changhua asked mockingly. A mere embroidered uniform guard speaking against an imperial order from the Soul King? Li Ahm thought to himself in terror. Ditch the Soul King. The scene shifted to Prince Chen Ju Taegyam's palace, the Sea of Stars Palace. Ju Taeyun asked, the preparations are complete, right? Lim Changhua responded, yes, Your Imperial Highness. He added with a laugh. They should have begun investigation of the Imperial Tomb by now along with the people from the Muram Alliance. Ho 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 ho. Ju Taeyun noted, I hope things will go smoothly. A sect member replied, of course, Your Imperial Highness. He added, I received a message that the preparations are already complete. Ju Taeyun decided, all right, once my position is made more certain with this incident, I will actively begin supporting the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect. The sect member smiled and said, it's an honor, Your Imperial Highness. Ju Taeyun commanded, begin. A group of eunuchs entered another courtyard. A guard announced, Prince Chen, we are here for your arrest. Prince Chen bowed and spoke. I greet my brother, he asked calmly. What brings you here, my brother, Your Imperial Highness? Ju Taeyun muttered. Kook, what an arrogant little, he stated. It's been a while, Prince Chen noted. This doesn't seem like the time to have small talk. He asked, since when have the eunuchs been surrounding my palace? Ju Taeyun replied, Your Imperial Highness, there has been a big incident back at the palace. Prince Chen said, tell me. Ju Taeyun explained, last night, dozens of maids as well as other workers of the Eastern Depot were killed in the guest hall. Prince Chen asked in shock. What? Ju Taeyun continued, that's not the main problem, Your Imperial Highness. He added, we received news that the culprits have stolen the founding emperor's treasure. Prince Chen asked, what? Are you trying to tell me that I have something to do with this incident? Ju Taeyun responded, ho tilde don't be so mad, Your Imperial Highness. He explained, it seems like the demonic cult's members have managed to infiltrate your group when you were coming back from your emissary and entered the Imperial Palace that way. He added, that was the testimony of the hall masters who managed to survive the battle from last night. Prince Chen asked in a rage, you mean to say I was the one who brought them here? Ju Taeyun replied, who knows, he stated, His Imperial Majesty has ordered us to find out the truth and arrest the culprit. Prince Chen asked, what? Arrest? Are you saying you're going to arrest me? He challenged. Fine then, try it, Ju Taeyun shouted. You arrogant bastard, you're rather confident after what you've done. He added, you should at least have the conscience to calmly let yourself be arrested if you really were involved in this. Prince Chen thought to himself. I met the people of the demonic cult. They are not this stupid. He reasoned, if it really was them, they wouldn't have left any survivors. He decided, arresting me without any evidence is framing. Ju Taeyun asked, you think I would do this without any evidence? He added, the Eastern Depot's people, the physicians of the Imperial Palace, and the Muram Alliance are checking the bodies right now. Prince Chen stated, I will not believe it until I see it with my own eyes. Ju Taeyun shouted, HMPH, so that's how you want to act? Ho ho. It seems he won't accept his fate easily. Why don't you show him the proof, Your Imperial Highness? The other prince asked, why would I do that when we can just forcibly arrest him? Prince Chen stated firmly, fine, I will let myself be arrested if you will just show me the proof. Ju Taeyun thought to himself. Perfect, he thought, I knew you'd react like this since you hate losing. He continued his internal monologue. This is what you get for thinking of yourself as my equal when you're just the child of our father's second wife, he decided. I will trample you so hard, you won't ever think of yourself as my equal again. The scene shifted back to the Imperial Palace Guardians Hall. Ju Taeyun thought to himself. The end is already written. He reasoned, He won't be proclaimed the heir to the throne just because of the fact that he was arrested for suspicion on such grave crimes. Ju Tae-yoon thought, the bodies are probably already full of traces of the demonic cult's martial arts, so it's over for you. They entered the central hall where bodies were laid out. A guard knelt and said, I greet your Imperial Highnesses. Ju Tae-yoon asked, how much progress have you made on the investigation? The guard replied, we just finished a while ago. I can report the details later. Ju Tae-yoon interrupted. No, give it to me right now. Prince Chen said, come with me. You wanted to check for yourself. Ju Tae-yoon replied, of course. The sect member thought to himself with a grin. I heard that there were several more floors to this place. There are already over 50 corpses here. He noted, it should have taken quite a bit of time to leave traces like that when it's just 5 people doing it. They must have worked pretty hard. Ju Tae-yoon thought, now, the Muram Alliance's martial artists just need to conclude that this was the demonic cult's doing. The sect member thought to himself, Kukukik, the demonic cult bastards won't even know they're being framed right now. He reasoned, we will earn the mythical creature's blood, the future emperor's support with this, and put pressure on the demonic cult. 3 birds with 1 stone. He decided, we will finally see the fruits of years of our efforts. An investigator suddenly screamed, no, that cannot be. Ju Tae-yoon reacted in shock. He shouted, there must be a spy from the demonic cult in the investigation team. He commanded, find out who they are and bring them to me right now. The sect member asked in disbelief, what do you mean the traces left behind on the bodies were the martial arts of the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect? The investigator yelled, that cannot be. What? Official commanded the guards. Categorize the bodies by the kinds of injuries they have. The guards responded, yes, sir. Chung Su observed the room filled with corpses and muttered, how horrible. He thought to himself, I came to take a look at the injuries on the bodies because the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect's martial artist asked me, he wondered. But the demonic cult is supposed to have done all of this? He reasoned, they are rather hostile people, but they wouldn't commit robbery like this. Chung Su thought, I guess I'll find out once I take a look at the bodies. My duty is to just relay the truth that I see from the bodies. A guard observed a body. Oh, this person is a cook. He wondered, I did hear that the maids are warriors of the Imperial Palace Guardians, but even the cooks. The guard noticed something and asked. He pointed out the wounds. These are injuries caused by a whip sword. What kind of? A man thought to himself as he saw the newcomers. I greet His Highness Prince Chen and His Highness the Soul King. Lim Changhua thought in terror. And no, if they see that Chung Su is here, he screamed in a panic. No, that cannot be. Ju Tae-yoon shouted in a rage. There must be a spy from the demonic cult in the investigation team. He commanded, find out who they are and bring them to me right now. The sect member asked in shock. What do you mean the traces left behind on the bodies were the martial arts of the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect? The investigator yelled, that cannot be. The sect member whispered, what? Lim Changhua barked at his subordinate. Hey, what is this about? The sect member asked. If we're talking about the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect's martial arts, isn't that your sect? The subordinate stammered. Well, yes, but that cannot be true. A guard rushed in and shouted. Sir, he cried out. Be bad news. Ju Tae-yoon noted. Oh, you were already here, the sect member stated. I heard what happened. Lim Changhua thought to himself. The ones beside me are from the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect. The plan will be ruined, but if we arrest them first, we will be able to avoid suspicion. The subordinate shouted. Yes, sir, that's not the problem. The bodies. Chung Su interrupted calmly. There are traces of the undulating whip sword art left on the bodies. Oh, dear Yuanshi Tianjun. Lim Changhua stammered in horror. The undulating whip sword art. The narrator explains. The undulating whip sword art. This sword art was made for the eunuchs by Lim Changhua's master and the admiral of the Eastern Depot, who was an expert in the sunflower scripture. The Eastern Depot expanded its fame with the undulating whip sword art, and the whip sword became their symbol. Prince Chen thought to himself. Oh, what is going on? Ju Tae-yoon yelled. Your Highness, he shouted. This is not possible. Lim Changhua pleaded. Sir, Chung Su, please take another look, he asked desperately. What reason would the Eastern Depot have for doing something like this? Chung Su replied calmly. I inspected 20 bodies, but it's certain that the traces were made from the undulating whip sword art. He added, take a look for yourself. I looked twice and again to make sure I was right. Chung Su explained, but these are just like the traces you left from your performance of the art during the sword dance. The narrator explains, recently, the Imperial Palace held a Taoist festival to celebrate the new year, and after the festival was over, Renowned Taoists and the 9 great sects of the Muram Alliance had gotten together to watch the Eastern and Western Depot's martial artists put on a performance. Lim Changhua thought in despair. The sword dance. He realized. Damn it, someone as skilled as him would remember a technique he had seen once. Prince Chen spoke mockingly. There you go, Your Highness. Zhu Taiyun reacted in shock. What? He looked at Prince Chen's face. Zhu Taiyun thought to himself. He's smiling? But I'm the one who set this trap up, he wondered. Where have things gone wrong? He realized with dread. It's put me in danger because I asked Chang Su to do this despite knowing that he's famous for putting fairness and justice above all. He asked himself, was this planned in advance too? Prince Chen stated, His Majesty the Emperor will be gravely disappointed, Your Highness. Zhu Taiyun gasped. Oh, what? He thought to himself. And no, it's almost time for the succession ceremony, he worried. If the Emperor finds out about this, all the trust that I had built up will crumble like dust. Zhu Taiyun pointed and shouted. This must be your doing. He accused his brother. You had the audacity to frame me like this when you're nothing more than the son of a later wife. He yelled. You must have manipulated the evidence on the bodies. A woman's voice interrupted. I would like to explain. Zhu Taiyun thought to himself. A woman's voice, a warrior in red armor landed in the center of the hall. Chang Su thought to himself. When did she get here? He observed. She's an expert. I can't even decipher her martial level. Zhu Taiyun asked in shock. Who is she? He shouted. Who are you? He demanded. Who are you to appear in front of me? Moon Ranyang spoke firmly. Your Imperial Highness. I'm Ranyang, the first Great Supreme, in charge of the protection of the Imperial Grave. Lim Changhua thought to himself in shock. The first Great Supreme? He reasoned. That must mean that she's over 200 years old. She shouldn't be alive right now. Zhu Taiyun shouted. That cannot be possible. Moon Ranyang showed a golden seal. Zhu Taiyun whispered in disbelief. I am possible. Lim Changhua thought to himself. The Emperor's seal. This woman really is the first Great Supreme then. He wondered. How can this be? Lim Changhua whispered to Zhu Taiyun. Your Highness, this is actually for the better. He thought with a sinister grin. If that woman really is an expert martial artist of the Imperial Palace Guardians, then we can put all the blame on the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect. Zhu Taiyun thought. That's right. Then the Eastern Depot and I will be able to escape suspicion. He decided. There's still hope. Zhu Taiyun spoke up. What is it that you wish to explain? Can you tell us? Moon Ranyang knelt down and shouted. Your Highness, I have failed to protect the Imperial Palace's treasure from the Eastern Depot's eunuchs and the enemies. She bowed low and cried out. Please punish me. Zhu Taiyun and Lim Changhua reacted in absolute shock. Prince Chen shouted. Oh, did you say that it was the Eastern Depot's eunuchs that stole the Imperial Palace treasure? Lim Changhua and his men stood in silent terror. Lim Changhua thought to himself. At this rate, we're going to be. He whispered to the sect member. Sir, we have no choice, he stated firmly. We need to kill everyone here to stop this from getting any worse. The sect member asked. What? Lim Changhua explained. If we just kill everyone here, we can manipulate the evidence. He added urgently. Right, most people can't come in here anyway. He reasoned. Then if we just defeat the Kongtong sect leader, the southern military general, and that woman, then the rest will be easy. He noted. The Bloodblade Master is an expert of the mystic realm, and there are more than 100 of our eunuchs here. We have the upper hand. Lim Changhua gritted his teeth and thought, we have no other choice. He screamed, His Highness has fallen for the lies. He commanded his men, kill all of these enemies here to protect His Imperial Highness. He shouted, kill them all. The eunuchs responded, yes, sir. Chang Su noted, damn it, they're trying to avoid getting caught by killing us all. He shouted to an official. Sir, he commanded, all of those from Kongtong, protect His Imperial Highness Prince Chen from the enemies. His disciples yelled, yes, sir. The Southern Military General called out. Your Highness, he shouted, protect His Highness Prince Chen. His soldiers responded, yes, sir. The Southern Military General shouted at the hooded enemies. What can just 3 of you do? The sect member reacted. The Southern Military General thought to himself. This bastard, he's finally baring his claws. Lim Changhua thought to himself. Bloodblade Master, I don't think this one will be easily resolved. He continued his thoughts. If you can just fight the first Great Supreme, then I will. A sudden flash cut through the air and severed his arm. Lim Changhua screamed in agony. Kuog! My arm! He gasped for air. Be Bloodblade Master, he asked in confusion. What was this for? The hooded figure spoke. You still think I'm her after having cut your arm off? Lim Changhua whispered in terror. This voice. Qian Woon revealed his face and asked, "Do I still look like the Bloodblade Master to you?" The narrator explains, 2 hours earlier at dawn. Guest Hall Spirit King Ju Taeyun's palace. Chu Seong observed the sunrise and thought to himself, they're way too late. They should have been done 2 hours earlier according to the plan, the identity text explains. Supreme Saber of 6 Martial Arts Sect Earthblade Master Chu Seong. He wondered, was the plan a failure? He thought to himself, after having officially made our appearance in the Jianghu, this must be the third most amount of expert martial artists put to a mission. He reasoned, even the strongest member of the Supreme Saber of 6 Martial Arts Sect, the Bloodblade Master, was appointed to this mission. Chu Seong wondered, is the expert martial artist of the Imperial Palace Guardians that powerful? Qian Woon spoke from the shadows. Have you been waiting for me? Chu Seong reacted in surprise. He turned around and shouted. Who are you? He thought to himself. I didn't detect her presence. When did she? Chu Seong looked at the weapon in the figure's hand. That's the Bloodblade Master's sword sheath. He asked, if you are the Bloodblade Master, why have you covered up your face? Qian Woon asked, must I prove myself further? Chu Seong thought to himself. That arrogant voice and tone. It must be her, he reasoned. Well, I guess if it were the enemy, they would have killed me already. He said aloud, well, all right, we need to hurry. His Imperial Majesty is waiting. Chu Seong commanded. This way. As they walked, Chu Seong thought to himself. But I was definitely hearing the Bloodblade Master's voice until now. So what is this manly voice? He turned and shouted. Who are you? He demanded. What have you done to the Bloodblade Master? Qian Woon replied coldly. You talk too much. Chu Seong blocked a strike and thought to himself. What? But this staff is made from cold steel. He realized in fear. Tij, this bastard. He's way stronger than me. He noted. He's not even using a skill. He just lightly swung his sword, but it overwhelmed all of my chi. Chu Seong decided, I need to use his strength against him. He launched a counterattack and shouted. Now, Chu Seong thought to himself. Since I managed to deflect the attack, he shouldn't be able to use any. Qian Woon stared at him with a glowing eye. Chu Seong was blasted through a wall and coughed up blood. Impossible, he thought in despair. I even used my chi for that, but he just bounced it off as if it was nothing. He looked at his weapon. Even my staff is broken. He's a monster. Chu Seong realized, the Bloodblade Master losing to him makes sense. He thought to himself, if I don't kill this monster, our great plan will be ruined. He gripped the broken steel. I don't know if the blood reversion divine art is really useful, but I have no other choice. Chu Seong felt a surge of energy and thought. Ah, I can feel the power surging through me. My chi is increasing rapidly. He grinned maniacally. With this power, I can kill everyone here. Qian Woon placed a hand on his head. Chu Seong screamed. Kua! What the? He stated. You all use the same technique. I'm sick of it, he added. Don't hate me too much. You were just unlucky. Chu Seong fell dead to the floor. The scene shifted to the current battle in the hall. General Yin Namgun struggled against an opponent. The eunuch laughed. Is this all you've got? I'm disappointed. Yin Namgun thought to himself. Shit, he gritted his teeth. I don't have enough strength in my arm because of the injury. He reasoned. I need to protect His Imperial Highness no matter what, he thought in despair. But I am once again helpless. I have no right to face His Imperial Highness. The eunuch asked, do you have the time to be getting distracted? He sneered. I will make you regret having underestimated me. Prince Chen cried out. Yo! Yin Namgun was slashed across the chest. Prince Chen screamed. Yin Namgun! The eunuch laughed. You're still moving? I guess I missed your vital point. He stated. It would have been better for you if I didn't. The eunuch shouted. Kukik, you must be pretty upset. But nothing will cha. Yin Namgun spat blood and muttered. All this damn yapping. Take this. Lim Changhua observed the scene and thought. That idiot. Letting your guard down on the battlefield means death. He looked around. What about the Earth Blade Master? He saw the corpse and gasped. Lim Changhua thought in shock. He's been killed too? He decided. That leaves me with no choice. I'll have to use this chaos to my advantage and get rid of Prince Chen first. He launched a hidden weapon at the prince. Hyobong blocked the attack with his flames. Ha, you think that's going to? Lim Changhua thought to himself. Got you. Qian Woon appeared instantly and slammed Lim Changhua's face into the floor. Lim Changhua thought in terror. What's with this sudden surge of true energy? He realized. It's enough to render me paralyzed even though I've reached the evolutionary realm? Qian Woon stood over him with a glowing hand. He commanded coldly. Kneel. Lim Changhua struggled under the pressure. I can't move my body. An eunuch gasped in shock. What is this? Lim Changhua gritted his teeth and thought to himself. I can't lose to something like this. The eunuch cried out. Hall Master, a general asked in confusion. Sir, what is going on? Chung Su observed the scene and spoke. Just watch for now. That man, he's as dangerous as the 5 great martial artists. The general asked in shock. The 5 greats? He questioned. You mean to tell me he's as skilled as you? Chung Su explained. It may not be directed at us, but I can still sense the terrifying true energy from him. He added with awe. I didn't even know that it was possible to control your true energy like that. Chung Su thought to himself. How can this man, who looks barely 20, have this kind of overwhelming power? Lim Changhua groaned in pain. Help me, the eunuch screamed. Sir Lim. Lim Changhua thought to himself. Oh, what? Are we the only ones being suppressed by the true energy? He wondered. I get why the Kongtong sect won't be, but why not the embroidered uniform guards too? He asked himself in suspicion. Could they be working with him? Lim Changhua recalled the earlier fight and thought. Come to think of it, I wasn't able to pay attention to that bald man because I was so focused on Prince Chen. He noted, but he definitely used flame chi. He wondered in disbelief. Has he taken the mythical creature's blood? He decided. I can't understand how he's still alive since he's a man, but I am certain of one thing. Lim Changhua concluded with rage. Prince Chen is working with them. Prince Chen rushed over and asked. Yin Namgun, are you alright? Lim Changhua thought to himself. I don't care if they're a part of the embroidered uniform guard or not anymore, he decided. I need to make it out of here alive no matter what and let the Imperial Palace know. He plotted. Then I will be able to turn the tables. He reasoned. The pressure of this true energy is overwhelming, but it can't completely suppress me. Lim Changhua planned. If I can just use all of my inner energy to resist it, I should be able to jump to a place where the true energy cannot reach me. He braced himself. That should be enough. He unleashed a barrage of needles. Lim Changhua thought to himself. This is a hidden weapon technique holding the essence of the sunflower scripture. He noted. It uses up a lot of inner energy, but its force is worth the inner energy it consumes. He declared confidently in his mind. Even a monster like him shouldn't be able to block this one. Sunflower scripture undulating ultimate weapon. 10,000 undulating needles. The narrator continues. 10,000 undulating needles. A martial arts technique made by Lim Changhua, the head of the Eastern Depot, when he was inspired by the Tang clan's engulfing petal rain. The narrator clarifies. It was combined with the sunflower scripture's undulating techniques, which shakes up the chi, to spread out like waves using waveform power. Yin Namgun shouted, Your Imperial Highness. The general wondered, where did this gust of wind come from? A powerful warrior in brown armor landed nearby. Well, you are, Hyobong thought to himself as he defended. This is much more powerful than before. He worried. I won't be able to hold on for long, Hyobong yelled. No, I can't hold on anymore. Moon Ranyang appeared and blocked the attack. Whoa, Hyobong gasped. Gee, great elder, Moon Ranyang noted. You require so much looking after. She warned him. Don't let your guard down. You're still not used to the flame chi. Hyobong responded. Ah. Understood. Li Hwa Myung spoke as he landed. No, you shouldn't threaten a valuable witness like that. Chung Su thought to himself in shock. He's strong, he reasoned. He must be at least of the supreme peak. No, of the evolutionary realm. He observed the others and thought. And it's not just him. Those two are also, at least of the evolutionary realm. Chung Su wondered. How is it that such expert martial artists are all here? He realized something. Ah, is that what's going on? He decided. Someone who is assisted by such skilled martial artists, I'm certain now. Chung Su concluded. That man is the demonic cult leader. Lim Changhua screamed in disbelief. Impossible, he asked. How can you do this without letting go of the true energy? The system reported. Successfully imbued the needles with the user's energy to take control. Qian Yo Woon smirked. What a ridiculous attack. Lim Changhua stammered. Well, he thought to himself. Does he have 100 people in his head? He wondered. How is it possible to control all those needles while also controlling his true energy? Qian Yo Woon commanded. Nano, give them back to him. The system displayed. Activating self-targeting system on the needles. Target, lock on. Qian Yo Woon spoke calmly. I'll give you back what's yours. The needles reversed direction instantly. Lim Changhua thought to himself. Shit, they're fast. He noted in a panic. All these needles are only coming for me, too. He decided. I have no choice but to block them. He unleashed his own waveform power. Lim Changhua thought. He did it, so I should be able to do it too. He reasoned. He can't have infinite inner energy. He thought. I just need to make him use up his inner energy so that he has no choice but to let go of his true energy. Lim Changhua planned, I will use that moment to escape this place with His Imperial Highness. Qian Yo Woon noted coldly. You just won't give up, huh? Lim Changhua looked at his bloody stump. Ooh, why is my arm? Qian Yo Woon commanded. Kneel. He slammed Lim Changhua into the floor. Lim Changhua panted and asked. How? Just how? He shouted. How can you still have this much inner energy left? Qian Yo Woon replied. You seem upset, he stated firmly, but accept it. You are helpless. Lim Changhua muttered. Shit. This kind of true energy is nothing. He tried to stand, but Qian Yo Woon pressed him down harder. Qian Yo Woon asked, when did I say you can get up? He repeated, I thought I told you to accept that you are helpless. Lim Changhua screamed in pain. He roared in frustration. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. The general observed in shock. I can't believe it, he was so easily defeated. He noted, he's one of the 3 greatest martial artists of the Imperial Palace. Lim Changhua yelled with a bloody face. You, who are you? He screamed. Who are you to dare get in my way? Qian Yo Woon asked. Do you still not get it? He announced. I'm the head of the group you tried to frame. Lim Changhua repeated. Frame. He gasped in sudden realization. What, you're the demonic cult leader? Qian Yo Woon smirked. Correct, he added menacingly. Now that that's clear. I'm sure you can imagine what will happen to you next, right? Lim Changhua screamed in a panic. I am a civil servant of the great Ming Empire. He shouted. Even if you are the demonic cult's lead. Qian Yo Woon grabbed him by the face and slammed him down. Blood sprayed across the floor. An official reacted in shock. Another official cried out in disbelief. I can't believe it, sir. Qian Yo Woon stood over the body and asked. So what? Prince Chen thought to himself. I knew that he would punish him somehow, but in such a manner. He wondered in fear. Does he not care about the non-aggression treaty? Chung Su prayed silently. Dear Primeval Lord of Heaven. Oh, dear Primeval Lord of Heaven. He wondered, how can this be happening? He thought to himself. I knew him to be of the evolutionary realm. For him to be killed so easily, Chung Su noted. There is no doubt that that man is the demonic cult leader. He recalled his history. He wasn't the leader when Yeagle Sohi had gone to the demonic cult as a part of an envoy. He continued his thoughts. It wasn't long after that he became the leader, so the Murum Alliance had considered him to be just a young kid, Chung Su concluded in awe. But he is no kid. He's already a great dragon. He commanded his student, Youngwoon, observe that man closely and draw a portrait of him once we are back at the sect. Youngwoon asked in confusion, huh? Who is he? Chung Su answered, that man is Qian Yo-un, the demonic cult leader. Youngwoon reacted in shock. It's the demonic cult leader? He asked himself. How can he be here? Youngwoon noted, the Murum Alliance will be in an uproar once they find out that they have invaded our territory. Chung Su warned him, don't say anything about it yet. He reasoned, I don't think we'll gain anything by getting on the demonic cult leader's bad side right now. Youngwoon thought to himself, I understand. He wondered, is he scared of the demonic cult leader? Youngwoon thought, the Kongtong Jade Sword and one of the 17 masters of the Orthodox Murum Alliance? I cannot let him get any closer to His Imperial Highness. He struggled to move. But, I can't move, he noted. His force is overwhelming. The eunuchs can't get up despite him having retracted his true energy. Ju Tae-yoon panted heavily. Damn it. He looked at the attacker and yelled. You dare to. Ju Tae-yoon looked at the corpse of Lim Changhua and gasped. Sir Lim. He gagged and vomited from the sight of the carnage. Ju Tae-yoon shouted in a rage. What is this? He screamed. Who are you to get in my way? He complained loudly. I could have had everything if it weren't for you ruining my plans. Ju Tae-yoon roared. I could have been the emperor. I could have gotten rid of that piece of shit Prince Chen. He pointed at Qian Yo-woon and yelled. This is all your fault. He accused him. You're nothing more than a mere rogue of the Zhonghu, yet you dare. Qian Yo-woon interrupted coldly. You talk too much, he stated. That was one way of exaggerating the fact that you tried to sabotage my cult. Ju Tae-yoon stammered. Your Imperial Highness. Your cult, he asked in terror. Then you're a demonic cult member? Qian Yo-woon replied. I'm glad you've realized. Now it's time to pay for your sins. Ju Tae-yoon shouted. I am a prince of the great Ming Empire. He asked arrogantly. How dare an inferior peasant like you? Do you realize what you're doing right now? Qian Yo-woon approached him and said. I haven't even started yet. Qian Yo-woon grabbed his arm and crushed it. Ju Tae-yoon screamed in pure agony. Kua! He gasped for air. Well, you inferior little? How dare you break my arm? My imperial arm, he threatened. I will make sure that you demonic cult members are wiped off the face of Zhangyu. Qian Yo Woon struck him again, cutting off his words. Zhu Taiyun screamed. Kua! The remaining eunuchs yelled in fury. How dare someone like you from the Zhonghu harm His Imperial Highness? They commanded. Put His Imperial Highness down right now. Qian Yo Woon noted calmly. You're wasting your lives. He unleashed a burst of energy and killed the guards instantly. He killed them, he wondered. Does he not care that they're civil servants of the Imperial Palace or that I'm a prince? What kind of insane bastard is he? Qian Yo Woon turned toward the prince and said. We should put an end to this now. Zhu Taiyun pleaded in terror. Wait, he begged. I've made a mistake. How can a mere prince like me break the pact made by the founding emperor? He shouted. Please forgive me. Qian Yo Woon remarked. What a shame. If you continued on with your bullshit, I would have completely gotten rid of one of your arms. Zhu Taiyun reacted in fear. My arm? Qian Yo Woon looked toward the entrance and thought. I can sense qi, he noted, and it's not just a couple of people either. Who are they? He dropped the injured prince and said. That's enough for now. Qian Yo Woon spoke to her. I'll leave his fate to you as promised. Prince Chen wondered to himself. As promised. Do as you wish. Prince Chen approached his brother with a smirk and said. Your Imperial Highness Prince Chen. Zhu Taiyun groaned in pain. Kua. He hissed. Zhu Taigum, you, Prince Chen asked. Are your arms all right? He continued. I'm sure it's very upsetting that your plan was ruined. Will you admit your loss now? Zhu Taiyun thought to himself. The Admiral of the Eastern Depot has died, and I am in this state. He smiled with a bloodied face and asked. Even if there are witnesses, do you really believe that the Emperor will trust you? He sneered. You, the son of a concubine. Zhu Taiyun stated. No. I'm sure the power will go to the third prince instead. Prince Chen called out. Kongtong Jade Sword. Chung Su replied. Yes, Your Imperial Highness. Prince Chen said firmly. You know that I am close to the alliance leader. I don't want the alliance intervening on this matter. Chung Su thought to himself. Despite how the situation is looking, he won't give up on power. He prayed silently. Oh, dear primeval Lord of Heaven. Zhu Taiyun mocked. If everyone else will refuse to say a word about this too, you will not become the emperor. He heard a noise and yelled. Who was that? He screamed. Who dares? Zhu Taiyun reacted in absolute shock. He fell to his knees as a figure entered the hall. Zhu Taiyun shouted. I, the second prince, Zhu Taigum, greet His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Ming Empire. The guards and officials bowed and announced. I greet His Imperial Majesty. The identity text explains. Great Ming Empire Emperor Zhu Taiwan. Prince Chen thought to himself. The Emperor. Qian Yo Woon clenched his fist and thought to himself. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Zhu Taigum thought to himself in terror. If the Emperor is here. He looked at the people following the ruler. They are here too. The identity text labels the newcomers. Western Depot's head Yuk Chung Eun. Great Flourishing Depot's Seo Tae Sik. Embroidered Uniform Guard's head Provincial Commander Baek Jangi. Embroidered Uniform Guard Northern Garrison Commander Young Jo. Qian Yo Woon clenched his bandaged fist and thought to himself. The Emperor, he noted with a sharp gaze. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Zhu Taiyun scrambled toward his father and cried out. Your Imperial Majesty. He collapsed at the Emperor's feet. Please help me, Your Imperial Majesty. He accused desperately. Prince Chen has caused the death of the Eastern Depot's Lim Changhua, and look at the state he has put me in. Prince Chen watched silently and thought. Just as I expected. Emperor Zhu Taiwan stared down with an icy, silent expression. Zhu Taiyun stammered in fear. Your Imperial Majesty. Why do you look at me so coldly, Your Imperial Majesty? He held up his mangled limb and pleaded. Please look at my arm. I've been gravely injured. He begged for attention. Your Imperial Majesty, please, say something. Zhu Taiyun shouted. Please trust me. This is all Prince Chen's doing. Emperor Zhu Taiwan roared in a rage. Shut that mouth of yours. He yelled. You think I wouldn't know that this was all your and the Eastern Depot's doing? Prince Chen observed the scene and thought to himself, what a fool. He may have earned the majority's and the Eastern Depot's support, but all of the authority is still in the hands of the Emperor. He wondered, did he really think that the Emperor wouldn't have found out? The Emperor commanded his attendant, call them. The attendant bowed. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. An official announced loudly. The inspection is over. Zhu Taiyun reacted in shock. Inspection. He looked at the men kneeling nearby and wondered. Why are the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot and the hall masters? The official reported. We of the Great Flourishing Depot hereby end the inspection duty and greet His Imperial Majesty. The group chanted. We greet His Imperial Majesty. The Emperor commanded. Report, the official explained. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. I had begun the inspection in the Eastern Depot half a year ago. He continued. 3 months earlier, I had noticed that the Soul King had been frequenting the Eastern Depot. I could not find out the details since I am not a higher-up, he revealed. However, he tried to mess with the corpses of the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Grave. It is also true that he was working with the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect. Zhu Taiyun stared in silence. The Emperor yelled with fury. You killed all of the warriors of the Imperial Palace Guardians just to try and take over my position? Zhu Taiyun stammered. However, the Emperor interrupted. I said, shut that mouth of yours. He sighed with deep disappointment. I'm disappointed in you. This is all my fault. I should have been stricter with you. The Emperor ordered firmly. Arrest them right now. The official responded. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Commander Baek Jangi commanded his subordinate. Northern Garrison Commander, carry out His Imperial Majesty's orders. Commander Young Jo replied. Yes, sir. An Eastern Depot official shouted in disbelief. The embroidered uniform guards? Baek Jangi smirked. He thought to himself. You sure brought a lot with you. He commanded his men. Arrest the Eastern Depot's eunuchs immediately. The guards shouted. Yes, sir. A guard yelled at his rivals. You bastards! This is our chance to get back at you for all the shame you've brought us. Baek Jangi grabbed Zhu Taiyun and commanded. Stay still, the prince cried out. The Emperor stated. Take him and imprison him as well. Zhu Taiyun screamed. Father, the eunuchs pleaded. Please forgive us, Your Imperial Majesty. Zhu Taiyun struggled against the guards and shouted. Will you bastards? It hurts. Don't touch me, he begged. Father, you cannot do this to me. He pointed at his brother and yelled. That bastard, Zhu Taigum, had done the same thing. Why are you only having me arrested? Prince Chen thought to himself. That piece of shit, he still hasn't given up. Zhu Taiyun continued to scream as he was dragged away. Father, Chung Su observed the ruler and thought. His Imperial Majesty has taken care of the situation right away. He noted. I heard he loved the Soul King the most. I guess that doesn't matter when he had done something wrong. The Emperor walked toward the center of the hall and said. Now that I've taken care of my son. Prince Chen reacted in surprise. What? He noticed the massive reinforcement and thought. He brought all of the eunuchs of the Western Depot and the Great Flourishing Depot with him. He wondered. Is there more to do here? An imperial official shouted. Impudence! He yelled at the silent warriors. His Great Imperial Majesty of the Ming Empire is here, so how is it that you are still standing on your feet? He commanded. Kneel right now. The Emperor asked Prince Chen. Are these the martial artists you have brought in? Prince Chen stammered. Well, Your Majesty. And no, he explained. They merely helped me. The Emperor looked at them and thought. They are definitely not from the Muram Alliance, considering the state of the Soul King's arm. Then they must be. The Emperor thought to himself. I had let things play out since I didn't want to be swayed by my love for my children. But to hurt my own child. I cannot stop the rage boiling within me. He asked. Are you from the demonic cult? Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. He decided. I was going to leave quietly once things were resolved, but I guess I can't. He stepped forward and announced. It's an honor to meet you. I am Qian Yo-un, the head of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. The Emperor stomped his foot and shouted. Impudence! How dare you greet His Imperial Majesty in such a manner? He commanded. You must be quartered right away. Ma Rakiom appeared instantly with his blade drawn. It is you who is being impudent to the head of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He stated firmly. We have a non-aggression treaty as equals. We are not your inferiors. An official thought to himself. That mask and technique. You must be Ma Rakiom. I've heard of you before. You're called the Dark King because you oversee life and death on the battlefield. The official yelled. However, you dare to unsheath your sword in front of His Imperial Majesty and threaten his subordinate? He asked. Do you believe you can make it out of here alive after doing such a thing? The Imperial soldiers surrounded them with massive shields. Ma Rakiom thought to himself. They're very noisy. Is this how the great Ming Empire's soldiers threaten others? A sudden explosion of fire erupted between the two sides. The official gasped in shock. Li Hwa Myong stepped forward and warned. Let me warn you, those who unsheathe swords will be killed first. The official stammered. Flame, King. He wondered in terror. Both the Dark King and the Flame King are here? On top of the demonic cult leader? Yuk Chung-eun whispered to his superior. Sir, I believe she is the first Great Supreme. Seo Tae-sik smiled and noted. Ooh, that's great. He smirked and thought. It's a good thing we're in the Imperial Grave. He reasoned. That woman is a monster who has lived for over 2 centuries. Even a martial artist as skilled as them should be a piece of cake to the first Great Supreme. Hoo-hoo, Baekjangi shouted. Members of the demonic cult. Did you really think you could act out in here? He bragged. Look at the power the Imperial Palace holds. Moon Ranyang unleashed a massive pillar of fire that lit up the entire hall. She declared, if anyone dares to threaten the Demon Lord, I will burn them to ashes, no matter who they may be. The Emperor observed her and thought to himself, Ranyang. He recalled, the last time I saw her was when I inherited this position. But she has not changed at all. Baekjangi shouted, First Great Supreme, do you realize what you are doing right now? Moon Ranyang looked down at him and spoke. Provincial Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guards. I knew you ever since you were a little child. She noted, but you've grown pretty bold, shouting at me in that manner, she asked. Don't you remember when you insulted me only for your newly fitted uniform to become ashes? She stepped closer and asked. Do you not? Baekjangi stammered in shock. What, when did you? He groaned as he was struck by a blast of energy. Q Hyuk! The guards cried out. Provincial Commander. Baekjangi was sent skidding across the floor. He looked at the scorched ground and thought to himself. Impossible. I defended myself with all the chi I could muster up, yet I was pushed back this far. Moon Ranyang smirked and said, It seems you're still a little kid. A guard thought to himself. I don't know what kind of scheme they have, but, he urged his leader. Provincial Commander, you must recover first. Baekjangi stood up and roared. Your duty is to serve His Imperial Majesty, but you dare to protect a demonic cult member? This is treason. He drew a large, ornate blade and announced. I will use this Chunjun bestowed upon me by the former emperor to punish you. Huh? The Chunjun? That's the renowned sword made by a master artisan in the Chu kingdom. I never thought I'd see that sword with my own eyes. Baekjangi asked. First Great Supreme, do you recall the former emperor? He continued. He used to bring the martial artists of the Imperial Palace here to fight you. I always came here with this sword, too. Baekjangi yelled. Like you said, I was nothing more than a child back then. However, I've become strong enough to slay you with this sword. He lunged forward and pleaded. So, please come back to us before I get blood on these hands. Baekjangi thought to himself. She is loyal enough to have spent 200 years down here. Even if they played some trick on her, I'm sure she will return to us. Moon Ranyang observed his movement and thought to herself. This is a familiar technique. She blocked a flurry of strikes. Baekjangi thought to himself. I didn't think she would block this technique in that way. But that move was just a fake. He thrust the sword directly at her. Moon Ranyang caught the blade with her bare hand. Baekjangi thought in horror. She caught it with her bare hands. She's a monster, he shouted desperately. First Great Supreme, do you not recall this technique? He added, the former emperor made this, and you helped us complete it. Recall those moments. Recall your loyalty to the palace. The flames around the sword flickered and died. Baekjangi thought with hope. The flames are gone, he asked. First Great Supreme, do you remember now? The blade suddenly shattered into pieces. Baekjangi screamed in total despair. And my sword. The sword, Moon Ranyang asked. Why is it so easy to break? She stated coldly. Commander, I don't know what you're trying to make me recall. But stop sugarcoating memories and forcing them on me. She declared. I've lived for the divine cult ever since I was born. I only protected the divine cult's treasure here, so what betrayal are you speaking of? Baekjangi hissed through his teeth. You bitch, he roared. You dare? Hyobong shouted in alarm. Great Elder! A calm voice interrupted the chaos. That's enough. A man stopped Baekjangi's fist with just 2 fingers. Baekjangi reacted in shock. Lim Gyua stepped between them and held Moon Ranyang back. He spoke softly. His Imperial Majesty is watching. Why don't you both stop? The identity text explains. Personal guard of the Emperor. Maelstrom Sword Emperor Lim Gyua. Lim Gyua knelt before the ruler and said, I apologize, Your Imperial Majesty. He explained. Although I meant to keep on observing as you ordered, I considered it dangerous to let them continue. The Emperor responded, I was going to tell you to do something anyway. Lim Gyua bowed. Please give me an order whenever you wish so, Your Imperial Majesty. Chung Su thought to himself in shock, he's fast. I didn't even detect him. An official thought to himself. The last wall of defense of the Emperor, his personal guard. Everyone knows of him, but no one knows who he exactly is. Baekjangi asked in disbelief. You're telling me that man is the Emperor's personal guard? He asked his subordinate. Do you know him? The official responded. I have never seen him before, sir. Chung Su thought to himself. He wasn't here until earlier either. He realized. That must mean that he disguised himself to infiltrate this place. The official thought. What a strange day. The 2 hardest people to come across are both here. Moon Ranyang observed Qian Yo Woon and thought to herself. He's doing well. I couldn't even detect his presence, unlike in the past. The Emperor asked Qian Yo Woon. Did you say that you're the demonic cult leader? Qian Yo Woon answered firmly. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. The Emperor stated. I am grateful that you helped my second son. I won't ask why you helped him. He looked at Moon Ranyang and said. First Great Supreme, I was the only one who knew that you were a member of the demonic cult. He looked at the broken-hearted commander and added. The provincial commander couldn't have known, so please forgive him. The surrounding soldiers whispered. How can this be? The Imperial Tomb's treasure was the demonic cult's. The Emperor spoke sternly. However, this is the Imperial Palace. The non-aggression treaty does not give you the right to invade this place and cause all of this ruckus. Qian Yo Woon bowed slightly and said, I apologize if you were not pleased by this. But I would like to undo the misunderstanding, the Emperor interrupted. No, there's no need. He continued, I don't know much about the Zhonghu, but I did hear that you resolve conflict through a fair fight. He asked coldly, survival of the fittest, was it? The Emperor stated, regardless of the reason, you invaded the Imperial Palace and harmed not only my subordinates but also my son. He declared, that's enough to consider the non-aggression treaty broken. Qian Yo Woon and Prince Chen watched in silence. The Emperor added, you have committed quite a few rude acts against me and the Ming Empire. But I respect the Zhonghu's laws. He commanded his guard. Get up. Lim Gyua responded. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. The Emperor announced to Qian Yo Woon. This man is my personal guard. If you can beat him in a fight, I will think of this incident as having never happened. Lim Gyua stood and smiled. He bowed politely and said, Nice to meet you, he announced. I am His Imperial Majesty's personal guard, Lim Gyua. It's an honor to be able to fight you, demonic cult leader. The Emperor stated firmly, I heard you couldn't defeat my guard. I'll revise the non-aggression treaty. Qian Yo Woon stared at him in silence. The Emperor looked toward Chung Su and asked, the Orthodox Murum Alliance has sworn their loyalty to me and the Daemyong Empire regardless of the non-aggression treaty. Isn't that so, Sage Chung Su? Chung Su thought to himself nervously, of all the questions to ask, he asked such a sensitive question while the demonic cult leader is here, he reasoned. If it weren't for the demonic cult members, I would have played along and given the Emperor the answer he wanted, Chung Su worried. But if I acknowledge that now, I'll be publicly declaring that the Orthodox Murum Alliance is subservient to the government. Qian Yo Woon interrupted. So, he asked, if I can't defeat your guard, instead of maintaining the non-aggression treaty with the heavenly demon divine cult, you want us to serve the Daemyong Empire? Chung Su thought to himself in confusion. Why did he suddenly interrupt our conversation? He wondered. If he had kept quiet, he could have put the Orthodox Murum Alliance in a tough spot. Chung Su asked himself, could it be because of the alliance we have with him? He noted, while we did form an alliance with him, we'll eventually return to being hostile toward each other. I can't believe he's helping us when this benefits the demonic cult in no way. Chung Su thought in awe. I thought it was just his martial prowess that made him powerful, but it looks like he's also generous and magnanimous like a hero ought to be. He concluded, incredible, this is the current demonic cult leader. The Emperor thought to himself. He noted, I thought he'd be incapable of dealing with diplomatic matters, but he was able to figure out where this was going. Not bad, the Emperor spoke to the group. Your cult has greatly contributed to founding this empire. He continued, by the goodwill of the founding emperor, he formed a non-aggression treaty and acknowledged that all of you are free. The Emperor yelled. However, people always mistake goodwill for rights. He demanded, now that you've made a mess of the Imperial Palace because of the non-aggression treaty between the Zhonghu and the government, don't you think you should pay the price for that? Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. He's beating around the bush to try and build justification, he realized. But in conclusion, he wants us to swear fealty to the Daemyong Empire if we lose to that guard. Ma Rakiom thought to himself. To think he'd use such a situation to break the non-aggression treaty between the Zhonghu and the government. He noted, he's got really good acumen. Moon Ranyang thought to herself urgently. You said you're the head guardian, right? You need to do something to stop this ridiculous proposal right now. Ma Rakiom thought, the Emperor is making this bet because he's confident that he'll win. Moon Ranyang wondered, he's confident that he'll win? Ma Rakiom explained, I was in the Imperial Tomb, so you didn't know, he continued. However, there was a point in time when everyone in the Zhonghu knew of the Maelstrom Sword Emperor, Lim Gyua. Moon Ranyang reacted in shock. The Maelstrom Sword Emperor, Lim Gyua. Ma Rakiom thought to himself. I've heard of him from my ancestors when I was young. He recalled, the Maelstrom Sword Emperor, Lim Gyua, was once called the Emperor of Swords. He noted, he appeared in the Zhonghu like a comet and became famous because of his unique swordsmanship. He was an absolute martial master. Ma Rakiom continued his thoughts. He was only 20 years old when he entered the Zhonghu, but he managed to defeat the tyrant Sword King, one of the 5 strongest martial masters and the strongest swordsman. He added, because of that, people thought he might even become the strongest martial master eventually. I heard he was only active in the Jianghu for a year, and then he disappeared. Ma Rakiom worried. But that was 90 years ago, he reasoned. Even if he underwent body transformation and is really skilled, he should be old by now. This doesn't make any sense. The emperor asked. What will you do now, demonic cult leader? He challenged. Now that all the eyes are on us, you have no choice but to accept my proposal. Qian Yo Woon moved in a blur of motion. Oh! UGHH. The guards shouted in alarm. Your Majesty, they asked. Your Majesty, are you all right? The emperor thought in shock. What the hell is he doing? Qian Yo Woon adjusted his sleeves and said, this place is a little small, so I pushed everyone back. He added with a smile. This is for your safety, Your Majesty, so I hope you'll be magnanimous and understand. Lim Yue responded calmly. That was really thoughtful of you. He stated, but I'll be the one to protect His Majesty's safety. He warned, you just need to focus solely on our fight. The 2 warriors clashed with intense speed. Lim Yue thought to himself. The swift clone technique? The ground exploded beneath their feet as they fought. A guard thought to himself in awe. Is this really a fight between 2 humans? Moon Ranyang thought, the demonic cult leader is amazing. To think he's able to give Lim Yue such a hard time. Hyobong thought to himself, he truly is. Moon Ranyang gasped. Huh. Lim Yue's energy flared, and he transformed into a scaled warrior. He breathed heavily and said, ah. Lim Yue grinned. This is beyond what I expected. He shouted with excitement. I've waited for someone like you to appear for a long time. He declared, I'm really happy to have finally met my match. Qian Yo Woon observed his opponent. You consumed the blood of the Kirin, huh? He decided firmly. In that case, I'll have to use everything I have, too. Lim Yue laughed. Oh, you still have something up your sleeve? He sneered. That's fine, I hope you'll entertain me. Qian Yo Woon unleashed a terrifying wave of dark energy. Lim Yue reacted in horror. What the hell is this? He realized. It's on a completely different level from just now. Qian Yo Woon smirked menacingly. You said you've met your match? He said coldly. I'm curious to see how long you'll last. A guard asked in terror. What's with that appearance? Qian Yo Woon raised his hand, and dark energy swirled around his fingers. Lim Yue stared in shock as the pressure increased. Qian Yo Woon swung his arm, sending a wave of destruction forward. What is this? It's so powerful, but it's just a sword aura. Lim Yue wondered. What kind of trick is this? He asked. Do you think a mere sword aura can affect me? He shouted his technique. Defense. Lim Yue spun his blade to create a rotating shield of energy. A guard noted in awe. The essence of the wave swordsmanship, the sword barrier. Another guard explained. The subtlety of merging and reflecting all force. That sword barrier is capable of deflecting all the power that hits it. Lim Yue's eyes widened as the dark energy pierced his barrier. He whispered. What is this? A guard observed in disbelief. Even if it's such a strong energy, the attack should have been dispersed by the rotational force of the sword barrier. Lim Yue realized the truth. Could it be? He cried out in pain as the energy struck him. He thought to himself in horror. Formless sword. Lim Yue fell to the ground, defeated. The emperor stared at the scene, speechless. Qian Yo Woon spoke calmly. Your Majesty's words were correct. He quoted the ruler. If benevolence continues, it tends to be mistaken as a right. Moon Ranyang gasped. Oh, my goodness. She thought to herself. Given that Lim Yue has lived for so many years, even for the cult leader. I thought it would be dangerous to subdue him so easily. During that time, his martial prowess has unbelievably increased. Chung Su looked at Qian Yo Woon and thought to himself. Good heavens, this is incredible, he recalled. I felt a similar thrill when I first faced the leader of the Muram Alliance when I saw the Secret Guardian. To cut him down as if he were a mere third-rate warrior, Chung Su thought. If Bindu's thoughts are not mistaken, that's definitely formless sword. He muttered. Divine Master. Youngwoon reacted in shock. Divine Master? An official gasped. Impossible. Such a realm actually existed? The Emperor looked down and thought to himself. What have I done? He realized with regret. In trying to benefit through justifications, I've lost the secret guardian I inherited from my predecessors. Qian Yo Woon walked toward the Emperor and asked. Are you afraid of me? The Emperor thought to himself. Oh no. He felt a wave of shame. The Emperor of the Great Ming Empire, ruling over the Central Plains, retreating in fear from the mere leader of the demon cult. The Emperor shouted. How dare you? Step away from me at once. Qian Yo Woon said coldly. It seems you're mistaken, the emperor repeated. Mistaken? He asked. Are you attempting to insult me? Qian Yo Woon walked closer and muttered. Insult you? The emperor reacted with confusion. Baek Jangi yelled. Well, you insolent fool, he commanded. Release his majesty at once. Ma Rakiom intercepted him and spoke. You're being extremely disrespectful to the Lord. He asked. Do you want your head to fall to the ground like what happened to the secret guardian? Seo Taesik shouted in a rage. How dare you speak to his majesty that way? Moon Ranyung blocked his path and warned. If you wish to live, refrain from foolish actions, Admiral Seo. Seo Taesik hissed. You truly. Qian Yo Woon stared directly into the emperor's eyes. He declared firmly. The term, insult, is something you can only say when his majesty stands above me. The officials yelled in a panic. What are you all doing? You bastards! Protect his imperial majesty right now. Seo Taesik shouted. TCH, there are only 5 of them. Do you intend on just watching his imperial majesty be insulted? The soldiers responded. Why yes, sir. One yelled. You demonic cult bastard, put down his imperial majesty this instant. Qian Yo Woon noted calmly. Too much yelling. He released a burst of true energy that slammed everyone to the floor. The soldiers groaned in pain. They stammered in shock. Oh, what? One soldier wondered. With just his true energy, too. He's a monster, not a human. Another cried out. What, your imperial majesty? The emperor thought to himself in awe. How can a mere human be capable of such feats? Qian Yo Woon spoke. Finally, some peace and quiet. Then shall we continue our conversation? He noted. The non-aggression treaty was to protect the founding emperor. Qian Yo Woon asked. Do you understand who was mistaken now? The emperor thought to himself in fear. I have no choice but to acknowledge that he's right. A monster like him could kill me at any moment. He stated aloud. However, I cannot lose like this, the emperor asked. You think you can deal with the consequences of your actions? He added. I am sure not all the people of your cult are as skilled as you are. Qian Yo Woon asked menacingly. Do you really want to act like that with your life in my hands right now? The emperor shouted. Do not underestimate me, he warned. You should be well aware what the consequences of killing me would be. He declared. You cannot threaten me with my own life. Qian Yo Woon swung his arm, cutting through the air. The soldiers screamed. What, your imperial majesty? Prince Chen shouted. Father! Blood dripped from the air. The emperor panted in terror. Qian Yo Woon remarked. Where a rotten tooth has fallen, a new one shall grow. The same goes for your position as the emperor. The emperor thought in shock. Are you saying? Prince Chen stared and asked. Prince Chen? He thought to himself in a panic. Oh, what is he saying right now? He's making it look like I was planning a coup d'etat. Sage Chung Su thought to himself. Has his imperial majesty really held hands with the demonic cult? He reasoned. Then the Murim alliance that has been supporting the Soul King all this time. If his imperial majesty is killed right now and Prince Chen becomes the emperor, the situation will be very terrible. Chung Su thought. The problem is that we do not have the power to stop that man. He realized. Even if all 17 masters were to work together, I don't think we could win against him. Chung Su prayed. I never thought I'd feel so powerless. Dear primeval Lord of Heaven. Oh dear primeval Lord of Heaven. The emperor thought to himself. So this is a true expert martial artist. He recalled. I see why the founding emperor told us to never break the non-aggression treaty, he noted. But something is off. The emperor thought. This man could have killed me in secret and placed Prince Chen in my position. He reasoned. He must know that if he were to kill me right now, there would be a war, he wondered. Then is there something he wants from me? The emperor spoke up. Demonic cult leader, what are you trying to do? Prince Chen pleaded. See cult leader Chun. Please, stop, he reminded him. I know that you are displeased by everything that has happened. However, the promise you made, wasn't it to stop the scheme of the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect? The emperor thought to himself. The Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect. He wondered. Isn't that the name of the new organization that wanted to be a part of the non-aggression treaty? Qian Yo Woon stated. I've kept my promise. Prince Chen shouted. But you shouldn't harm his imperial majesty. The emperor thought to himself. It was the same when the Ming Empire was just established. Our cult lent the founding emperor a hand, but in the end, he just tried to subjugate us. Qian Yo Woon noted. As you said, too much goodwill leads to entitlement. We intend on taking that advice to heart. He declared. I have no reason to be nice to you. Prince Chen begged. Stop. This is because his imperial majesty does not know the truth. Qian Yo Woon responded. I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood to explain the truth right now. He warned. If you won't move out of the way, I will force you to. Prince Chen shouted firmly. I cannot. If you intend to kill His Imperial Majesty, then kill me as well. Qian Yo Woon noted. You're stubborn. He struck Prince Chen's legs. Prince Chen screamed in agony. Kua! The Emperor thought to himself in shock. Oh, what are you doing? I thought you wanted to make him the Emperor? He reasoned. He can still be the Emperor as long as he's alive. The Emperor thought, I cannot predict what he will do next at all. He's definitely different from an orthodox martial artist, so this is what the demonic cult is like. Prince Chen panted. Please, cult leader Chun. He begged. Let go of your anger and spare His Imperial Majesty. Qian Yo Woon raised his hand and noted. It seems like 2 legs weren't enough. Prince Chen screamed. See cult leader Chun, stop. Qian Yo Woon commanded. Do not order me around. He struck again. Prince Chen cried out. Aagh. The Emperor shouted in desperation. I lose. I will do whatever you want, so, he pleaded. Please, have mercy on me and Prince Chen. No, my son. An official muttered. Kook. Another official wondered. What, Your Imperial Majesty? How did this? Qian Yo Woon smirked. All right, he announced. I'll tell you my conditions 2 days later at the Jinan Palace. He added, prepare the Imperial Seal for the officiation, too. The Emperor thought to himself. The Imperial Seal. So, he does want something from me. He wondered. Does he want to negotiate something? Qian Yo Woon said, it's a shame that your personal guard died. It was quite the amusing duel. He decided. Let's go. Moon Ranyang responded. Yes, sir. The Emperor thought to himself. Tish the demonic cult leader. I must not provoke that man. He commanded his men. Oh, what are you all doing? Take my son to the physician right away. The scene shifted to the next day at the Sea of Stars Palace. General Namgun announced. Your Imperial Highness. It's Yin Namgun, the Southern Military General. He asked. Your Imperial Highness, are your legs all right? Prince Chen sat in bed with bandages and asked. What do you think? He grumbled. I've never felt this much pain before. I won't be able to walk for a month. How merciless of him. He recalled Qian Yo Woon saying, you're stubborn. This will hurt a bit. General Namgun said, it's a good thing that your tendon and ligaments are fine. Yeah, the physician said that I'll be sturdier once the bones are back together. He added, I don't know if I should be grateful or what, Prince Chen admitted. Well, I did benefit a lot thanks to him, he noted. He worried about me the entire time I was treated. A physician spoke in a flashback. I shall put the bone back in its place, Your Imperial Highness. Prince Chen thought, he called me his son for the first time too. I earned his trust, so I did gain a lot in the end. He sighed. Anyway, I'll be bedridden until the Nano festival. It's a good thing that it's only for a month. General Namgun said, I was worried you'd never be able to walk again. And, I was worried about what the demonic cult leader might have done. He continued, the appearance of His Imperial Majesty was unexpected. I feel bad for the Northern Military General, but it was a plan that was hurriedly prepared, so I couldn't do anything, Prince Chen grumbled. Couldn't he have been nicer about it? I like everything about him, but he can be a bit obtuse sometimes. He asked, am I not right, Southern Military General? General Namgun stammered in shock. Huh? What is it? You look really pale right now. What, Your Imperial Highness? Next to you. Qian Yo Woon appeared behind the bed and asked, next to me? He smiled menacingly. I thought I was being considerate, but is that how you see it, Prince Chen? Prince Chen laughed nervously. Ah ha ha ha. See cult leader Qian, when did you get here? He scrambled up in his bed and added. This is an Imperial family member's bedroom. At least announce yourself before showing up. Qian Yo Woon replied, just now. Prince Chen explained, I meant that it would have been perfect if you had put less strength into your attack. Qian Yo Woon asked. Yes, I get it. Did you talk to His Imperial Majesty like I told you? Prince Chen responded. Oh, of course. Prince Chen thought to himself. The reason I thought this man was a real monster was because while he was overpowering both the eunuchs and His Imperial Majesty, he changed his plan and told me through distant whispering technique what I should tell His Imperial Majesty. He wondered, how could he do all of that at once? Prince Chen stated, I told His Imperial Majesty that the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect is an evil organization trying to use the Soul King as their marionette. He continued, and that you saved the Imperial family from them. I'm sure His Imperial Majesty will understand you once some time has passed. Qian Yo Woon noted, well, I don't really need him to understand me. I've already achieved my goal. Prince Chen asked, may I ask you a question? Qian Yo Woon replied, go ahead. Prince Chen asked, can you tell me what it is you're going to request from His Imperial Majesty? He added, you said you've achieved your goal, so what more could you need? Qian Yo Woon smiled. Well, rather than a request, I'm going to suggest an offer he will never be able to reject. The narrator explained, The promised day at the Jinan Palace. Qian Yo-woon stated, "That's it. If you wish to turn it down, then you just need to continue with the non-aggression treaty as usual." The emperor thought to himself, "I know that he could just force me to do what he wishes, but he's giving me the option to decline?" The emperor pressed the imperial seal onto the document. Qian Yo-woon smirked. The narrator explained, 10 days after the incident in the imperial tomb, Henan province, base of the Muram alliance. The masters gathered in the meeting room. A master asked in shock, "What? What do you mean?" Another master asked, "The demonic cult leader? How could he be at the imperial palace?" Chung Su replied, "I don't know the details, but it seemed like Prince Chen has something to do with it." A master laughed. "Haha." Sa Tae spoke. "Amitabha, how was the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect able to use the Soul King to invade the imperial palace?" Great Master Gak Yin noted, "That would mean that the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect has a wide influence." He warned, "They could put the Jianghu into great chaos." Peng Chungwon added, "It's not just that. The Muram alliance's status will be in danger, too." He muttered, "I don't know if I should be grateful to the demonic cult leader when considering that or not." Peng Guyu stated, "You've always been so optimistic about the demonic cult leader after your visit to the demonic cult." He added, "You're as hostile as ever. It's respectable how you're trying to fulfill your duties as a martial artist." Peng Chungwon shouted, "What? You? Are you being sarcastic right now?" Chung Su slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Kook, the report is not over yet." He added, "Seems like you have not gotten to the point." Alliance head Li Mok commanded, "Everyone, please quiet down." He turned to the master and said, "Please finish what you were saying, Chung Su." The narrator explained. Once everyone quieted down, Chung Su continued what he was saying. The narrator noted, "Everyone was surprised to hear that the emperor's personal guard, Lim Gyuwa, was one of the 5 great martial artists 9 decades ago, as well as the Maelstrom Sword Emperor." The narrator continued, "However, they were even more shocked to hear what came out of Chung Su's mouth next." Chung Su announced, "The demonic cult leader killed the Maelstrom Sword Emperor." He added, "It was a very one-sided fight, too." He was mocking him. A master asked in shock, "What? How is that possible?" He questioned, "You're telling me one of the 5 great martial artists lost to some weakling demonic cult leader?" Another master argued, "Isn't the Maelstrom Sword Emperor at least at the mystic realm? That means he's on par with the Muram Alliance head." A master prayed, "Dear primeval Lord of Heaven, oh dear primeval Lord of Heaven." He noted, "The demonic cult leader Qian was definitely not someone who could have won against one of the 5 great martial artists." He asked, "Are you sure you weren't seeing things?" Chung Su replied firmly, "I'm certain. I've witnessed countless members of the demonic cult until now, but he's different." A master asked, "What do you mean? He is the leader, so it makes sense that he's diff." Chung Su interrupted, "I'm not talking about just his martial arts." He explained, "You'd know if you'd seen him. He's transcended humanity." He declared, "Perhaps, demon god. Yes, I think that's a fitting name for him." The masters murmured, "Amitabha, demon god." A master said, "It seems as though you're rather confused because of all the chaos you've gone through." He suggested, "Why don't you drink some tea?" Chung Su yelled, "Why won't you take me seriously?" He revealed, "The demonic cult leader pierced through the personal guard's absolute barrier with the formless sword." He added, "He was even able to take down more than 300 expert martial artists with just his true energy." Li Mok commanded, "Wait," he asked, "did you just say, formless sword?" He questioned, "Do you realize what that implies?" Chung Su answered, "Yes," he stated, "he's a martial artist at the life and death realm." The masters reacted in shock. They whispered, the life and death realm." Li Mok laughed quietly, "Haha." A master asked, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Another said, "I thought that was just in the stories." A third master noted, "Didn't you say that you saw him recently?" He argued, "I can't believe it. There's no way he could have improved so much in such a little amount of time." Chung Su sighed. "Ha, so you won't believe me." Li Mok thought to himself, "I can't believe it, but if he's right, then the power balance of the entire Jianghu is in danger." A messenger rushed in and shouted, "A alliance head, it's from the supervisor." He panted, "We've received an urgent message from the branch in Kaifeng." The messenger revealed, "The imperial palace has announced that." The masters listened in silence. The messenger announced, "They will be changing the national religion of the Ming Empire to the heavenly demon divine cult." Li Mok gasped in shock. "Oh, what?" The scene shifted to the Jinan Palace. An official pleaded, "Your Imperial Majesty, please reconsider." Another official begged, "Please take back the decision, Your Imperial Majesty." He added, "There are plenty of other great religions. Why did it have to be the demonic cult?" A third official shouted, Your Imperial Majesty, the demonic cult people would never align their minds with ours. He yelled, especially that leader of theirs, Qian Yuan. The Emperor slammed his fist on the throne and spoke coldly. I told you, to never mention what happened in the Imperial tomb, the official gasped. Oh, he bowed his head to the floor and cried out. Well, Your Imperial Majesty, I have committed a grave sin. The Emperor commanded, enough. The official panted. Thank you for your mercy, Your Imperial Majesty. The Emperor asked, let me ask you this. What do you think of your enemy's enemies? The official responded, I apologize for speaking up, but I believe that the enemy of our enemy is our ally. The Emperor stated, yes, that is what the cult leader Qian said to me. The narrator explained. In a flashback, Qian Yuan spoke to the Emperor. Qian Yuan asked, let me ask you a question. What would you do about your enemy's enemies? The Emperor explained. However, there is a difference between his question and mine. He noted, the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect is an enemy we must eliminate. He asked me what I would do about them, he continued. However, Your Imperial Majesty, by that logic, the Muram Alliance is also the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect's enemy. He added, in addition, the Muram Alliance is friendly toward us. And what have they done? The Emperor sat on his throne and observed the officials. He stated, one of those 17 masters just watched on as I was put to shame. He noted, while my subordinates, who were weaker than him, tried to sacrifice their lives to do something for my sake. The official stammered, that's, the Emperor said firmly, the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect. They are a terrifying enemy. He noted, they are after the great Ming Empire and I. He clenched the arm of his throne and shouted. If the Muram Alliance won't help despite the connection we have, then what reason is there not to change the Empire's religion? The servant thought to himself, this is bad. I've overlooked His Imperial Majesty's temper. He reflected, he's someone who's always chosen whatever would benefit him when it came to politics. He worried. But even so, those people are outlaws, the Emperor thought to himself. I was going to take my hands off of the Zhonghu completely with this incident. He reasoned, but there's no way they would easily give up when they even planted a spy in the Imperial Palace, he thought. Qian Yuan, his martial power is beyond my imagination. He added, his intelligence doesn't fall behind either. The narrator explained, he was smart enough to completely destroy the schemes of his enemy. The narrator noted, to take control of a force by using another. The Emperor shouted, listen, the reason I have chosen the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult as our national religion is to take down the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect. He commanded, if you cannot come up with a better plan than this, I will not be taking back my decision. The servant thought to himself, it seems like we won't be able to persuade him today. He realized, however, he has given us an opportunity. He decided, we just need to come up with a better solution. The narrator stated, Henan Province Orthodox Muram Alliance Headquarters. The narrator explained, because of the announcement that the Emperor will be changing the official religion, the 17 masters held the meeting for 3 days. The narrator continued, for them, who had intended to ally with the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult to try and take down the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect, this was something they had never expected to happen. The narrator noted, another point of discussion was the martial power of Qian Yuan. The narrator detailed, the expert martial artists who were said to have been capable of formless sword were all in their very old ages, so it was hard to believe that someone as young as Qian Yuan was able to achieve such a high realm of martial arts. The narrator observed, amidst the confusion, a guest from the Imperial Palace came to them. The monk asked, Amitabha, is that true? The spy replied, it is. I was told, he added, that the Emperor would be willing to take back his decision if a better solution suggested. The narrator identified him, Imperial Palace Great Flourishing Depot Spy Miju. The Alliance head thought to himself. He wondered, despite the shameful situation the Emperor was in, Chung Su wasn't doing anything but watching. A master remarked, it makes sense that the Emperor would be disappointed in us. Another master muttered, TCH, I guess the Kongtong sect isn't as powerful anymore either. Chung Su thought to himself. Dear Primeval Lord of Heaven, oh dear Primeval Lord of Heaven. Despite all my efforts to warn them about the power of cult leader Qian, if they refuse to believe me, there is nothing more that I can do, he spoke aloud. It's a shame that we are in this situation, he announced. I will excuse myself to take responsibility. Master Peng asked, HMPH, don't you feel any guilt? He accused. I offered so many times to help in order to prevent something like this from happening. You ruin everything, and now you just want to run away? Chung Su remained silent. Master Peng asked, huh? Are you angry? He added, there's no excuse in the world that could absolve you of blame. Chung Su responded. You're right, I don't have an excuse. He admitted. I do admit that this all happened because of my powerlessness, Master Peng shouted. But even if you were there, nothing would have changed. I swear on my arm. Chung Su reacted in shock. What? Are you serious? A master warned. A man's word is his bond. You shouldn't step in, Master Peng yelled. HMPH. Alright, then. I'll show you what I'm capable of. He commanded. Alliance head, send me to the Imperial Palace. I will meet His Imperial Majesty and change his mind myself. I will fix this situation. The Alliance head thought to himself. This is good. It didn't seem like anyone wanted to step up to try and solve this issue. He asked, Are you sure? Master Peng thought to himself. I didn't have an opportunity to prove myself worthy of this position because I had just inherited it from my father. This is my chance, he answered. Leave it to me. Yin Buso spoke. Alliance head, send me with him. The Alliance head gasped. Buso, the narrator explained. The Muram Alliance head had taken in 3 orphans as his children. Kong So-ah, Mo Yuju, and Yin Buso. All 3 were extremely talented when it came to martial arts, but Yin Buso was so talented that 7 of the 17 masters had co-raised him. The Alliance head thought to himself. Is it because of the demonic cult leader that he's interested in this mission? He reflected. Now that I think about it, I was compared to the former demonic cult leader all the time too. A rival is a great way to grow stronger. He decided. It might be dangerous, but this is a great chance for him to gain experience. He said, Do as you wish. Yin Buso replied. Thank you, Master Peng exclaimed. Oh, what an honor that you'll be coming with me. Yin Buso said, Although I'm not good enough yet, I wish to help you. Master Peng joked. With you coming along, Master Chung Su better worry about his arm. Chung Su remained silent. Master Peng thought to himself. Kukukik, the genius who has managed to become so powerful in just 3 months is coming with me. This is going to be really easy. Chung Su thought to himself. When considering temper, Peng Muwo would have been a better fit to be a master. It was you who ignored my warnings, Master Peng. He continued. The demonic cult leader does not show mercy. He probably won't die for the sake of the Alliance, but I am curious to see what expression you will have on your face upon your return. The narrator stated. 3 days later. Dragon Palace South Gate, the guard noted. They're from the Muram Alliance. The spy ordered. Get entry passes made. Quickly. The gate guard responded. Yes, sir. The spy said. I apologize, master. You will have to wait here for a bit. Yin Buso replied. All right, that's no problem. Master Peng remarked. Anyway, I hope you won't have to intervene. The monk thought to himself. Had the great master Gak Yin been here, he could have suggested Buddhism as the alternative. Well, I must do the best I can. Amitabha. Master Peng spoke. He has his own work to do. Let us talk after meeting with His Imperial Majesty first. He added. He has yet to close down the temples, so it might not be too hard to persuade him. He asked Yin Buso. As for you, what do you do? He continued. It must be really disappointing that the demonic cult leader isn't here. Yin Buso laughed. Haha. It sure is. He thought to himself. I guess it was not meant to be. I wanted to see how strong he'd be because so he complimented him so much. He looked at the corpses and thought. Since the Emperor's personal guard's body has yet to be burned, I could check the injuries, he wondered. It was only a few months ago that I heard he was at the evolutionary realm, but he's improved enough to use the formless sword already. He decided. Either way, what I'm certain of is that he's gotten stronger. How interesting. I guess the heavens do not want the orthodox Muram and I to prosper. The narrator explained. Yin Buso had fought countless expert martial artists after entering the Zhonghu, but he could not hide his disappointment. This was because no one his age was good enough to be his rival. The narrator added. Currently, there are only a few amongst the 17 masters who can win against him in a duel. That is when he realized that he was a genius. Yin Buso thought to himself. If he really is my true rival, I'm sure the heavens will guide us together one day. Even if he tries to avoid me. A messenger yelled. Yes, sir. There's a problem. The spy asked. Did you bring the entry passes? The messenger reported. Here it is. It, however, the spy said. Calm down. The messenger shouted. With the coming of the disciples of the demonic cult this morning, the shutdown of the temples has been pushed ahead. Master Peng yelled. What? There is no time. We must meet His Imperial Majesty right away. The monk cried out. Amitabha, this is bad. I shall try to stop them from shutting down the law hall. Master Peng commanded. Let's go, Patriarch Peng, Sir Yin. Yin Buso thought to himself. Then is the demonic cult leader also back? The narrator stated. Temple located southeast of the Dragon Palace. Main Temple 3 Purities Hall. A monk shouted. You evil demonic cult members. This is the sacred Taoist temple. Get away from here. Another yelled. Stop this. The cultist asked. Evil, we are building our own temple as ordered. You people are in the wrong here. The monk asked. Do you really think you can do as you wish if the emissaries of the Murum Alliance were here? He screamed. You evil bastards. The cultists sighed. Ha! They're making things annoying, the monk gasped. Huke! Oh, what kind of evil art is this? You demons, the cultist warned. I'm going to burn whoever will try to stop us. Get away from here while I'm being nice. He noticed someone. The old monk arrived and said, Amitabha, I'm glad we were not late. He stated, I know that we are allies, but there is still a line one must not cross. The cult member thought to himself, who are you? A line one must not cross. We're allies? What? This man feels different, he observed. He doesn't seem older than 20, but his aura is. He must be at the evolutionary realm. He questioned, is that man the demonic cult leader? He reflected, it makes sense that Chung Su mistook him for being at the life and death realm. However, he definitely is not. The monk announced, Amitabha, I am the head of the Hengshan sect. Please get out of here with your cult members. The cultist asked, what are you talking about? The monk yelled, TCH, what is with this sly action of yours? He shouted, this is the Orthodox Alliance's territory. Do not break the rules of the Alliance. The cultist thought to himself, since when was the Imperial Palace the Orthodox Alliance's territory? The monk said, Amitabha. I should be able to defeat him. I warned you, the monk thought to himself. You brought this upon yourself, demonic cult leader. Do not regret this, the monk gasped in surprise. The monk yelled, who are you? He realized in shock. Qian Yo unnoted. You attacked first. The monk groaned. Kook, he thought to himself. I can't use my reflective enhanced energy. His chi is incredible. Hyobong looked on. The cultists shouted, I greet the demon lord. For the demonic way, the monk asked in shock. Oh, what? Yes, sir, he wondered. This man is the demonic cult leader? The other monk thought to himself. Oh, what? That man's only grabbing her, but she's unable to move at all. He panicked. Master is going to be killed at this rate. He commanded, use the serial sword harmony when I signal you. The disciple replied, okay. The monk yelled. Now, the monks shouted, let go of our master. You evil demonic cult bastard. One of the monks groaned. Kook. How rude, he added. That's not how you should speak to the demon lord. The monk groaned. Kook, he thought to himself. This much force from just one attack. He's incredibly skilled. Wang Heulu. Hyobong laughed. Been a while, Hyobong. He said with a smirk. You sure were busy following the demon lord around. Oh, what? I was happy because I was the only one in the Six Swords troop who had reached the evolutionary realm, he reflected. But looking at Hyobong's aura, he must be at a higher level than me. He worried. If he really is higher in the martial realm, like his aura shows, he might take first place in the Six Swords troop, the monk yelled. You brought this upon yourself. He shouted. Ha! He announced his technique. Indirect strike. The monk thought in disbelief. I can't believe it. He managed to deflect my indirect strike, which I've mastered. He realized. Chung Su was right. Qian Yuan noted. Quite the determined monk. The monk screamed. Demonic cult leader. I'm a monk of the Murum Alliance. Let us talk this out. He cried out in pain. Aagh. He groaned. Kook. Qian Yuan smiled. Since we're allies, I'll stop at your arm. The monks looked on in horror. One of them thought. She was so easily defeated despite being called the Sword Empress by many. Qian Yuan ordered. Tie them all down. You may kill them if they resist. The followers responded. Yes, sir, the narrator stated. Jinan Palace main building. Yin Namgun thought to himself. I can't move, he reflected. This is shocking. I thought of it as a possibility, but for him to have reached the evolutionary realm already at such a young age. He added, perhaps I am witnessing the creation of the strongest martial artist in the world. The guard stated, that's enough. Yin Namgun asked, did you see that, Your Imperial Majesty? He stated, that is the martial prowess of the man who will become one of the 5 great martial artists of Zhongyuan. The emperor wondered, oh, the 5 great? Yin Namgun thought to himself. I need to make sure the emperor knows that it's the Murum Alliance that protects the Imperial Palace, not the demonic cult. Yin Namgun reacted in surprise. He gasped, well, Your Imperial Majesty, these people, the emperor wondered. Could it be? Yin Namgun stated, 300. That is the number of people the demonic cult leader forced to kneel with just a flick of his hand. Did you say your name was Yin Buso? He commanded. Try again. Yin Buso stood in stunned silence. Yin Buso thought to himself. 300. Did I hear that right? He reflected. The Peng Patriarch himself could take down all these people, he reasoned. But it's an entirely different problem to try and force them to kneel using just true energy. He added, even if I did my best, I could maybe do 100 for maybe half an hour, he concluded. It can't be possible to force 300 people to kneel with just the flick of a hand. The emperor asked, what's wrong? Can you not do it? Master Peng said, His Majesty is exaggerating too much. He suggested, I think he just wants you to show that you're skilled. Yan Buso reacted. He spoke to the emperor. Well, yes, rumors like that are always exaggerated. He thought to himself, but to have to prove myself in front of him like this. I guess the demonic cult leader really is my rival. He declared, of course I can, Your Majesty. He added, but it is disrespectful toward him and myself to try and copy his skill. So I will show you something else instead. The emperor asked. Oh, something else? The narrator explained. With a flick of his hand, swords flew from the guards' sheaths. A guard cried out. Oh, what? My sword. The emperor wondered. Oh, Qi sword control? The guard asked. Hallmaster, is that not Qi's sword control? The hallmaster explained. Your Majesty, that is a very advanced skill only possible to perhaps the 5 great martial artists of the Zhonghu. The emperor asked. The 5? He questioned. Is the demonic cult leader also one of the 5? The official replied. No, but I did hear that the former demonic cult leader was. The emperor muttered. Is that so? He thought to himself. I heard that the 5 great martial artists are supposed to be very powerful. Then just how strong is the demonic cult leader? He reflected. Someone who could become one of the 5 great martial artists. He reasoned. It wouldn't be enough even if the alliance leader himself came here to prove his worth, but to send a kid like him. He wondered. I wonder if he'll be able to keep that expression on his face. When he's faced with Qian Yo Woon, Yan Buso thought to himself. With just this one technique, I will change His Majesty's mind. He announced. Your Majesty, I can defend myself from all of the eunuch's attacks without taking a step out of the circle. The emperor replied. That should be interesting. Yan Buso commanded. Attack! The guard yelled. Push him out of the circle. Peach Blossom Heaven Reflection. The guards groaned. Ugh! What is with this wind? Master Peng groaned. Kyuhek! The emperor exclaimed. Whoa! A guard gasped. That's an impressive force of true energy. Another wondered. How can someone be this skilled? Yan Buso laughed. I was able to do it. He asked. How is that, Your Majes? The emperor asked flatly. Is that all? Yan Buso thought in shock. Why does he look so disappointed? Was that not impressive at all? Master Peng yelled. Your Majesty, what he's just done is not possible for someone who is not worthy of being one of the 5 great, he asked. Did you think I wouldn't know about the 5 great martial artists of the Zhonghu? The emperor stated. Yan Buso, I understand you are skilled. Yan Buso replied. I apologize, Your Majesty. The emperor asked. Can you defeat your father within 3 moves? Yan Buso gasped. Sorry, he thought to himself. I may be at the mystic realm, but Father has reached the pinnacle of blade techniques. How can I? The emperor declared. Never mind, I will not be changing my mind. You're excused. Master Peng thought to himself. This is bad. At this rate, the heavenly demon divine cult is really going to become our official religion, he yelled. Why, Your Majesty, I understand that you are disappointed by what happened, but, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the emperor asked. What is the problem? The guard answered. A Taoist monk, Your Majesty. The emperor ordered. Let them in. The monk pleaded. I greet His Majesty of the Great Ming Empire. The emperor asked. I'm talking to someone else here. What is all this ruckus? The monk cried. Your Majesty, please, change your mind. He argued. The Great Ming Empire has followed the ways of Tao for so long. How could you let the evil demonic cult leader and his subordinates take down our temples? Yan Buso thought to himself. The demonic cult leader is here. Master Peng whispered. Looks like it'll be a lot simpler now. Yan Buso thought. Sir Yan, you don't mean, he decided. I will fight the demonic cult leader and put an end to all this mess. The emperor stated. I will not be changing my mind. You're excused if you understand. The masters bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. The monk pleaded. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, the emperor thought to himself. They're leaving as if they've given up, but it's obvious what they want to do. He noted. His eyes sparkled the moment he heard the demonic cult leader mentioned. He concluded. Arrogance can kill a man. I tried to save you too. Master Peng asked as they ran. Did you also see the demonic cult leader? Yan Buso replied. I didn't just see him. He thought to himself. To be honest, the feeling of having seen that man on that day is not something I can describe. He reflected. That man is not human. A monster. No, he's the demon god. That's what Chung Su said. He thought. My head tells me that it's dangerous, but I can't hide my excitement. Yan Buso pointed. Over there, Master Peng asked. Huh? He exclaimed. The Hengshan sect's members. He yelled. Sir Yian, I'll attack first. I finally got my chance. He commanded. Unsheathe your swords, warriors of the Peng clan. It's time to save our brothers and sisters. Yian Buso wondered. What the hell? He thought to himself. What was that terrifying aura? Is that truly the aura of a human? He yelled. Wait, Master Peng. Master Peng screamed. Kua! Yian Buso cursed. Shit! He cried out. Sir, he groaned. Kuhek. Qian Yo Woon remarked. Quite a few people, he declared, are begging to lose their arms today, the narrator explained. The Hebei Peng clan was a renowned clan that made it in the top 3 for blade techniques. Peng Muol, a brother from a different mother, stood by. And the Hebei Peng clan's patriarch, Peng Guyu, was one of the top 5 bladesmen in the Muram Alliance. He had ambitions to become the central character in the Muram Alliance. However, the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect was too dangerous. There was too little information on the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect to fight them, and they were too strong. The narrator continued. That was when he saw an opportunity. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult became the official religion of the Great Ming Empire. And Chung Su, being the cause of this, backed away from his position as the 12th seat. Since he stepped off, the other masters would be promoted. Peng Guyu thought to himself. But that's not enough. I need to make it up higher, faster. He charged forward with a roar. He asked, which one of them is the demonic cult leader? Peng Guyu looked at the dark figure and thought to himself. It's got to be him. I'm sure of it. He's got a different aura to him. I'll leave him for Yian Buso to deal with. He realized. But I don't feel anything from him. He yelled. All right. Then I'll start with you. He recognized the movement in shock. The swift clone technique. Peng Guyu groaned. Kook. This amount of true energy. He wondered. Well, who the hell is he? He thought. Wait, is he the demonic cult leader? Qian Yo Woon looked down at him and remarked. Quite a few people are begging to lose their arms today. The ground shattered under the pressure. Peng Guyu groaned. Kook. Peng Muol yelled. Why you? How dare you? Yian Buso commanded. Stop. He thought to himself. Are the two all right? Oh, what a relief. They're both still alive. He looked at the enemies and thought. Ugh, that man is. The Dark King? He realized. This is bad. It seems we're not going to make it out of here. Yian Buso observed Qian Yo Woon. He thought to himself. It must be him. I'm sure of it. That overwhelming aura unfitting of someone his age. Even I can't tell what his martial level is. He gripped his sword hilt. He thought to himself. I want to fight him right now, but I must be patient. Yian Buso spoke aloud. It's an honor to meet you, demonic cult leader. I'm the eldest son of the Muram Alliance leader and the White Ring Squad's captain, Yian Buso. A follower remarked. Isn't he the new candidate to be one of the top 5 martial artists of the Zhonghu? Another thought. For them to send someone like him. I guess the Muram Alliance was anxious. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. The righteous North Sword's son. There was a time when we were compared to each other. He stepped firmly on the fallen patriarch. He stated. Great. Then you must be the representative of the Muram Alliance right now. Yian Buso responded. You could say that. Qian Yo Woon stated. I assume you're prepared to pay the consequences of attacking us, then. Squad Captain Yian Buso. A terrifying aura exploded from the cult leader. Yian Buso thought to himself. His aura is. Peng Guyu thought. And no, I have to protect him. Yian Buso. Don't. It's foolish to fight him. He yelled. We need to give up on the official religion. Yian Buso remained silent. He sheathed his sword and bowed. Yian Buso said. I apologize in the alliance's stead. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. He looked like he was about to charge at me. I guess he's not gonna fight me. Yian Buso explained. In our perspective, it felt as though you had taken the official religion spot from us. So we had to do all that we could to try and change His Imperial Majesty's mind. Qian Yo Woon remarked. On that note, I believe you are partly to blame. What do you mean? Are we not supposed to be allies with a common enemy? I assume you don't want your alliance broken due to this incident. Yian Buso promised. We will step back and give up on the national religion position. So please, let go of the Hengshan sect's disciples and the 2 masters. Peng Guyu thought to himself. I thought he was going to tuck his tail between his legs, but this is very cunning of him. The fallen monk thought to himself. Yes, this is the best we can do at the moment. The demonic cult leader can't reject the offer since he said he is willing to give up on the religion issue. The monk thought. That was a good one, Sir Yian. Yian Buso asked. Please. Qian Yo Woon smiled coldly. You're misunderstanding something. Yian Buso reacted. Qian Yo Woon asked. You are going to give up on the religion matter? Who gave you the right to do so? Didn't you attack us because you weren't able to change the emperor's mind? Peng Guyu stuttered. That's... Qian Yo Woon continued. You attacked first and realized that you have the disadvantage, so now you want to act like you are being considerate? How disappointing, but I'm not a nice man. He declared. I think I'll only be satisfied once I have your arm. Yan Buso laughed. Ha, what a terrible thing to say. He thought to himself. He's not willing to negotiate. Peng Guyu thought, I feel bad for the two masters. I meant to prevent any sacrifices by avoiding a fight, but I guess we have no choice. Yan Buso thought to himself, to be honest, I'm glad. He gripped his blade and stated, I assume you are reacting like that because you think I'm strong, because you think that I am a God-given rival. He declared, I, too, am called a genius in the orthodox. Blood sprayed through the air as Qian Yo Woon struck. Yan Buso's sword fell to the ground. He gasped. He groaned. Kek. He thought to himself. He was right in front of me, but I didn't see the attack coming at all. He's unbelievably fast. Is he just that much stronger? Qian Yo Woon looked back and stated. I've gotten what I wanted. He asked, do you wish to continue fighting? Yan Buso groaned. He charged forward and yelled. Even if you move as fast as a ghost. He shouted. You won't be able to escape this one. Yan Buso yelled. Hua! Gisang shouted. Oh, what the hell is that? He cried out. Demon Lord. Ma Rakiom remained silent. Peng Muol yelled. Everyone, back off. We're going to get swept into it if we're too close. Yan Buso shouted. I'll strike you down. He thought to himself in shock. Oh, what? Did his true energy stop it? He decided. Then I'll increase my own true energy. Qian Yo Woon muttered. Ha! Ridiculous. Infiltration of user's energy in progress. Targeting successful. Yan Buso thought to himself. Oh, what? This is impossible. He groaned. A monk shouted. Yan Buso. Peng Muol yelled. Yan Buso. He thought to himself. He took control over Yan Buso's chi sword control? He reflected. Even though he's at the mystic realm? He realized. It's true. We're no match for him. He concluded. That man really is the demon god. Yan Buso thought to himself. Is he going to finish me off? He laughed hollowly. Hey, that's fit for the alliance, he whispered. Kill me. Qian Yo Woon asked. Why would I kill you? Yan Buso asked. What? Qian Yo Woon smiled. You're a good hostage, he added, that I could use any time I want. Yan Buso thought to himself. Did this man? Qian Yo Woon asked. Do you wish to continue? Peng Muol shouted. Put down your weapons. He added. It may be shameful, but we need to stay alive. He commanded. Put down your weapons. Peng Muol thought to himself. It was like watching an adult fight a child even though Yan Buso is at the mystic realm. He wondered. Are the power gaps between the martial realms greater the higher you go up? Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. How terrifying, he reflected. It takes at least decades to reach enlightenment as a supreme peak martial artist. He noted. For him to have improved this much in just mere months, Peng Muol thought to himself. Even if we are lucky and freed, he worried. Chung Su might end up taking my other arm. Hyobong asked. Demon Lord, the son of the Muram Alliance Master and the two masters are injured, he questioned. What will happen to our alliance with them? Qian Yo Woon laughed. Ha, don't worry, Hyobong. The reason we formed that alliance was to fight off the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect, Ko Wenger noted. If the alliance is broken, it'll be a multi-front war. He added, that was just Yan Buso's attempt at getting out of this situation alive. Qian Yo Woon replied, that's right, Hyobong exclaimed. Aha, he thought to himself. Phew, I was worried for no reason. He muttered, I understand, but they have the unorthodox alliance in their west, the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect in their east, and us in the south. So they won't do anything as stupid as breaking the alliance. Hyobong asked. Then what are you going to do with them? Qian Yo Woon answered. I'll send the rest other than Yan Buso and the masters back. Ko Wenger declared. Then I'll go to the Muram Alliance and relay your message. Qian Yo Woon replied. There's no need, he warned. They might take you hostage and demand an exchange of hostages, he added. Just a letter should do. Qian Yo Woon thought to himself. Anyway, now the Zhonghu knows how powerful you are. Hyobong thought to himself. Oh, maybe you'll get a title too. The narrator stated. 3 days later, Orthodox Muram Alliance Grand Pavilion. The alliance leader asked, how could this happen? Amitabha, is that true? Oh Son replied. Yes. The narrator identified him. Hengshan sect disciple Oh Son. Oh Son explained. Even Yan Buso was no match for him. He added, he took control over his chi sword control. A master asked, is that even possible? Peng Chungwon asked, you're telling me that Chung Su was correct? The narrator identified him. Orthodox Murum Alliance 6th Master Manhwa Sect Patriarch Peng Chungwoon. Peng Chungwoon thought to himself. The demonic cult leader has reached the life and death realm in just a few months? I had thought it was impossible to reach that realm. He reflected. He's far transcended human limits. The alliance leader asked, but what's on your back? The narrator identified him. Peng Clan Outer Hall Master Peng Yeosak. Peng Yeosak remained silent. He stuttered. Do well, the demonic cult leader told me to, he added. Make sure this reaches the Murum Alliance Master. The alliance leader asked. Me. The masters gathered to open the mysterious box. Inside lay the severed limbs of the defeated warriors. The alliance leader stared in silence. Peng Chungwoon asked in shock. Are these? Li Mok thought to himself. Demonic. Cult leader, he thought. The audacity. He wondered angrily. Do you think I won't be able to break our alliance? He thought. Is this? He asked himself. What has he done? Li Mok realized. I can't open his hand even if I try to force it open. He focused his internal energy into his palm and pressed down. Li Mok thought to himself. Now it's open. He pulled a crumpled piece of paper from the severed hand. He wondered. What has he written here for him to make it so hard to open? Li Mok read the letter and reacted in shock. Peng Chungwoon asked. What do you think is the meaning behind this? Great Master Gak Yin replied. I believe it is a warning. He added. A warning to stop us from trying to revert the Emperor's decision on the national religion. He noted. The current demonic cult leader is worse than the former one, he reflected. The situation and our image as the Murum Alliance are both looking pretty bad right now. He whispered. Amitabha. Gak Yin thought to himself. The demonic cult led by Qian Yuan. It is even more dangerous than the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect, Li Mok announced. I am putting forth a new suggestion. Peng Chungwoon asked. What? Li Mok declared. I am proposing the renouncement of the alliance we have with the demonic cult. The masters gasped in disbelief. Gak Yin cried out. Amitabha, alliance leader, he yelled. You're being too rash. Peng Chungwoon agreed. Oh, primeval lord of heaven. I agree, he added. The destruction of the alliance is too far. He pleaded. Please take it back, alliance leader. Li Mok asked. Do you all think so? Gak Yin thought to himself. Namgung Patriarch, you need to agree with us in order for us to strike down this proposal. He reflected. But the Namgung Patriarch is a very radical man. He noted. He was against the alliance with the demonic cult, even when the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect appeared in the Zhonghu. He thought. He's one of the masters of Yin Buso, so I'm sure he will agree. Huh? The narrator identified him. Orthodox Murum Alliance 3rd Master Blue Heaven Society Heaven's Master Namgung Gyung. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. He's actually thinking this through. Li Mok thought to himself. What shall I do? Namgung Gyung thought. As the Heaven's Master, I am very welcome to the idea of destroying the alliance, he reflected. But even if Yin Buso's arm was cut off, this is a rather extreme decision to propose when considering the alliance leader's usual personality. He noted. The reason he was able to reach his position despite not being from the 9 great sects or the 5 great clans, was because he is a very centrist and righteous man. He thought, I'm sure the demonic cult, the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect, and the rest of the unorthodox will gather at the Nano festival. He reasoned. The spread of medical knowledge was a success thanks to the book left behind by the Earthmaster, he added. But with the support of the alliance, this is our chance to get rid of all of the higher-ups of the unorthodox sects. Namgung Gyung asked. Can you tell me the reason as to why you have come to such a grave decision? Li Mok replied. The reason I pushed for an alliance with the demonic cult in the first place was to remove the roots of dangerous evil. He explained. But I was wrong. To work with another evil to get rid of evil, he added. I realized that would go against our principles. He declared. We need to correct this mistake, since we are the center of the orthodox. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. I was doubtful because it seemed like such a sudden proposal, but I guess I was worried for no reason. He reflected. With the 2 general strategists and the other masters absent, this is my chance. He announced. I understand, he declared. I have been moved by your consideration for justice. He added. I agree with your proposal, especially since I was against this alliance from the beginning. Gak Yin thought to himself. Haha. Goodness, he worried. This might be very bad. Amitabha, he spoke aloud. We need to stop this. Peng Chungwoon yelled. Alliance leader. In order to move forward with a proposal, we need the agreement of the majority of masters. He asked. Do we not need to involve the other masters? Namgung Gyung stated. There's a quicker way. He suggested. Use the alliance leader mandate. Peng Chungwoon reacted in shock. The narrator explained. The alliance leader mandate. The Muram alliance is comprised of many sects and clans, and so decisions are made through meetings. But the alliance leader mandate is an exception. It allows the alliance leader 3 chances to make absolute decisions that everyone has to follow without argument. Peng Chungwoon yelled, "Namgung Patriarch," he shouted. The former alliance leaders have all hesitated to use the mandate unless it was an extreme situation. He asked, "How could you suggest that he use it in such a critical case?" Li Mok said calmly, "All right," he declared. "I agree with the third master's opinion. This alliance nullification will be announced as an alliance leader mandate." Gak Yin cried out, "A alliance leader?" Peng Chungwoon asked, "How could you make such a decision?" Namgung Gyung thought to himself. He wasn't lying about this when he brought it up. "I'm certain," he added, "the Blue Heaven Society Master will be overjoyed." The narrator stated, Muram Alliance Base Alliance Leader's Office. Li Mok sat alone and read the hidden contents of the letter. The letter explained, "I am Qian Yuan, the demonic cult leader. I apologize for the harm I've caused your son in the Imperial Palace." It continued, "I ended up upsetting you in order to avoid suspicion." It promised, "I promise you that once this is over with, I will return your son and the 2 masters safely to you." It added, "I asked the Emperor to rescind his decision on the national religion as well, so please trust me on this." It stated, "It is possible that the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sects higher-ups might not appear at the Nano festival because of what happened at the Imperial Palace." It noted, "I heard that you are having similar problems relating to spies that I am having." It concluded, "For this, Li Mok thought to himself. I was angered by what the demonic cult leader had done, but I had no intention to react extremely to it." He reflected, "That's why it makes sense to deceive my own allies in order to fool the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect." He thought, and to suggest the nullification of the alliance. He concluded, "Though I've decided to trust him for now, this is a gamble." The narrator stated, Muram Alliance Base Southwestern Region. Deep valleys of Lover Peak. A masked warrior bowed. "I, Bok Jung of the 3rd Squad of the Chi Blade Sect, have carried out your orders." A cloaked figure asked, "What happened?" Bok Jung replied, "It was a success." The cloaked figure asked, "Did he announce the nullification of the alliance?" Bok Jung answered, "Yes, sir. The fake patriarch Peng Yeosok removed his mask. He said, 'This mask you've made for this was flawless. No one ever doubted that I was the real Peng Yeosok.'" The cloaked figure warned, "Stop it. I made it using the corpse. It'll rip if you keep pulling at it." The fake patriarch apologized. "Oh, I apologize." The cloaked figure asked, "Has the Blue Heaven Society begun doing anything?" The fake patriarch replied, "Namgung Gyung stepped up to help as you expected." He added, "I think we'll be able to find out who the Blue Heaven Society Master is soon." The cloaked figure said, "All right, keep your eyes on them until the plan begins." The fake patriarch responded, "I understand." The cloaked figure thought to himself, "Demonic cult leader Qian Yuan," he reflected. "You may have managed to interfere with our plans from the shadows up until now," he vowed. "But I will make you pay for it," he added. "Especially with what you've done to Beck," the narrator explained. 2 days later, northwestern region of Sichuan, Unorthodox Alliance's base. The messenger reported, "Therefore, the alliance was broken earlier than expected. It hasn't even been a year since we formed it." He added, "I think we are going to need to keep a close eye on how things go despite being a bit cut off from the rest of the Zhonghu because of our internal conflicts." That's all for the report. Unorthodox Alliance leader Hang Yian laughed. "Kukik, things sure are turning out interesting," he stated. "We could have had a great hit with just the Dano festival, but thanks to that damned bastard, we're missing out on a great opportunity." The narrator identified him as Proud West King Hang Yian. The subordinate suggested, "You can eliminate him whenever you wish as soon as you recover your inner injuries, my lord." Hang Yian remained silent. He asked, "Is that really true?" He thought to himself, "We didn't fight each other, but I've worked with him before. I can tell from that experience that there is no guarantee of me winning if we were to fight each other." "My lord," Hang Yian said, "it's not that strange. It's only natural that the younger ones take over the older generation." He added, "I've been in this position a while. It's about time." Gao Mojam yelled, "My lord, please do not say such things." He argued, "You are the great unorthodox alliance leader and the proud West King." He added, "There are thousands of martial artists who think of you as their role model." He pleaded, "This kind of injury is nothing, my lord. Please do not say such things in front of." Hang Yian chuckled. "Kukik, you sure love to lecture me." Gao Mojam said, "You're being too harsh, my lord. I am the one bringing in a third of the alliance's funds, you know." The narrator identified him as 18 Waterways Yellow River Supreme Leader Gao Mojam. Hang Yian laughed, "Kukukik, now that I think about it, I think it's necessary that I show the Zhonghu that I am still thriving." Galmojam asked. Do you mean? Hang Yian stated. I'm talking about the non-aggression treaty in Tong County. Galmojam worried. My lord, we are still in the midst of a war, so it's best that you do your best to heal for now. Hang Yian explained. No, if I don't do anything during this Nano festival, that bastard will realize that something is wrong with me. He added, if I don't send anyone for the signing of the non-aggression treaty, I'm sure they will try to rebel again too. He continued, the good thing is that I was never present at any of the pact signings. I can just send a substitute once again. He commanded, so you go in my stead, Galmojam. Galmojam gasped. Sorry, he pleaded. My lord, if I am to leave now. Hang Yian dismissed. It doesn't matter, we still have the great deathly saint and the bright conquest sword here. He added, plus, I'm not just sending you for no reason. He asked, it was the demonic cults guys that killed your nephews, the Yellow River Demon Trio, right? Galmojam reacted with a clench of his teeth. Hang Yian said, yes, they do have a debt to pay off. He encouraged, then this is your chance to get repaid. He continued, after the signing is your chance to learn whom the Orthodox guys or the Saber or whatever sect is after too. He added, that bastard Qian Yu Zhang has been pretty active lately as well. Teach him that martial arts isn't everything when it comes to power. He asked, on that note, what was the nickname the Orthodox bastards gave the current demonic cult leader? Galmojam replied, it was quite dramatic. He explained, their explanation for it was because he cut off the arms of the Murom Alliance's executives in an act of going against the alliance. He stated, that's why they call him the heaven-defying Demon Emperor. Hang Yian scoffed, Demon Emperor? Ha! Even I am just called a king, despite being one of the 5 great martial artists. He yelled, quite the arrogant title. Make sure he can never use that title ever again. Galmojam vowed, yes, my lord, I shall carry your order out and destroy those demonic cult bastards. Galmojam walked away. Hang Yian groaned. You, he thought to himself, thinking about that bastard Qian Yu Zhang is making my chest wounds sore again. He remembered the fight. His eyes had turned red like a beast's, he recalled. Even when I attacked him with the intent to kill, he didn't fall and continued to fight like a wild animal. He noted, I had to fall back at that point. He vowed, I will make you pay for that humiliation with your son's life. The narrator explained, 4 days before the pact signing. Orthodox Murom Alliance base. The official read, the non-aggression treaty that will be signed between the Empire and the Zhonghu during the Nano festival will happen in Tong County's fortress. Namgungyung stated, since the heavenly demon divine cult, the unorthodox alliance, and the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect are signing the non-aggression treaty with the Great Ming Empire in an act of peace, there cannot be allowed more than 100 soldiers from each organization, and during the process. He asked, no more than 100? He smirked and thought to himself, I can just guess whose idea that was. Hoo-hoo. The narrator identified him as Murom Alliance 3rd Master Blue Heaven Society leader Divine Mandate Swordsman Namgungyung. He thought, it's no use, demonic cult leader. Our alliance was broken, but you're in the middle of the territory of the Orthodox. He observed the map showing Blue Water Squad, Red Flame Squad, White Ring Squad, Black Shadow Squad, and Yellow Bird Squad. He thought, there are 5 squads on standby surrounding the area, so no matter what he tries to do with so many, he will not make it out of Tong County alive. He added, even if he were to sense that something was up, there will be no way out for him. The messenger remarked, what a coincidence. Namgungyung explained, before the announcement of the alliance annulment, the Murom Alliance's martial artists were stationed near the Yellow River. He detailed, 7 squads consisting of the Murom Alliance, the Dian Kang sect, and the Wudang sect. He continued, but the unorthodox alliance of Sichuan and the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect began moving inwards like it was planned and blocked the north of the demonic cult. He noted, there are only about 50 demonic cult members left in the palace. He thought, demonic cult leader Qian Yo-un, your mistake is that you've marked yourself as a threat to everyone. He thought to himself, I've finished the procedure for the supreme martial physique with the secret text of the divine physician, too. He declared in his mind, heaven-defying demon emperor, as if evil can never win against the heavens. He vowed, for the sake of the Zhonghu, Tong County will become your grave. The narrator explained, the Nano festival takes place on May 5th of the lunar calendar. It goes by several other names, such as the Center of Heaven Festival, the Dragon Boat Festival, and the Double Five Festival. The narrator added, it is supposed to be a day in the year where the yang energy is the strongest. The narrator described, a city located at the center of Tong County in the province of Henan. It is where the Great Ming Empire rose to fame as well as the place where he swore to the gods that he would save the people. The narrator noted, the Orthodox Murom Alliance head and the heads of various sects and clans have arrived. Finally, it's beginning. Lee Mok thought to himself. Many things will change because of this today. The guard shouted, I will guide the way. The soldier observed, they're very orderly, befitting of orthodox martial artists. Another asked, but why aren't they hiding their chi aura? Lee Mok thought to himself. It's a good thing I suggested that we take the White Ring Squad instead of the Justice Squad. He reflected, the head of the White Ring Squad is Yin Buso, after all. He noted, the demonic cult leader is better at making enemies than making friends, it seems. Master Peng remarked, look, it's not just the White Ring Squad members. Even the Vice Squad leader is enraged. The narrator identified him as White Ring Squad Vice Leader Tiger Sun Sword Sung Baek. Master Peng continued, I heard he brought down 300 of the embroidered uniform guards and the eunuchs with just his true energy. I wonder if he can also do that with all these people, Lee Mok thought to himself. I'm sure the Unorthodox Alliance and the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect will bring their best martial artists as well. He reasoned, war will begin as soon as the treaty ritual is finished, he decided. The most important moment will be after getting rid of the demonic cult leader and the demonic cult members. The guard announced, the Unorthodox Alliance's executive and their sect's heads have arrived. Master Peng wondered, huh? I heard they were in the midst of an internal war. He gasped, the Yellow River Supreme Leader, Gal Mojam? He's here? He noted. Looks like Hang Yin isn't here again, he observed. The people behind him seem to be leaders of the 18 waterways, but one is missing. Gal Mojam looked around. Where is the demonic cult? He growled, those damn bastards. He recalled the report about a man called Yang Danhua and a young man with a pale face. The report continued, I think they were from the 10,000 Great Mountains, but considering how respectful Yang Danhua was, he must have been of high ranking within the demonic cult. Gal Mojam thought, I don't know who was really behind it, but I must find Yang Danhua. After that, I will slit the throats of those you hold dear while you watch. Gal Mojam acknowledged. Lee Mok replied, Gal Mojam, the guard announced. The top 3 of the masters of the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect and their sect's leaders are here. Master Peng asked in shock. The top 3? I heard that the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts Sect has 6 top sects. Half of those 6 are here? Lee Mok thought to himself. After getting Jiangsu taken away from us, this is a first. He wondered, are they also trying to use this situation to take dominion over Zhongyuan? Master Peng whispered, they look very powerful, Alliance head. Lee Mok remained silent. He said quietly, Elder Peng, all of us in the Alliance may have to fight with our lives on the line today. He noted, all 3 of them are at the Mystic Realm. Plus, each one of them is skilled enough to be comparable to me. Elder Peng asked in shock, what? He thought to himself. I couldn't tell their martial realm, so I knew that they would be better than me, but they're all at the Mystic Realm? Lee Mok continued his thought, especially that man with the blindfold. He's definitely reached the peak of the Mystic Realm, like me. He added, he's good enough to be considered one of the 5 great martial artists. Lee Mok thought to himself. I can't believe it. What a ridiculously powerful group of people. He observed, the 12 people behind the 3 are all at the evolutionary realm. The 100 behind them are all at the supreme peak or above. He realized, I was going to take care of the demonic cult leader first, but that won't do now. I need to make them fight each other instead. He concluded, we'll lose for sure if we do not fight with full energy. Yao Wunkang remarked with a smirk. Look at how shocked they are. Kukik. No Dokying replied coldly. No need to pay heed to those who are going to die anyway. Yao Wunkang laughed. Bah, you can't even take a joke, look at their faces. The narrator identified him as Berserk Blade Sect leader Yao Wunkang. Yao Wunkang added, I guess you're too old. Kukik. No Dokying thought to himself. Arrogant little bastard. The narrator identified him as Flame Blade Sect leader No Dokying. The subordinate reported, everything has been set up underground. If you simply send the signal, nobody here will make it out alive. Yao Wunkang asked, you don't believe in the 7-star ultimate blade array? We just need to get rid of the demonic cult leader. Li Wook thought to himself. I don't think we really need to use the Rage Strike Thunderclap. The narrator explained, the Rage Strike Thunderclap, a bomb 5 times stronger than the normal Strike Thunderclap that the explosive specialist No Kyukia made 100 years ago. Li Wook continued his thought. It's only wise to prepare for the worst possible scenarios. We will be one step closer to our final great plans if we get rid of these guys. The narrator identified him as Chi Blade Sect leader Li Wook. No Dokying thought to himself. I see. Is it because of his rage from having lost his brother? He's gotten a lot colder. He added, I am helping out since I was ordered to, but even if it weren't for me helping, anyone he wants to kill won't ever make it out alive. The announcer yelled, The heavenly demon divine cult has arrived. Li Mok thought to himself. He's here. Ya Wunkang watched intently. Li Wook commanded. We'll begin the plan once the demonic cult leader has made it to the center. The subordinate responded. Yes, sir. Li Wook thought to himself. To hell with this treaty ritual. I'm going to eliminate you all. Since the most important figures of the three forces are here. He vowed. We will not leave behind even a bone. Galmojam asked. What? What are they bringing? He wondered. How is that man so big? Another warrior noted. Those look like coffins. Ya Wunkang asked himself. What is he looking at? The iron balls rolled across the floor. Li Mok asked. What is that? Iron balls? The Supreme Saber Masters looked on in disbelief. Ya Wunkang muttered. I don't believe it. How did they? The disguised Qian Yo-an announced. My apologies for being late. He explained. There were simply too many bombs to undo. The followers shouted. Demon Lord. Li Wook reacted in surprise. Galmojam yelled. What? Li Mok thought to himself. That ordinary-looking man is the demonic cult leader? Galmojam asked. Are they mocking us? The emissary asked. Is that true? He looked at the bombs in horror. Ya Hung-in gasped. All those bombs were under us. The narrator identified him as Western Depot emissary Ya Hung-in. Young Joe stated. Those are much bigger than the strike thunderclaps we have. He asked. Why are such explosives here? The narrator identified him as Northern Garrison Commander Young Joe. Ya Wunkang asked. Oh, what are they talking about? Li Mok observed. All of those are bombs? In all those other boxes as well? That has to be at least 500, the emissary thought to himself. I thought only the government handled explosives. How could they have all of those? He yelled. We must notify His Imperial Majesty right away. The cult leader used his technique. Void capture. The emissary thought to himself. I see. That man is the real demonic cult leader. He's got an incredible amount of chi, he realized. But something's strange. It's way past noon, yet the prince is nowhere to be seen. Did they never mean to sign the pact either? Li Wook thought to himself. Is this your scheme, Qian Yo-an? Li Mok thought to himself. Is that man really the demonic cult leader? I can't feel anything from him. I'm sure you're well aware of who has done this. I hope you will relay it to His Imperial Majesty. The official replied. I understand. It would have been really bad if it weren't for you. I'll make sure the news reaches His Imperial Majesty. The cult leader ordered. I'll leave you to take care of things. Ya Wunkang yelled. Berserk Blade Sect Leader. Li Wook cursed. TCH. Our plan's been ruined from the start. He noted. I did already circulate my chi, but, he commanded. Shut the gates. The massive doors began to close. A warrior yelled. Ambush from above the walls. Defend yourselves. The warriors groaned in pain. Kook. A master shouted. What? To the gates. Another asked. Oh, what is going on? He realized. They've occupied the gates? The official yelled. We're being chased. Don't look back. Run toward the northern gates. A warrior noted. Huh? They're gonna get caught up at that rate. Ya Wunkang laughed. Ku-ha-ha-ha. You fools. He shouted. There's no point in running. The official thought in terror. He's already caught up to us. Ya Wunkang yelled. Die. He swung his blade with a roar. He gasped in shock. Oh, what? The Dark King blocked the strike. Ya Wunkang yelled. Dark King. He groaned in pain. Ugh. Ma Rakion thought to himself. To swing his blade in that position. Ya Wunkang cursed. TCH. He thought to himself. As expected of the demonic cult's head guardian. This will have to go on a while before I can win. Ya Wunkang yelled. Damn it. I need to catch up to those guys. Li Wook observed. The north gate was open, he thought to himself. We're gonna end up losing them. Li Wook yelled. As if I'd let you go this easily. The guards shouted. Whoa! Swords. Q-Chi sword control? The victims cried out. Hiek! Li Wook reacted in surprise. He thought to himself. Someone took control of my chi sword control. Oh, and what? That's impossible, he asked. Who is capable of doing such a thing? Li Mok thought to himself. He took control of his chi sword control. That's possible. Galmojam wondered. Is this the life and death realm? Unbelievable. Qian Yo-an commanded. Take it back. Li Wook thought to himself. Is this just regular chi sword control? Li Wook grunted. Hup. The followers noted. They've left. Li Wook stood silent. He cursed. Damn it. The great plan, he added. I see. You're not going to go down that easily, are you, demonic cult leader Qian Yo-an? Elder Peng thought to himself. What? It hasn't been that long since I last saw him, but his aura has completely changed despite his appearance staying the same. He reflected. It's already surprising enough that it's possible to improve in that short amount of time, but the atmosphere around him has also changed. He concluded. I can now feel that he is a lord, a head of an organization. Gao Mojam stared at the cult leader. Gao Mojam remembered the report. The people who had located the dragon tiger claw was this man called Yang Danhua, the province of Hanan's eastern branch leader, and a young man with a very pale face. I think they came from the 10,000 Great Mountains, but considering how respectful Yang Danhua was, he must have been of high ranking within the demonic cult. Gao Mojam thought to himself, I'm certain now that I've seen his face. So it was the demonic cult leader who slit the throats of my nephews, the Yellow River Demon Trio, and brought the dragon tiger claw down. He growled, I want to rip him to pieces right now, but I'll have to work with everyone else here if I want a chance at winning against him. He noted with a smirk. It looks like I'm not the only one thinking that. Li Mok thought to himself. Those explosives are 3 times bigger than what we have. To have planted all that under us, were they trying to kill everyone here? He reasoned. The Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect is a lot more dangerous than we anticipated. They are not a group we can control. He reflected. I'm sure even the Alliance head won't be able to win in a fight against the demonic cult leader. I'm certain of it by the look on his face. He concluded. We've got enemies on both sides. Which am I supposed to attack first? Li Wook addressed the master. Namgung Patriarch. Namgung Gyung reacted. Li Wook asked, or should I call you the Heavens Master of the Blue Heaven Society? Namgung Gyung thought to himself. What? Very few know of my identity. Does he perhaps have spies even in our? Tang Pilsun noticed the tension. Is there something you want to say to me, Heaven's Master? The narrator identified him. Member of Hydra Yin, Master of the Blue Heaven Society, Sichuan Tang Clan, Vice Patriarch Tang Pilsun. Namgung Gyung replied. Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind me, Yin Master. Li Wook thought to himself. Looks like he hasn't approached the Yin Master. That means, he stated. I'll be direct. I'm sure you're aware that the demonic cult is a lot more of a threat to the Orthodox Alliance than we are, right? He added. That man is no longer human, however, he is alone at the moment. Namgung Gyung asked. What are you trying to say? Are you? Li Wook confirmed. Yes. Right now, it's possible to kill that expert martial artist at the life and death realm. He continued. I'm sure even he won't be able to fend off dozens of martial artists at the evolutionary realm and the mystic realm. I know you have a hidden card up your sleeve as well. He reasoned. I believe that we'll lose about 80% of our forces, but that is a good trade. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. Does he know about the supreme martial physique too? He definitely has planted a spy in our society. It doesn't seem like he knows about the society leader though. Li Wook promised. Don't worry, we'll lead the attack. Will you fight alongside us? Namgung Gyung remained silent. He thought to himself. I guess the demonic cult leader really is that strong. For even the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect to propose an alliance, we have no choice. He's right. This is the only chance we have at killing him. Li Wook stated. I already talked to the Yellow River Supreme Leader, Gao Mojam. Namgung Gyung asked. Even the Unorthodox Alliance? He sure acted fast. He agreed. Alright, but it's just while we're fighting the demonic cult leader. He added. There is no time, so you must convince the Muram Alliance head yourself. Namgung Gyung replied. Alright, the Alliance head will agree with my decision anyway. He thought to himself. He's mad enough to break the alliance, so there is no way he would not agree with me. Gao Mojam yelled. Listen, he is our enemy, the demonic cult leader, Qian Yo-un, who brought down the dragon tiger claw. He commanded, tonight, we shall comfort the souls of our lost comrades with his blood. Follow me, Li Wook shouted, descendants of the supreme saber god. We must eliminate the demonic cult leader for our great cause. Have no fear, Elder Peng yelled. Alliance head, this is our chance. We need to work with them to attack the demonic cult leader first. Namgung Gyung reacted in shock. He wondered, what is he doing right now? Is he trying to fight him one-on-one? Li Wook wondered, what is he trying to do? Qian Yo-an and Li Mok nodded at each other. Namgung Gyung asked in horror. What is he? Did they just nod at each other? He yelled, Alliance head, what are you doing right now? Are you siding with the demonic cult now? Li Mok roared. Namgung Patriarch, I could ask you the same thing. He yelled, why are you trying to side with our enemies? Namgung Gyung gasped. Oh, what? The narrator explained. Near Kaifeng, deep within the woods. Li Mok arrived at the meeting spot and said, I'm late. Qian Yo-un replied, we finally meet. Li Mok said, let's get right to the point. What did you mean by the letter? Qian Yo-un explained, I meant what the letter implied. I thought you would have already known a bit about it, but I suppose not. He continued, an extreme ideal to make the world pure by destroying the evil. At first glance, it doesn't seem like it would harm your alliance at all. That's how they are expanding themselves. They are called the Blue Heaven Society. Li Mok stood in stunned silence. Qian Yo-un added, A lot of the Alliance's members are already taking orders from them. And their orders are prioritized over yours. Li Mok asked in disbelief. What? Qian Yuan handed over a book and stated. This is the list of people from the Blue Heaven Society that we are currently aware of as well as their hierarchy. Unfortunately, we're not certain of their leader and a few of the higher-ups. Li Mok read the entries. Heaven's Master Namgung Gyung, Qian Yuan asked. Does it tell you anything? Li Mok read a specific note. Use the Alliance leader mandate. He muttered. The Namgung Patriarch. He asked the cult leader. So what do you want? I assume you have a reason for telling me this. I don't believe it was out of genuine concern. Or do you think they are going to bring down the Murom Alliance? Qian Yuan revealed. They are going to work with the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts sect to attack us during the Nano festival. Li Mok shouted. What? Qian Yuan noted. It'll be a bloodbath. What I'm certain of is that won't end with just your and the Master's deaths. He declared. It'll drive the Orthodox Murom Alliance to its downfall. Li Mok gasped. Qian Yuan stated. But we're not too late. The reason we're meeting here is in order to prevent that. He added. We've been enemies for long, but it'd be bad for us too if the Alliance were to disappear. We need the Murom Alliance in Zhongyuan. Li Mok thought to himself. Is he testing me right now? I'm sure it's hard to believe. Qian Yuan spoke. In any case, I didn't expect you to believe me so easily. That's why I have an offer. Li Mok asked. An offer? Qian Yuan explained. It's essential in reversing their plans. Li Mok reacted with shock. Qian Yuan said. From now on, once the time comes, the narrator explained. I had so badly hoped, Qian Yuan instructed. Keep an eye on them, Alliance head. Soon, that this time Namgung Gyung will deliver the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts sect's message. Would not come, Li Mok thought to himself in the present day. He was right, Namgung Gyung yelled. Alliance head, what are you doing right now? Are you siding with the demonic cult now? Li Mok roared. Namgung Patriarch, I could ask you the same thing. Why are you trying to side with our enemies? Namgung Gyung gasped. What? Li Wook asked. Murom Alliance head, you said that you broke the alliance with the demonic cult. What the hell is the meaning of this? Li Mok thought to himself. Kook, I didn't expect those bastards to take sides, he said aloud. That's rich coming from someone who planted all those bombs underground. I remember all those letters you sent pressuring me to break the alliance. Li Mok yelled. Did you think I wouldn't find out that you planted spies to mess with the letters? Namgung Gyung wondered. What? The letters? Li Mok stated. You made a very small, but lethal mistake. He explained. I was able to work with cult leader Qian in secret because I found out that it was all orchestrated thanks to this mistake. He held up the letter. After all those years of being enemies with the demonic cult, the one thing that I learned is that they do not refer to themselves as the demonic cult. He pointed at the text, but as the heavenly demon divine cult. Li Wook reacted in shock. He thought to himself, TCH, that's what exposed us. Li Mok declared, I will eliminate the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts sect for trying to sabotage our alliance and threatening the great Ming Empire. The Orthodox soldiers cheered. We cannot side with those traitors. I am with you, Alliance head. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous situation is this? Tang Pilsun asked. Heaven's Master, what shall we do? The morale of the soldiers is decreasing. Namgung Gyung gritted his teeth and thought. Kook, I can't turn back from this. Even if I am framed in a large sacrifice must be made. I must kill the demonic cult leader here. He yelled. Do not be shaken, my brothers of the Blue Heaven. We have the advantage in this situation. He commanded. This is the only chance we have to take down the evil demonic cult leader. Follow me. For the Blue Heaven, the society members roared. Let's bring down the demonic cult. For a world of the Blue Heaven. Li Mok thought to himself. So that's how you're gonna be, Namgung Patriarch. However, I cannot let that organization exist. I need to bring them down here. He noticed someone. He yelled. A Sungbek, why are you still over there? Come over here with the soldiers. He asked. So you are going to side with the demonic cult leader, who has taken the squad leader hostage? Sungbek replied. I apologize, but I have decided that the White Ring squad will not be following your orders. We are going to bring the demonic cult leader down. Li Mok reacted in surprise. Oh, what? He thought to himself. I hope you will be safe. He added mentally. Damn it, even the White Ring squad. Li Mok asked Qian Yuan. Demonic cult leader Qian, it doesn't seem like the situation is in our favor. Do you have some plan in mind? The northern gates suddenly slammed shut. A warrior yelled. The northern gates closed. Another asked. I thought our allies took over that gate. Master Peng shouted. See cult leader Qian, what are you attempting? You have blocked off our only exit route. Li Wook laughed. I can't believe you're blocking off your only path of escape, demonic cult leader. He yelled. I'm so grateful you're doing my own work for me. Ha 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 ha. Qian Yo unsmirked. Ha, there's no need to thank me, he said coldly. I was just making sure that no one would be running away. Li Wook asked, What? What kind of nonsense are you? He sensed a shift. Well, what is this aura that I am sensing? He thought to himself. There are a lot of them. They're all above the ultimate peak. And there, outside the walls? Ko Wanger yelled. How dare you be so late when you're from the Guardian Pavilion? Master Peng wondered. The Guardian Pavilion? Then are they direct affiliates of the cult leader? An elder noted. But their numbers. Moon Gyu remarked. You're so mean. You've been with the cult leader this entire time. You don't have any right to say that. Moon Gyu knelt and announced. I, Moon Gyu, the 2nd Sword Troop leader of the 6 Swords Troop, greet the Demon Lord. Baek Ji stated. I, Baek Ji, the 3rd Sword Troop leader of the 6 Swords Troop, greet the Demon Lord. Sima Chok added. I, Sima Chok, the 4th Sword Troop leader of the 6 Swords Troop, greet the Demon Lord. Ho Sangwa said. I, Ho Sangwa, the 5th Sword Troop leader of the 6 Swords Troop, greet the Demon Lord. Chaz Taekyom declared. I, Chaz Taekyom, the 6th Sword Troop leader of the 6 Swords Troop, greet the Demon Lord. Ko Wanger shouted. I, Ko Wanger, the 1st Sword Troop leader of the Guardian Pavilion, once again greet the Demon Lord. Li Wook thought to himself. They are the 6 Swords Troop. Well, no matter. The tides will not turn simply because of them. Li Mok reacted to a presence. What is this overwhelming aura? He thought. Someone is approaching us quickly. Li Mok gasped. The void steps? Gal Mojam yelled in terror. And no, that man is, he shouted. He's the man who killed 3,000 on his own and made the 30 waterways the 18 waterways. The unrivaled sword Wang Jian. Li Wook thought to himself. How did you, he asked. The unrivaled sword, one of the 5 great martial artists? What is he doing here? Wang Jian knelt and announced. I have come running at your order, Demon Lord. The palace guards shouted in unison. We greet the great heavenly demon divine cult's Demon Lord. A warrior groaned. Kook, Master Peng said. They're so loud. Li Wook yelled. Why? Li Mok thought to himself. Why are the embroidered uniform guards and the other soldiers of the palace kneeling and greeting the demonic cult leader? A warrior asked. What? They are all demonic cult members? Another wondered. Did the unrivaled sword Wang Jian just call the demonic cult leader, Demon Lord? Li Mok thought in shock. In no way, what is going on? Qian Yuan smiled and said. I told you, no one is running away. He declared. This place is your grave. He ordered loudly. I, Qian Yuan, the 2nd heavenly demon of the great heavenly demon divine cult, order you. He commanded. Kill all of the enemies. The cultists responded. Yes, Demon Lord. Li Mok thought to himself. The heavenly demon, he reflected. He's calling himself by the name of the man who walked the path of a tyrant. He wondered. Is he declaring that he will walk the same path as him? A warrior shouted. Attack! Another yelled. TCH, damn demonic cult bastards. Wang Jian thought to himself. I like this mission. It's my first, too. He decided. Then I'll go for the head first. Gao Mojam groaned. Kook, he cursed. Damn it. I knew you'd come after me first. Wang Jian asked. Are you trying to fight the weak? As someone so strong? Gao Mojam groaned. Kook, he wondered. That old man, is he calling me weak? Work with the Blue Heaven Society to attack the demonic cult leader. He added. I'll take care of this man. A warrior responded. Oh, of course. Gao Mojam yelled. 18 waterways, follow me. We will strike the demonic cult leader. The warriors responded. Yes, sir. Gao Mojam thought to himself. Wielding that giant greatsword as if it's nothing more than a branch stick? He reflected. As expected of one of the 5 great martial artists. He observed. What unique footwork. He's dodging my attacks without moving more than 3 steps. He wondered. Is he that confident he can dodge my attacks? Gao Mojam groaned. Kook, he thought. He seems like he's one of the higher-ups of the Supreme Saber of 6 martial arts sect. His martial arts level is similar to mine. Wang Jian remarked. I didn't know that someone like you existed in the Jianghu. Gao Mojam replied. Hu, Zhangyuan is a large place. He added. You're one of the 5 great martial artists, no? Wang Jian stated. Yes, you need to be that strong in order to be a match for me. Gao Mojam laughed. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't it have been better to fight the Demon Lord if you want someone strong, old man? Wang Jian stood silent. Gao Mojam told him. Don't try to get out of this. We have prepared something special for the demonic cult leader. Wang Jian declared. I will be fighting you, Gao Mojam thought to himself. What a snake. This old man. Wang Jian said. All right, I think that's enough for a warm-up, he shouted. Let's fight seriously now, old man. The masters and their subordinates clashed throughout the courtyard. A warrior commanded, fight with the demon lord. Another shouted, do not fall back. Gao Mojam cursed. Damn it, the Muram Alliance members are getting in our way. He thought, we need to attack the demonic cult leader together, but where is he? The masters had begun fighting. A soldier shouted, it's him. Get him. Li Wook muttered, you arrogant, little. Li Mok thought, I'll get rid of the demonic cult's minions fur, he gasped. Huh? Li Mok realized. So he's fighting the Alliance head and Ya Wunkong. Li Wook yelled, how dare you use Qi to try and take the upper hand while fighting me? He asked, did you think that you could win that way, Alliance head? He declared, I'll teach you a lesson. A warrior screamed, Yua, to the ground. Li Wook laughed. Ha ha. Li Mok reacted. Li Wook shouted. Ha. Li Mok thought in awe. Oh, what an amazing skill. He observed. It's like each one of these pieces was thrown at me using the divine finger flick technique. A warrior warned, dodge the rocks. Another said in awe, amazing, he thought, so this is what a fight between such expert martial artists is like. Namgung Gyung groaned. Kook, he thought, but at this rate, we won't be able to attack the demonic cult leader together. He called out, Heaven's Master. Namgung Gyung asked in surprise. Vice Patriarch of Tang, when did you get there? Tang Pilsun stated, look to the side, Heaven's Master. He explained, the unorthodox alliance is fighting the guardian martial artists of the demonic cult are, he added. We were able to get here thanks to them. He said, now, watch what I do, Heaven's Master. Namgung Gyung asked in shock. Vice Patriarch? Are you going to? Tang Pilsun vowed, with this last bottle of formless poison. I will go down together with the demonic cult leader. The narrator explained, the Sichuan Tang clan is known for being second to none when it comes to poisons. The formless poison was a poison made by the Tang clan. It would not have been an exaggeration to say that it is the most powerful poison in Zhongyuan. The narrator continued, this lethal poison has neither scent nor taste, but the second it touches a person's skin, even the most expert martial artist would die within 15 minutes. It was banned in the Muram Alliance because of how dangerous it was, so its recipe, along with all the bottles made, were destroyed in front of all the masters. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. So not all were destroyed. He warned, wait, Vice Patriarch, you can't do this on your own. He added, it's best that you do this after we activate the Supreme Martial Physique. Tang Pilsun argued, it might be too late then. The demonic cult leader is distracted right now, so this is the best chance we have. He declared, I will sacrifice my own life to take him to hell with me, so please close your eyes. Namgung Gyung replied, I understand, he promised. I will be here with you until your last moment of sacrifice. Tang Pilsun thought to himself. With the Million Poison Man technique, which will let me exude poison from my body, combined with the formless poison, I would even be able to kill the Grand Luo Immortals. The narrator noted, the Grand Luo Immortals are beings who transcend all time and space, eternally carefree and immortal. A warrior screamed. Kua, the narrator explained, this is using poison in a battle is basically akin to cheating. Tang Pilsun thought bitterly, because of that, we, the Tang clan, weren't largely acknowledged for our accomplishments. He noted, the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts sect is doing better than I expected. He muttered, hold on just a bit longer. He thought, 5 steps until I'm there. This is good enough. Tang Pilsun drank the poison. He groaned in agony. He thought, it's horrible. It feels like I'm being ripped apart despite the countless poisons I've ingested. He vowed, but no matter, I will sacrifice myself to kill the demonic cult leader, and the blue heaven shall thrive. Tang Pilsun screamed, then everyone will come to know of the Tang clan and our powers. A warrior yelled, die, demonic cult leader. Qian Yo-an reacted. Ha! Li Wook groaned. Kook, he thought to himself. Damn it. Do I have no choice but to use that? Li Wook observed the mutated Tang Pilsun. He wondered, is that man the higher-up of the Blue Heaven Society that the Chi Blade sect leader mentioned? He added, but his appearance. A guard shouted, stop him. We can't have that man get close to the Demon Lord. Tang Pilsun released a massive wave of energy. Li Mok reacted in surprise. He thought to himself, oh, what potent poisonous energy. He observed, it's melting everything near it. He realized, that might be it. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. Go, Tang Vice Patriarch. Go become a hero. Li Mok yelled. Poison. It's dangerous. Tang Pilsun lunged forward. He shouted, demonic cult leader, let us go to hell together. Qian Yo-an used void capture to stop him in midair. Tang Pilsun reacted in shock. He groaned. Kook, you bastard, he thought to himself. Void capture? Is there that big of a gap between our chi reserves? He added, but no matter, I've gotten close enough to, though what? Tang Pilsun observed in disbelief. His wounds are healing so quickly. Qian Yuan stated calmly. All right, then. Tang Pilsun decided. I'll just explode, he thought to himself. The explosion of poisonous energy should reach 30 meters in radius, meaning there won't even be bones left afterward. Qian Yuan used ice arts to freeze him instantly. Qian Yuan explained. You're planning to self-destruct? I can't let that happen. Tang Pilsun panicked. Wait, no way. Qian Yuan remarked. Too bad, but it looks like you're going to hell alone. The cult leader shattered the frozen body with a punch. Li Wook cried out. Ah, Vice Patriarch, he thought to himself. He completely rendered the poison useless using ice arts. He wondered, he was also capable of such things? He lamented. What kind of pointless death did the Tang Vice Patriarch suffer? Qian Yuan looked across the battlefield. He thought to himself. You're next, Heaven's Master Namgung Gyung. Namgung Gyung reacted in shock. He wondered, how does he know who I am? Qian Yuan stated, I found you, so this is where you were. Hyobong thought to himself, the Demon Lord sure is great. How did he find you amidst all this chaos? He asked the master, but what are you doing here in a scuffle when you're a master of the Orthodox Muram Alliance? The master asked, who are you? Hyobong replied, me? I'm Hyobong. The master thought to himself, Hyobong. I've never heard of that name. He observed, he must be a disciple of the demonic cult, but his aura is strange. Hyobong announced, I'm the first disciple of the great heavenly demon divine cult's demon lord, and I'm a part of the Guardian Pavilion. He added, I'm here to learn from you. The master thought to himself, there is a strange energy to that flame. He decided, I shouldn't underestimate him just because he's young, else I might lose. Qian Yuan thought to himself, my fight with the uncanny poison demon staff, Beko, was helpful. He reflected, if the poison had spread throughout the entire place, the fight would have gone in a very different direction than I had intended. Li Wook cursed. TCH, I thought he was actually gonna succeed. He remarked, what a shame. He smiled. Well, even better for us, really. Now we get to kill you ourselves. He commanded, open array. Outward palm. Qian Yuan stood silent. The 7-star ultimate blade array surrounded the cult leader. A warrior thought to himself, I was really nervous because he's at the life and death realm, but the 7-star ultimate blade array really is the best in the world. Li Wook exclaimed, it's working, he added, if this fight goes on for long, we'll have the upper hand since we're working as a team. He laughed, I guess even a martial artist of the life and death realm isn't invincible. Qian Yuan asked, you sure talk a lot. Do you have more to say? Li Wook yelled, all right, send him to hell. The warriors shouted, 7-move open array, 7-move open array. Qian Yuan reacted. He thought to himself, this is, Namgung Gyung yelled. Outward palm, it's a technique used simultaneously by all of them. Qian Yuan commanded his assistant. Save this under 7-star ultimate blade array, Nano. The assistant replied, analysis of the opponent's attack formation and pattern has been recorded. Project name, 7-star ultimate blade array. Saved. Qian Yuan asked, shall we get started then? Li Wook gasped. A warrior laughed. You ha. Are you running away? He yelled. As if we'd let you g. Qian Yuan lunged forward. The warrior reacted in terror. Qian Yuan said, yes, I won't let you go. He struck with overwhelming power. Li Wook asked in disbelief. What? He's simultaneously going after all of the slight openings in our attacks? The assistant stated, you have successfully broken through the 7-star ultimate blade array, saving the user's attack patterns. Qian Yuan thought to himself. It was easy because I already know the Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts. He decided, if I make up for the flaws of this technique and teach it to the cult's members, this technique will no longer work on us, he announced. All of you will have to get stronger through this war. He continued, only then will you be able to follow me down my path. Li Wook fought on. He thought to himself, I didn't think he would be a match for me, but it looks like I underestimated him. He decided, I need to eliminate him in a hurry and work with the other 7 sect leaders to take down the demonic cult leader. Li Wook gasped. He wondered, what? Has he already finished his fight? He cursed, damn it, I can't sense the other's presence. He realized, the last resort, then. Li Wook yelled, proceed with plan B. The warriors responded, yes, sir. A warrior asked in confusion. Oh, what? The man suddenly grew in size, his muscles bulging. The warrior laughed maniacally. Ku ha 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 ha. I'm brimming with power. Li Mok wondered in shock. What? The demonic blood reversal art? The monster yelled. Do not compare this technique to such an inferior, unfinished one. He screamed. This is the completed blood reversion divine art. Li Wook grunted. Li Mok thought to himself. Is that their trump card? What a coincidence, he reasoned. For them to have used it must mean that the situation is in the demonic cult leader's favor. He decided, we can't just be preserving our trump card either then. Li Mok blew a sharp whistle. A master recognized the sound. Ah, this whistle, a society member shouted. For the blue heaven, the society member yelled. For the blue heaven, he groaned. Kook, Master Peng asked. What the hell are they doing? A warrior was stabbed but did not stop. Master Peng groaned. Kook, he thought in disbelief. Oh, what? How is he so much stronger? He wondered. Does he not feel any pain at all either? He observed. He's not phased at all despite losing an arm. It's as if he's not alive. Ya Wunkang laughed. Ha! Ya Wunkang yelled. You little rat. The Dark King blocked the blow. Ya Wunkang thought. This feeling. The Dark King realized. It's as if his entire body is made of steel, he decided. I'll need to use all the chi I have to be able to do damage. Ya Wunkang growled. You bastard! How long do you think you can keep dodging my atta? He sensed something. The Dark King noted. Head Guardian, we're going to need to finish the plan. The Dark King reacted. Ya Wunkang asked. Hey, Wind God, do you see that? Warriors screamed in the distance. Kua! Ya Wunkang smirked. The prelude is over. The second act has begun. He declared. The massacre begins now. The Dark King replied. I see, he stated. It seems like you have set the fire to the fuse of a massacre yourself. Ya Wunkang asked. What? Are those the void steps? Ko Wanger wondered. Demon Lord, Li Mok observed. That's different from creating a platform with air using inner energy to walk. It's more like he's actually flying. Li Wook yelled. Demonic cult leader, you bastard! He asked. What the hell are you trying to do? Qian Yo Woon looked down at them and said. What will happen from now on is all brought on by your actions. A warrior shouted. Is that a person? He's floating. Qian Yo Woon raised his hand. A warrior gasped. Oh, what? The ground began to shake. Li Wook gasped. Huh? Swords began flying into the air. A warrior cried out. Ah, my sword. Li Wook commanded. Do not panic. He shouted. He's just trying to make you drop your swords. Qian Yo Woon extended his power. A master shouted in shock. No way. Enhanced sword aura? Li Mok observed. He's moving all of them with chi sword control? He wondered. Is that truly something a human can do? Qian Yo Woon commanded. Nano, set target. The assistant replied. Activating multi-lock on system. The system targeted every enemy in the vicinity. Qian Yo Woon said with a bloody smile. What you will see last before your death will be my own technique that I named myself. Qian Yo Un shouted. Heavenly Flash. Li Wook reacted in shock. A warrior screamed. Ah! Another cried out. AR! A voice pleaded. Help! A master thought to himself. This is. A warrior yelled. Another warrior observed. He's precisely aiming for the enemies. Moon Yu asked herself. Is the Demon Lord really the one doing this? Hyobong cried out with joy. Oh, Demon Lord, he wondered. How can one man be so majestic? Yao Wunkang groaned. Oh, how is this possible? He noted to himself. I can barely block it with my 10-star chi. Moreover, Yao Wunkang yelled. Group up, join our swords and defend against it. He noted in terror. It's as if each of these sword aura projectiles has eyes, he added. And is accurately striking down our allies. A soldier shouted. Captain, our commands are not being followed. Another yelled in panic. We need to run away. Yao Wunkang reacted in shock. He realized. It beheaded a master of the Supreme Peak in a single blow. He yelled in disbelief. What? A warrior screamed. Another groaned. Oh! Yao Wunkang thought to himself. Even if he is a master of the life and death realm, he reflected. I thought if our three forces joined together, we'd be able to defeat him, he realized. But that monster can slay every single one of us by himself. Li Mok observed the scene. He stated, the heavenly demon, he added. The heavenly demon has returned to the Jianghu, the master thought to himself. The Blue Heaven Society keeps on moving despite losing their limbs. Qian Yo Un commanded. Nano, target only their heads. The assistant replied. Understood. Target specification has been set to head. The warriors screamed. Arg! Namgung Gyung cursed. Shit! Damn it! He realized. Now he's only aiming for the head. He shouted. He wants to remove us from the fight completely. He yelled. Damn you, Demon Lord. Wait, what? Oh, what is this? Why did everyone stop moving? He noted. They may not feel pain, but they still fear death. Hyobong smiled. He said, now, we need to finish our fight. The master growled. You clingy bastard, he yelled. Fine, I'll kill you, he announced his technique. Ruler's Blade Ultimate Move. Unmoving Sword Flurry. Hyobong shouted. Here I go, he announced his technique. Illusion Sword Technique. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. Shit. With the sword aura projectiles flying at me, it'll be hard to defend against it. He worried. At this rate. Namgung Gyung reacted in shock. He screamed. AR, he thought in disbelief. To think I would lose to some unnamed weakling. He cursed. Damn you, demonic cult. Hyobong smirked. Ko Wanger commanded. Members of the great heavenly demon divine cult. He shouted. Assist the demon lord in eliminating the enemies. A warrior groaned. A subordinate suggested to Li Wook. Chi Blade sect leader. At this rate, we'll all die. He added. We should consider retreating. Li Wook stood frozen. He gritted his teeth and thought. We still have a trick up our sleeve. Yao Wunkang wondered. A trick? Li Wook thought to himself. The bastard is currently using chi manipulation to control his 200 sword aura projectiles for the past hour. He reasoned. Even if he is a master of the life and death realm, there are limits to a human's chi reserve. He decided. We just need to wait a little longer. Li Wook shouted. It's over, he yelled. He has run out of chi. Ya Wunkang noted. The demon lord is falling. Li Wook commanded. Now's our chance. Hyobong gasped. Huh? Ko Wanger yelled. Watch out, demon lord. Li Wook yelled. You got cocky, Qian Yo-un. He shouted. I've been waiting for this moment. Li Wook reacted in terror. He gasped. I am possible. He wondered. How could he still have such power? Ya Wunkang thought to himself. See, could it be? Li Wook thought to himself in horror. Did this bastard lure us in? No Dokying thought to himself. I can't back out now. He decided. I'll use this to finish him off. He announced. Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts First Technique. Ultimate Sword Mastery Sixth Technique Dragon's Ascension. Heavenly Demon Sword Art. Li Wook yelled. This is revenge for Baek Yi. He shouted. Die, Qian Yo-un. He announced. Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts 7th Technique Ultimate Delightful Murder Blade. Second Technique Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts. Ultimate Sword Form. Li Wook asked in shock. Oh, what? No Dokying thought in disbelief. I am possible. How could he know the Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts? Whoa, that's a really strong shockwave. Moon Gyu cried out. Demon Lord. Li Mok thought to himself. He's dealing with all those techniques at once? He realized. It's hard to block even just one of them. No Dokying asked in confusion. What are these black flames? He realized. It's overpowering my 3 divine samadhi fires? Ya Wunkang yelled. Well, you bastard? Li Wook thought to himself. His technique is much more detailed than mine. He wondered. Those who have learned the techniques of the Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts are higher-ups, so how is this possible? He noted. And that black ice blade. He observed. He's freezing the space through which he swings his blade. He felt the pressure. The cold is choking my heart. He thought. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to withstand the next turn of attacks at this rate. He reasoned. However, if I am to give in to this attack, the balance of power will be destroyed in a moment. He cursed. Damn it. I thought we would be able to defeat him if we worked together, he concluded. I never expected a person at the life and death realm to be this much stronger than us. Qian Yo-un stated. Yes, that would work better on you. Ya Wunkang asked in shock. What? He thought to himself. I can't dodge this one. Ya Wunkang yelled. As if. He asked in terror. What? He noticed. The cold is spreading? Li Wook thought to himself. This monstrous bastard. He observed. He froze a part of the Berserk Blade sect leader's body and got through that tough exterior of his. Qian Yo-un asked. Do you have the time to be distracted right now? Li Wook thought to himself. I can't fend this flame energy off. No Dokying thought to himself. This isn't gonna work. We can't defeat him, he decided. Only the Blade Master can kill this monster. He commanded. We must fall back, he thought. Now that we've tasted failure, I'm sure we won't repeat this mistake. No Dokying yelled. Do it, Li Wook asked. Flame Blade Sect Leader, what are you? He yelled. Wait, Flame Blade Sect Leader, No Dokying announced. Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts 7th Technique. The Fight of 8 Immortal Swords. No Dokying thought to himself. So he did know the Supreme Saber Divine Martial Arts, he realized. He dug right into the only weakness of this technique. Qian Yo-un stood silent. No Dokying declared, but no matter. He yelled. You did as I expected, demonic cult leader. He shouted. I'm taking you down with me. He commanded his allies. Listen, Supreme Saber of 6 Martial Arts Sect. He yelled. The fight is over. Disperse. Li Wook asked. Flame Blade Sect Leader. Why are you? No Dokyung replied. We've done everything we could here, he commanded. Go tell the Blade Master. Hurry, Chi Blade Sect Leader. Li Wook thought to himself. This isn't the end, he vowed. We will plan better, and make sure that we succeed. Li Wook stood silent. He commanded. Run. Save yourselves. Ma Rakiom declared. We can't let him get away. Li Mok remarked. HMPH. How pathetic. The enemies yelled. Run. Disperse. The warriors commanded. Don't let even one escape. The orthodox martial artist shouted. These guys won't stop no matter what. Another commanded. Slit their throats. The Dark King asked. Where do you think you're going? As if I'd let you. He shouted. You'll have to get through us first. Yao Wunkang wondered in shock. What the hell? He thought to himself. It feels like the muscles in both my arms are going to be shredded. He reasoned. I should be much stronger than an ordinary martial artist right now. He wondered. How can a human have such intense grip strength? He observed. My bones are being crushed under his grip, he decided. It seems this is the longest I can keep him here. It's fine. I've stalled as long as I could. He continued his thought. If even just the Chi Blade Sect leader makes it out of here, that's enough. What's left is... Ya Wunkang screamed. Demonic cult leader, let's go to hell together. He yelled. Even you wouldn't be able to withstand this. Qian Yo unsmirked. Ha, that line again. Don't you even get tired of it? Ya Wunkang gasped. What? Ya Wunkang screamed. Kua, Keuheuk. Li Wook groaned. Kook, he thought to himself. I had to sacrifice my comrades and subordinates to get out of there. It's shameful, but I need to escape no matter what. He decided. I need to report what happened to the Blade Master and come up with a new plan. He thought. Enjoy your victory while it lasts, demonic cult leader. He reflected. A man who possesses a lot has a lot to lose. Let's see if you can maintain your composure even after losing what is precious to you. He vowed. Next time, I'll make sure to. Li Wook gasped. Hube. He wondered in shock. What? He realized. A formless sword of black flames. That's impossible. I'm more than a kilometer away by now, he stuttered. Qian Yo-un, why you're... Li Wook thought. You're not human. The narrator added. About 2 kilometers away from the palace. Bihyung Mountain, top of the Purity Peak. The subordinate thought to himself. He shouldn't be able to see because it's too far. Can he really see from here? He noted. He has not looked elsewhere for a while. I can't see what's going on even if I focus. The narrator identified the leader as Supreme Saber of 6 Martial Arts Sect Head Blade Master. The subordinate asked, B Blade Master, can you see something? He thought to himself. He's enraged? He shouted. Has even the Chi Blade Sect leader's plan gone wrong? Is there an issue with the plan? He wondered in panic. How could this be? We've put so much effort into this great plan and even planted in spies, like the prince. Has all that been for nothing? The subordinate reacted in surprise. He cried out, Duishwa, he thought to himself. This is some immense force. Has the Blade Master reached divine territory? The Blade Master commanded. We're leaving. The subordinate asked. Blade Master, if the plan has problems, shouldn't we consider the Blade Massacre Squad or perhaps the Blade Purity Squad? The Blade Master replied. The battle is already over. Nothing will revert the results. He smirked and added. No matter. We have earned something good enough in return, the subordinate asked. Oh, what? The Blade Master stated. I finally found the demon god. The narrator stated. Within the palace, afternoon. Li Mok noted. How horrible. Elder Peng explained. Well, it makes sense, given that this was the biggest war to happen in the Jianghu. The official reported. About 600 martial artists have died. 1,000 injured. We'll report more in detail after everything is taken care of. Li Mok replied. All right. Ko Wanger stated. They were really thorough with it. Every single one of them was under control with the use of inner energy. Moon Gyu added. All of the people we had captured from the Supreme Saber of 6 Martial Arts Sect died by their heads exploding. She thought to herself. Looks like the parasite in their heads activated like the Demon Lord said. Ma Rakiom observed. They were prepared. Why are they afraid of information leaking out though? He thought to himself. But I'm sure they wouldn't have expected this to happen. Ya Wunkang asked in shock. Why you monster? How did you remove the parasite in my head? Ma Rakiom thought to himself. Just what more is the Demon Lord capable of doing? He reflected. He's definitely different from all the supreme heavenly demons I've served. He added. He keeps raising my expectations. My hopes that all the goals of the great heavenly demon divine cult might come true under him. Hyobong stated. No, we stopped them ourselves. The narrator identified him as Muram Alliance 7th Master Moying Clan Patriarch Moying Kong. Moying Kong declared, "There are rules to adhere to as allies." The narrator identified him as Muram Alliance 11th Master Beggar's Sect Leader Hong Paowu. Hong Paowu asked, "How can you ask us to hand over the captives that we took?" Hyobong asked, "Hey, Namgung Patriarch, didn't you run away after I cut off your arm?" Namgung Gyung lied. "Such a thing never happened." Hyobong remarked, "Wow, the injury must have been burned, yet you're still gonna play dumb? Man, you have no shame." Namgung Gyung claimed, "I was captured while fighting the Moying Patriarch and sect leader Hong." "I don't know what you're talking about," he thought to himself. "We can't let them have us. They'll torture us to get information about the Blue Heaven Society. It's obvious that all of us will die." Hyobong asked, "Are you still not done?" He turned and called out, "Demon Lord." Namgung Gyung thought to himself. "Kook, his aura is overwhelming," he decided, "but I cannot change my mind. All of the corruptions within the Orthodox Muram will be revealed if I do." He added, "Plus, they might find out about that dangerous technique and use it for evil. That kind of technique should be used for the Orthodox Muram." A master called out, "Alliance Head." Li Mok thought to himself. They're asking me for help. What should I do?" Namgung Gyung yelled, "Alliance Head." He thought to himself, "If we are handed over, the secrets of the Blue Heaven Society, along with the technique of the Supreme Martial Physique, will be exposed." He reflected, that would not only put the Alliance in danger but the entirety of the Orthodox Muram. He asked, "Are you okay with that?" Li Mok thought to himself, "He's right. The demonic cult is already too powerful." He reasoned, if they gain any more power, the balance between the three forces might completely break down. Li Mok spoke aloud. "Cult leader Qian, would it be possible for you to give up on this matter?" Qian Yuan asked. "Give up?" Li Mok explained. "Even if your subordinate injured the Namgung Patriarch, in the end, it was the two masters of the alliance that captured him." He concluded, "So I think you have to admit that it's only fair that we keep the captives." Hyobong wondered, "What the hell?" Qian Yuan breathed. "Phew." The cult leader extended his hand toward the captive. Li Mok asked in shock, "What?" Namgung Gyung cried out, "My body." Li Mok yelled, "What are you doing?" Qian Yuan remained silent. Li Mok thought to himself, "He's pulling him in with an even stronger energy? Why would he go so far as to do this?" He shouted, Alliance Head, do not let go." Li Mok gritted his teeth and thought, even if I try my hardest to hold on, the difference in our chi is too great." Namgung Gyung screamed, Alliance Head. Li Mok yelled, "Namgung Patriarch." The Yeagle Patriarch asked, "What are you doing, cult leader Qian?" Qian Yuan noted, "The Alliance Head said the captives belong to the one who caught them last, meaning he now belongs to me." Li Mok reacted in shock. Qian Yuan said, "Now, I'll take this man." Namgung Gyung yelled, Alliance Head, are you just going to stand and watch?" He thought to himself, "If he takes me hosta." Qian Yuan gripped the master's head. Namgung Gyung struggled. Qian Yuan remarked, "Even though I've blocked his mouth, he's still noisy." Elder Peng prayed, "Primeval Lord of Heaven, oh Primeval Lord of Heaven." He said, "Leader Qian, for the sake of our alliance, could you please hand the Namgung Patriarch over to us?" He added, "He is still one of our key members." Qian Yuan asked, "Elder Peng, if an enemy tried to kill you, would you let them go?" Elder Peng stood stunned. He muttered nervously, "Do we well?" Qian Yuan stated, "I will explain this straight without sugarcoating it with words such as respect or alliance." He questioned, "Do you wish to protect him because he is your ally, or is there another reason?" Qian Yuan tossed the master toward them. The masters reacted in surprise. Li Mok stood silent. Qian Yuan thought to himself, "Are you afraid the technique of the Blue Heaven Society will be exposed to our cult?" He spoke aloud, "If you wanted to protect the Namgung Patriarch, you should have grabbed his reins before the war began." Li Mok remained silent. He then declared, "Cult leader Qian, let me come clean." He explained, "As all heroes here have seen, that technique is too dangerous." He added, "As you have said, the Orthodox Muram is worried that the technique will be misused in the hands of your cult." The Yeagle Patriarch thought to himself, "Oh, I see. The Alliance Head is admitting to it first in order to give a proper reason as to why the demonic cult leader can't take him." He reasoned, "Indeed, if we take the initiative, he will lose his excuse to take the Namgung Patriarch with him." The Yeagle Patriarch said aloud, "It is true. As the Alliance Head has said, our Orthodox Muram is concerned about the abuse of the technique." He argued, "If you truly have no intentions of doing that, it would only be right to kill the Namgung Patriarch for vengeance." He asked, "However, isn't taking him hostage quite suspicious?" Li Mok thought to himself, As expected of the Yeagle Patriarch. Now the demonic cult leader has lost his excuse to take the Namgung Patriarch with him. You must give it up this time, cult leader. There is no way you can admit to your ill will in front of all the heroes of the lands. Li Mok thought, if he gives the Namgung Patriarch up, we will gain access to the technique. He continued his thought. If he still argues to take him, we can put further pressure on him by saying he intends to use him for ill intentions. Qian Yuan noted, your words have some sense in them. The cult followers reacted. Moon Gyu thought to herself. Did our leader accept their claim? Li Mok thought to himself. All right, he's almost convinced. He said, you really are worthy of being a hero of the lands. We are aware that you hold no such ill intentions. He commanded, Purple Jade Master, come over here and retrieve the Namgung Patriarch. The Purple Jade Master responded. Understood. Qian Yuan ordered. Wait. Li Mok stood silent. Qian Yuan stated, there is still one executive of the Blue Heaven Society and the society leader himself. He warned, if you cannot catch them or you let them be and they cause a threat to my cult again. Li Mok stood silent. Qian Yuan declared, I will interpret that as your true intentions. He added with a smile. I leave our falling out if that happens to your imagination. Li Mok stood in shock. The Yeagle Patriarch thought to himself. Oh, what? Is he threatening us? Elder Peng thought. Well, surely he didn't mean anything terrible by that. Li Mok sighed. Let's just get this over with. Ahem. I understand. Such a thing will not happen. Qian Yuan said. Good. Now, take him. Namgung Gyung thought to himself. My life has been spared. The master grabbed the ropes to pull him back. Namgung Gyung groaned. Ugh. The master wondered. Qian Yuan's blade of qi pierced through Namgung Gyung's chest. The master stood in shock. Li Mok yelled. What is the meaning of this? He roared. Did you not agree to hand him over? Qian Yuan smirked and asked. I don't remember specifying that he'd be alive. Li Mok gasped. Oh, what? Moon Gyu thought to herself. As expected, this is our cult leader. Hyobong thought, the Lord truly never gives up anything that comes into his hands. Hyobong laughed. Hoo hoo hoo. Li Mok yelled. Cult leader Qian, this is no time to jest. He asked, are you insulting our alliance? Qian Yuan replied, I simply adhered to your request. How am I insulting you? Li Mok asked. What? Qian Yuan explained. Instead of taking him as a hostage, you told me it was my right to kill him, as it is a standard way of taking revenge. The Yeagle Patriarch stuttered. No, cult leader Qian. What I said earlier did not mean. Ma Rakiom stepped forward and asked. Yeagle Patriarch, who do you think you are standing in front of? The Yeagle Patriarch thought in terror. Dark King, he wondered. What is this sense of danger I'm feeling? It's as if a blade is being held to my neck. Ma Rakiom asked, are you admitting to lying in front of our leader? He warned, if that is the case, I will have no mercy. The Yeagle Patriarch thought to himself, he's ready to fight at any moment. The masters noticed the surrounding cultists. A master asked in panic, when did they surround us? The leaders stood silent. The Yeagle Patriarch thought to himself, a alliance head, things have gone south. What should we do? Li Mok remained silent. Qian Yuan stated, if he really was an enemy you needed to have executed, would it not be fine to receive him as a corpse? He added, that way, there would also be no risk of the Orthodox Muram alliance misusing the technique. Li Mok thought to himself, was he never after the method of the Blue Heaven Society in the first place? Qian Yuan said, of course I don't need it. He explained, the divine physician, the one who invented the technique, is in the demonic cult. Li Mok clenched his fist and thought, shit, how did things end up like this? He realized, I ruined it. My attempt to trick him got me into this. He despaired. Now our alliance will be forced to uproot the remnants of the Blue Heaven Society in their stead. The Orthodox sects, no, the entire Jianghu is in that man's grasp. He reflected, the demonic cult leader's target must have been the people in the Blue Heaven Society from the beginning. I even ended up giving him a reason to invade the Orthodox Muram alliance too. He reasoned, so this is what the demonic cult leader is like. I have to admit it now. They are completely different from the demonic cult we knew. He concluded, there is nothing more we can do at this point. Unlike us, most of the people in the demonic cult are alive. We've lost most of our men, including the White Ring Squad. Li Mok thought to himself, even if that weren't the case, that man's existence alone is. He's the demon god. I thought the balance of the Jianghu would change with what happened today. Well, it did change. In the demonic cult leader's favor. He spoke aloud. Cult leader Qian, I did not intend on misusing the physique operation technique. He added, since you said you've resolved your issue with the Namgung Patriarch, I will not reproach you on this matter anymore. A master thought to himself. Ah, so we are tucking our tails, Alliance head, Lee Mok thought. I do feel sorry for the many heroes here. However, I have no choice. We have no idea how he will react if we cause any more conflict than we already have. Elder Peng thought to himself. I get what you're trying to do here, Alliance head. Dear Primeval Lord of Heaven, oh dear Primeval Lord of Heaven. Lee Mok reflected, considering what King Gujian has gone through, a fight over ego like this is no problem. He addressed the cult leader. Cult leader Qian, I do apologize if you are displeased by what happened. Can you please have your cult members retreat so we can discuss what will happen from now on? Qian Yuan gestured with his hand. Yes, sir. A survivor sighed. Ha. We've pushed them hard enough. It's only right that we stop here. Qian Yuan thought to himself. We did win this war, but it's not like we managed to completely eradicate the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect. He reasoned. The unorthodox alliance hasn't lost a lot of people, so there is no need to break our alliance. He smiled and thought, our alliance is still worth utilizing. The narrator stated, Great Ming Empire capital Kaifeng Jinan Palace. Prince Zhu Taigum thought to himself. Finally, I have taken the successor position. He reflected, however, things are not looking too bright, so I should not express my joy. The narrator identified him as Great Ming Empire Prince Zhu Taigum. The emperor asked, how, he yelled. How is it possible that some mere organization in the Jianghu possesses explosives that we are supposed to monopolize? He shouted, and it was planted all over the underground of the fortress. The narrator identified him as Great Ming Empire Emperor Zhu Taiwan. He roared, they tried to pull off a terrible plot in a setting where the crown prince and the civil servants were supposed to be. He declared, they are our enemies. I cannot just sit back and do nothing about this. He commanded, somebody have the commander of the embroidered uniform guards take his forces to raid the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect. The narrator explained, having received these orders, Baek Jagi, the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, began his journey to Tong County with the southern military general, Yin Namgun, and 10,000 soldiers. The narrator added, it was a declaration of war against a force of the Jianghu. The emperor asked in shock. However, what? They're already withdrawing? He shouted. It's only been a few hours since they left. A servant announced, Your Imperial Majesty, Baek Jagi wishes to see you. The emperor ordered, let him in. Baek Jagi knelt and stated, I, the provincial commander, greet his Imperial Majesty. The emperor asked, why have you withdrawn only hours after the dispatch? Baek Jagi replied, I apologize, Your Imperial Majesty, he explained. However, before we even arrived, all of the enemies within the fortress were dead. The emperor asked, what? Was it cult leader Qian? He questioned. We may have lent him the armor and equipment of the embroidered uniform guards, but is this not too quick? Baek Jagi answered. In order to hurry our way to the fortress, we sent the southern military general and some of the embroidered uniform guards to check the situation, the narrator stated. When the southern military general and the civil servants fled, there were a few of the embroidered uniform guards left behind, and the commander reported what he heard from them. The narrator added, having heard the story, the emperor and the civil servants doubted their ears. The officials asked, is that truly possible? Does that mean the demonic cult leader alone killed all those people? The emperor wondered. What? The commander reported, he flew into the sky and struck the place with lightning? An official thought to himself. I don't understand. How can a human be capable of such feats? Prince Zhu Taigum thought, if that's amazing, it's a good thing I allied with him. Baek Jagi added, that is why we withdrew, Your Imperial Majesty. The emperor remained silent. Baek Jagi thought to himself. I'm sure His Imperial Majesty is very shocked as well. A monster who has transcended human limits is a threat to someone in his position, after all. He added, perhaps he's even more afraid than before. The emperor declared, I will not be changing the national religion while I am still in power. The officials gasped. The narrator explained. After a long while of silence, the emperor uttered a shocking declaration. However, no one could disagree with him. The narrator stated, 2 weeks after the Nano festival, it did not take long for the news of what happened during the Nano festival to spread all over Zhongyuan. The narrator added, the Orthodox Murum Alliance announced that they had worked with the demonic cult in order to stop the supreme saber of 6 martial arts sect and the unorthodox alliance's schemes in order to avoid humiliation. The narrator noted, but it was meaningless, as way too many people had directly witnessed what had happened. A civilian asked, a person in the sky. What? The narrator stated the setting. 10,000 Great Mountains Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Supreme Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Kukukik. It's still hot. Please take your time with it, Supreme Heavenly Demon. Qian Yu Zhang set down the bowl and said, go on with the story, Left Guardian. The narrator identified him as Supreme Heavenly Demon Qian Yu Zhang. Wang Jian explained, "You stopped after telling me cult leader Qian is residing at Kaifeng." He added, "Ah, right, the Demon Lord is currently busy with the cult branch's work in Kaifeng." Qian Yu Zhang reacted. "Huh," Wang Jian stated, "the entirety of Kaifeng became the cult's territory then?" Qian Yu Zhang asked. "I cannot believe it. You mean to tell me the Orthodox Muram Alliance just accepted that?" "Well, they really had no choice." "None at all," the narrator explained. "The Great Ming Empire greatly encouraged and supported the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult by changing their national religion to them. And there was an imperial decree to construct a branch of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult in the capital, Kaifeng." The narrator continued. "The Muram Alliance announced that they would accept this given the respect they have for the Emperor and the Alliance, but having lost almost 30% of their forces with the death of the higher-ups who had joined the Blue Heaven Society, they realistically had no choice but to accept this, as they would be surrounded by enemies all around if they were to break the alliance. This is all because the cult leader showed off his amazing martial prowess at the battle." Qian Yu Zhang thought to himself, "It has been 3 days since I've woken up, but I still cannot get used to this. My memories are fragmented after my fight with the leader of the Supreme Saber of Six Martial Arts sect." He continued his thought, "For so many things to have happened while I was unconscious. I am surprised. It is strange that everyone is calling me the Supreme Heavenly Demon," he reflected. "But for that child to have risen to the life and death realm," he declared. "It looks like I better pass on my title as one of the 5 great martial artists to the cult leader now. I apologize, Supreme Heavenly Demon, but the Demon Lord is already being called by that title after the war." Qian Yu Zhang reacted in surprise. What, is that true?" Qian Yu Zhang looked at his hands and thought, "Ah, what a miracle. I couldn't even give him a warm hug when he was younger, let alone teach him my martial techniques," he reflected. "But he has risen to this realm on his own at such a young age," he thought of his late wife. "Huayan, I am so proud of our child." Qian Yu Zhang said, Then he must have a fitting title for it too. He earned the best title there is to earn within the cult." "What?" he laughed and declared. "Demon God. He is called the Demon God." Qian Yu Zhang gasped. "Ditch the Demon God." He thought to himself, "Goodness, Yuan has become the second cult leader to earn that title after the founding Heavenly Demon." A man limped through the frozen wasteland. He thought to himself, "The wound hurts so bad." He worried, "If I don't hurry out of this place to treat it, the wound might necrotize because of the cold," he decided. "But before anything else, I need to report to the palace." He stopped in front of a thick ice barrier and thought, Wait, are you telling me that thing is getting through that thick barrier too?" The man stood in shock. A massive, glowing-eyed beast lunged through the ice. The man screamed, "Uaagh!" He woke up in a cold sweat and yelled, "Ah!" He sat up and breathed heavily. He thought to himself, "That dream. Again," his uncle asked. "Did you get the same dream again?" The boy replied, "Uncle," the uncle explained, "seems like it's really ingrained in your memory." He added, "Well, that makes sense. You're the only one to have ever survived that monster." The boy remained silent. The uncle stretched and noted, "Phew, it's been a while since I was last here, but Zhangyuan sure is hot. I don't get how people survive in this climate." The boy said, "We've been on the road for 3 days without sleep. Why don't you rest a bit more?" "No, uncle. We don't know when that monster might get through the stone barrier," the boy continued. "You barely slept during the 2 weeks that it took us to get here," the uncle stated. "We'll be splitting up soon. I'm going to head to the Orthodox Muram Alliance's headquarters." He asked, "Do you really mean to go to Kaifeng?" The boy answered, "Yes." The uncle remarked, "You're just as stubborn as your father." He asked, "Do you really believe they'll help?" The boy explained, "Only the Orthodox martial artists value teamwork in Zhang Yuan's Zhanghu. I think it's better to try than to never try at all." The uncle argued, "As if the demonic martial artists would help you out. You do not realize how evil those people are." The boy gripped his chest and thought to himself, "I can't even show this object to my uncle, who's right beside me, because I can't trust him. They might be able to help me if I have this with me. If that man really owns this, then..." The narrator stated the setting. Kaifeng near the demonic cult's branch. "Blue Wind Inn," a traveler said. "Oh, there's an inn here. Why don't we have lunch here and drink together?" His companion replied, "Sounds good." Ko Wanger ate his noodles aggressively, causing the other customers to stare in fear. A man noted, "Haha, looks like there aren't any free seats here. Let's go to another place." A customer muttered, "No free seats? This place is basically empty." Ko Wanger asked, "Man, why don't they just come eat here?" Hyobong replied, "I don't understand why they're avoiding us. Do you really not get it? Why don't you have your meal on the second floor instead? Ko Wanger muttered. It'll take some time. It's better than the first time we came here though, don't you think? He added. Yeah, but, it just seems like we have such a long way to go. Ha ha ha, you're too ambitious about everything. He asked. How would it be possible to completely change the attitude of people, something the Orthodox faction has fostered over centuries, in a month? Moon Gyu noted. Thanks to the Demon Lord's fame, 100 new people joined the cult. Isn't that progress enough? Baek Ji said. Don't worry so much, Hyobong remarked, but they're all people of the Jianghu. Moon Gyu replied. That's still good progress. It just means that a lot of people want to work under the Demon Lord, the youngest to ever become one of the 5 great martial artists. Hyobong stated. That's what I don't like, actually. Moon Gyu asked. Huh? Hyobong explained. Well, I feel like the Demon Lord should be considered the best out of all martial artists at this point. He added with pride. Even the Muram Alliance head was no match for him, and he's the only one who can fight off 3 Mystic Realm martial artists at once. Ko Wanger noted. That's true, Ho Sangwa suggested. Maybe it's because of the Monster of the East. Moon Gyu asked. Monster of the East? Hyobong added. Oh, you mean the Battle God of the East? The narrator explained. Battle God of the East Akaui. Called the Battle God of the East, he reached the martial peak with just his 2 fists, and he was a man who earned a title with God in it before Qian Yohan. Hyobong laughed. Goodness, those are all just rumors. He stated. We can't compare the Demon Lord to him. The Demon Lord has proven his martial prowess in front of thousands of people. Ho Sangwa spoke quietly. Hyobong. Don't just invalidate what my Sangwa said. Ho Sangwa spat out her food in shock. Moon Gyu whispered. My Sangwa, not that again, Hyobong asked. Aren't you being too obvious that you two are dating? Moon Gyu reacted with shock. Sima Chok thought to himself. Goodness, I'm sorry I'm single, Hyobong noted. I've been holding back from saying this, but that little fragile chair is about to break because you two are sitting so close together. Plus, Ho Sangwa thought to herself. I told him not to call me that in front of others. Ko Wanger added. He doesn't even know that I'm upset. Moon Gyu asked. A cloaked figure approached their table. Ko Wanger asked. Who is it? Moon Gyu observed. Looking at the way they walk, they're probably a martial artist. They seem to be around the early peak. The figure thought to himself. Finally, we finally meet. Hyobong asked. Huh? Why are you suddenly getting on your knees? The boy yelled. Please let me see your cult leader. Ko Wanger wondered. Out of the blue, he noted. He looks like a beggar though. Hyobong asked. Oh, are you trying to join the cult? He suggested. If you go to the branch around the corner here, the boy replied. I apologize, but that is not it. He explained. I wanted to see the cult leader to ask him for help. Hyobong asked. Did you think we were going to say, of course, and take you to him just because you said you wanted to see the cult leader out of the blue? The boy stood silent. The boy reached for something in his robes. Hyobong and Ko Wanger wondered. Why are you? Ko Wanger gasped. This is. The narrator stated. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Kaifeng Branch. Branch's training hall. The disciples observed. Their martial techniques are different from the regular martial techniques we know, where each movement connects the next and the one before. Another added. Each movement is like an ultimate technique, going for the opponent's critical points. Chai Tek Guillaume yelled. TCH. You really are nimble, Baek Ji. Baek Ji groaned. Kook. Haha. Your kick's force has gotten stronger. Chai Tek Guillaume said. Alright, then I'll give it my all again this time. She added. You better be nervous. Baek Ji smirked. HMPH, weren't you giving it her all this entire time? Chai Tek Guillaume reacted with gritted teeth. The observers asked. What is that bouncy footwork? Another noted. It doesn't look very serious, but his movements are so efficient. Chai Tek Guillaume shouted. Now, Baek Ji asked. Huh? Baek Ji groaned. Keuheuk. The observers yelled. Whoa. Another said. I didn't know you could counter his kick like that. Chai Tek Guillaume laughed. Hee. Why don't you surrender? She warned. If you keep holding on like this, you might become a cripple. Baek Ji groaned. Kook, he thought to himself. At this rate, my knee will. Chai Tek Guillaume gasped. Huh. The observers shouted. Whoa. Chai Tek Guillaume muttered. TCH. The observers yelled. Whoa. He managed to escape. Another asked. How was he able to use that technique on the ground? Chai Tek Guillaume said. I didn't think you could escape like that. She asked. When did you learn something like that? Qian Yuan asked himself. What do you think, Nano? The assistant replied. The energy distribution in the capoeira windmill was just right. It added. The damage inflicted will be doubled if he is able to use enhanced energy. The narrator explained. Nano showed Qian Yo unboxing, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, and capoeira, the martial arts of the future. The narrator added, he then mixed in internal energy to make it his own martial arts. The narrator noted, the already existing martial arts of Zhongyuan could be easily broken down and countered if you just knew the movements, so Qian Yo-un made sure that each movement of the future martial art techniques would be reborn as new dangerous martial art techniques. The narrator continued, critical attacks on the opponent. Qian Yo-un thought to himself, I was worried they might not be able to learn it, but I guess that was unnecessary. He reflected, there might be a bit of a gap between individuals, but these two have learned it perfectly. He observed, Chai Tae-Guillaume specializes more in boxing and jiu-jitsu since she uses her hands more for fights, while Baek Ji focuses on taekwondo and capoeira more, as I expected of an expert of kick techniques. He concluded, they have mastered the techniques that fit them more. The narrator identified the master as Guardian Pavilion Master Ho Jinchong. Ho Jinchong commanded, end the fight. The crowd cheered. Hoo-ah, Ho Jinchong asked, martial artists of the Guardian Pavilion. Did you watch closely? He explained. Those were the new martial techniques the Demon Lord invented. He stated, these will become the new basic martial arts of the cult, and it is called the United Combat Arts. The warriors murmured, the United Combat Arts. The Demon Lord made it. Another noted, truly, he is walking the path of a grandmaster. Qian Yo-un thought to himself, well, Nano's really the one that made it. Ho Jinchong announced, from today onwards, I will be acting as instructor once again to teach you all this United Combat Arts. He commanded, master it perfectly so that you do not bring the Demon Lord to shame. The warriors responded, yes, sir. Qian Yo-un smiled and thought, it's beginning now. They have begun the process of turning the blood of the fire Kirin into a stable miracle medicine. Qian Yo-un thought to himself, I already handed over the analysis that Nano made, so that should speed up the process. He concluded, soon enough, this cult will be as powerful as I want it to be. Moon Gyu remained silent. The narrator identified the woman as daughter of the unrivaled sword Wang Jaeon, Wang Yogun. Moon Gyu thought to herself, it has been 5 days since she came here with the Left Guardian. She noted, the Left Guardian has already returned to the cult's main base, but she's still here, always somewhere close to the Demon Lord. She decided, right, I should be bolder. I said so myself that I would allow this woman. Moon Gyu called out, ahem, Lady Wang, Wang Yogun reacted. Moon Gyu asked, I heard you're not fully recovered yet. Why don't you go rest? Wang Yogun replied, no, it's alright, she stated. I think it's nice to get some fresh air while looking at the Demon Lord. She added, oh, if you're tired, you can go back in. You don't need to worry about me. Moon Gyu thought to herself, Yuwa, I can't be as bold as I wanted to be. Wang Yogun thought to herself, I'm sorry, Lady Moon. It's hard to come across the Demon Lord, so this is my chance. She continued her thought. I'll treat you well if things go smoothly between the Demon Lord and I. So just until then. Ahem. Hyobong ran past. Moon Gyu wondered. Hyobong, she added. He seems to be in a hurry. I wonder why, Moon Gyu asked in shock. Oh, what's going on? She noted. The Demon Lord seems very. Qian Yo-un stood silent. He asked, what do you mean, Hyobong? Hyobong reported. Somebody brought the identity plaque. The narrator identified the plaque. Supreme Heavenly Demon Qian In-ji. Qian Yo-un asked in shock, of my missing grandfather?